All right, good morning. All right, just a reminder, Croatia's still not matched up with the US yet, so I'm still catching up on my 1 hour. It's okay. After this week, I'll get my 1 hour back, which will be great. So if you've noticed I've been a little grumpy the last 3 weeks, it's because I am getting one less hour in my day than I am used to, both for sleep and or prep. But now that we're here and everybody is ready to go, I have a great show for you today. It's going to be great. It's going to be very triggering, probably. The imagery is very disturbing. The topic is very disturbing. Feel free to take breaks and or skip this stream. Feel free to just see it from a philosophical perspective because that's what we do here. We do philosophy through pop culture. So if today's stream is a little overwhelming for you, that's very reasonable. I was overwhelmed putting together the footage to show you. So, it's going to be a heavy one. But, with everything happening in the world, I often get asked, what about violence? How does that play a role in liberation? Often on my channel, we talk about how violence is really a tool of the oppressor, a tool of patriarchy. And there's a reasonable part in which violence plays a role in our life. We commit violence to eat. And so there's something to be said about where violence fits into our life. So what I did is I put together just like a collage of videos of violence. And then we're going to talk about the morals and ethics of that violence, because this is really why I love philosophy, is it forces you to really ask yourself the question, do I really know how I think? Do I really know what is right and wrong? And because I don't believe in objective morality, it's one of those things where I do think morality is a construct. I don't think things inherently hold much meaning except to say that the existence of it is its meaning, right? So I want us to sort of challenge ourselves today, but also understand that it can be very upsetting. I mean, human beings are very upsetting, and they do upsetting things to one another. So like I said, if you find yourself being upset, that's so reasonable, and it's okay to take a break and come back. With that said, I'm going to reference 3 of my favorite passages from Tao Te Ching. You don't have to believe in Taoism. I certainly don't necessarily, but I really take, like I do from most spiritual, metaphysical, or religious constructs and their bubbles, sort of wisdom from their literature. And I'm going to start with number 73, and it says courage and caution. Reckless courage leads to death. Cautious courage leads to life. These 2 things, courage and caution, must be balanced. The right thing at one time is the wrong thing at another. This is why the wise approach everything with both courage and caution. The Tao does not fight, yet it conquers. It makes no demands, yet it receives. It issues no summons, but things come to it naturally. The Tao is vast indeed. It casts a wide net and loses nothing. I want us to keep that in mind as we go through today's topics, because, we'll talk about the war in Iran. We'll talk about the essay done by Israeli soldiers. We'll talk about political violence. We'll talk about oppressive tactics. We're going to talk about 9/11. We're going to talk about, veganism. We're actually going to start the stream showing you a video of a infamous Bosnian, a video that went viral. This woman, this teenager, she's not a woman, actually. I thought she was a woman when I first heard the story many, many years ago. She's actually a teenage girl, threw puppies into a river. And I found the original video from the Associated Press. And it's really devastating. It's really a devastating video. So we're going to start the video off with, just a trigger warning, a video of humans being human. And then we're going to have the conversation. We say on this channel a lot, humans gonna human. It's not to excuse behavior, it's to explain it. Human beings are animals. They're evolved creatures on a planet. They're having a biological experience. And I really do believe that with enough work, you can have a deeper relationship with that biological experience. I think human beings, sometimes when we're angry at people, we degrade them down to animals. We say, oh, you're such an animal. You are an animal. You're not actually saying anything when you call a person an animal. What you're actually doing is trying to separate them from you, but they are you. We are each other. And the more we humanize one another, the more we remember that we are each other, I do believe the less violent we will be. But when people do things that are so just disgusting, it's interesting the response to this woman, or this girl, I think that's important. It's an important distinction because she is a kid. This girl throwing these puppies into the river forced people, like authorities had to protect her basically because people threatened her life. They wanted to find her. They wanted to kill her over this, right? And I want that to be something that you keep in mind as we go through today's stream is when we see violence, why is our first reaction violence? You know, we're so angry about violence that the only solution to violence is more violence. And then how does that play a role in liberation as the oppressor will often weaponize oppressed groups' desire to fight back as like, oh, you're so violent, right? Okay, so here we go. Now that I've done a proper trigger warning, let's watch this video posted 15 years ago. If you were there, you remember. Okay, just trigger warning. Here we go.
Police in Bosnia say they believe they have figured out who this girl is. She has drawn the ire of animal lovers around the world for this footage showing her throwing 6 puppies, one by one, into a river, killing them. Authorities now say they have found the young woman, who they say is a juvenile. Police say they were able to track her down with help from animal protection groups in the country. However, the leaders of those groups are not celebrating the discovery. This activist says finding her won't stop others from doing the same thing and suggests those who filmed it probably didn't think they were doing anything wrong. Police aren't identifying the girl. However, they say they are going to question her parents. Bosnia has recently adopted animal protection laws that fine people up to $6,400 for cruel treatment. Diane Kepley, The Associated Press.
So you can see it really upset people. It's an upsetting video. What's interesting too is that it actually inspired a lot of like comedy videos on it as well. So this is puppy girl throws Qurans in river, and like it literally shows like people memeing on it and throwing. I don't understand the reference. Like, I don't understand if I'm missing something. Like, I don't even get this joke because it's just a hate crime. And then they're throwing, my first thought was like, why are you throwing stuff in the river? But also like, is this just a hate crime? And then this one too is like it's like a humorous video made sort of because of the situation. And then here comes a dog, right? It's like the dog is like throwing her in the river. Okay, and people thought that was funny. And like it's interesting what inspired people to make what, and like what, you know, again, like it's interesting that this was our response. Okay, so that's really what we're viewing today is like, why was this the response? Now, you might remember even this video of a woman throwing puppies at a dumpster.
Deputies are looking for a woman caught on camera dumping a bag full of 3-day-old puppies into a dumpster. It happened in Coachella near Palm Springs. The 7 puppies were discovered by a man going through the trash shortly after they were dumped. He called for help and the puppies survived.
Honestly, not that uncommon. Lots of people, I don't know why, they abandon animals, they abandon dogs, I don't know why they put them in plastic bags too. It's like, out of all the things you could have done with the puppies, like you really could have taken them to a shelter, you could have dropped them off to a neighbor, you could have taken them to a church, a government building. For whatever reason, they put them in bags and then throw them in dumpsters. Like, this is very interesting to me. Like, why would you do this? Like, what is the thought process behind it? I'm not sure, to be honest. I really am not sure about the thought process behind it. Then Ed Earthling, he's Earthling Ed, he's a vegan activist. He was recently on a show where they talked about the ethics around eating meat. And I want this to be sort of the challenge to us today of, you know, why is it so upsetting seeing us be cruel to animals in this capacity? But it's not upsetting enough for us to see the cruelty in factory farming and not to stop eating meat, right? Like, why is one more upsetting to us than the other? And that's a really big challenge. And I don't mean it as an attack. I mean it as a serious philosophical question. Why is one more disturbing than the other? You know, in a big way. So, okay, here's this conversation. Just to watch a few minutes with me.
Ed Winters. Thank you. I read that you said somewhere that vegans might have an optics problem.
Right.
What do you mean by that?
Well, I think that one of the biggest hurdles to people thinking more favorably of veganism is how people think towards us. I think often what happens is people shoot the messenger because it's easier to do that than maybe argue against the message of veganism. And so I sometimes think that when people think of vegans, the first thing they do is sort of roll their eyes and think, oh, these people again, they're going to force their views down my throat and tell me I'm an evil person because I'm not vegan. And I just think that it's really important for us as vegans to hopefully present our arguments in a logical, rational way, but also come across as nuanced, reasonable people. And I think doing that can go a long way in convincing people of the merits of what it is that we try to represent.
So, but do you think that as some of us eat meat here,
Yeah.
do you think that we need some kind of denial just to be able to not look at these? I mean, is denial the premise for eating meat?
I think it's willful ignorance, and denial is part of that. I think it's also the case that people don't know. I mean, for example, almost 100% of pigs in Sweden are killed in gas chambers, where they're forced into a chamber that's filled with carbon dioxide that causes them to hyperventilate, to have the feeling of suffocation. People know that. That's the problem. Because if you do know that, you've then got to come to the conclusion that either that's ethical to force animals into gas chambers or it's not. And if it's not ethical, then you have to change.
But first of all, Peter, is
Pause. Ask yourself that question. That's a really interesting question. I mean, I think Ed makes a good point here. If we really understand what's happening, I don't think most people know what's happening. I mean, I certainly didn't really understand what was happening. Now that I'm a plant-based over a year, I don't think until I started really watching the documentaries, like really understanding everything, did I think I really processed like, yeah, I don't know how to get around this. Like, obviously, I understand there are so many different ways that people humanely, in quotations, slaughter animals, you know, maybe a bullet to the head or something very quick. Of course, the vegan argument would be those animals have a right to their life as they are, you know, sentient creatures who deserve to exist. They're fighting you. They don't want to, they're fighting against you killing them. They don't want to be killed and you're killing them against their consent. But because I'm not vegan and I am plant-based, I sort of want to talk about that. I'm plant-based for ethical reasons. And I think like there's a lot of perks to being plant-based, obviously, but it is for ethical reasons that I am plant-based. Veganism, philosophically, for me, from my understanding, Elle the vegan explained it to me, it's more of a actual belief about the consciousness of the animals having agency over their own life. And like, there's something to be said about that, right? Now, even with that said, though, vegans do make exceptions the same way humans make exceptions for murder, basically. You know, maybe you're lost in the desert, self-defense, any of those things. Humans have the same rule with other humans. Like we always say murder is wrong, but there is exceptions. So it's not about a black and white sort of understanding of existence. It is sort of an understanding that we are here trying to live and survive. How do we mitigate that harm? How do we bring it down? And that's really difficult because, again, I think people have a hard time picturing what's actually happening. And also they're not watching the videos. I mean, how many of us, and I'm going to show you some videos today that might be your first time seeing things. How many of you have really gone down rabbit holes to watch really horrible videos, to really have sort of a memory and an understanding about how like horrible people are to one another? And then how do you watch those videos without it then turning you into a violent or horrible person? Like how do you watch those videos and not become violent in yourself? Because it really evokes a sense of like, oh, I just want to get revenge for my loved ones. I just want to get back. And then you watch all the movies we watch and you see the revenge being, you know, experienced. And you're like, I want to experience the feeling of getting revenge for my family, revenge for, you know, the loved ones who suffered. Or, you know, we're going to talk about 9/11 today, the way Americans felt so angry over 9/11. They were like, decimate the Middle East. You know, the feeling you have when you watch Gladiator, the movie, and you just watch him kill the emperor and you're just like, oh, get it. You know, the way we feel when we watch media and we're just like, yes, the Punisher, when you know what I mean? So, you know, you sort of have to exist in this world where we are battling ourselves. Like we are the thing that we're in great conflict with, right? So, okay, let's watch this a couple minutes more of this.
Is this the right description of Swedish meat production?
Well, first,
So he works for the government.
in Sweden, we, in opposite to a lot of other European countries, we have pretty high animal welfare. Of course, I don't think we will agree on that because, in the end, the animal will be killed and will be food. But on their way there, for me and for the government, it's of course important that we have as good journey as possible.
But do you accept that those animals end up in gas chambers, which does cause them unnecessary suffering? You talk about the journey, but what about when they're there?
That's one of the methods. It's not the method in every slaughterhouse.
But for almost every pig in Sweden, it is.
Yes, and we are actually looking into that, and we have given the authorities.
Chad says his hesitant response feels telling. Well, he also might be translating in his head. I don't know. You could assume one of two things. That's a great observation. Either he's hesitating because he's embarrassed, or he's simply just translating English in his head. Because I know, as a person who has a mother-in-law whose English is pretty damn good, she's translating, so she talks a little slower in the same way that I sound when I even try to think about Croatian for a second. So maybe his English is just, it's translating and buffering, or maybe he's super embarrassed, and that's an indication of maybe something there. Maybe, right? Who knows?
The possibility to change this as well.
Do you think it's unethical?
Well, that's actually a bigger question. I eat meat, and of course you can always end up in the conclusion that killing an animal for the purpose to eat it is unethical. But that's the way it is. If we are going to eat them, yes, we will have to kill them.
But
of
that's
course,
not the
we need.
question. The question was, do you think that gas chambers are unethical?
I want slaughterhouses to have the best, most effective.
That's not the question. Do you think that gas chambers are?
So there's two things happening right here. When you're asked a question about your personal beliefs, these are your morals, your ethics, versus what do you think the world should, how should the world respond? This is actually very complicated of an answer. I don't really necessarily feel like he's avoiding the answer, as I actually do kind of think it's a hard question to answer, because either meat eaters believe it is unethical and they're doing an evil thing, but they're doing it anyways, or he doesn't think it's wrong that he eats meat, but he thinks it's wrong how meat is processed. And so this is why philosophy is a struggle and why most people avoid it, because you actually have to question your ethics, right? So it is actually very difficult, especially since a majority of the world eats meat. 98% of the US eats meat, and vegans are one of the most hated groups in the world. It would be very weird to sort of even answer this question. So he can go two ways. He could just double down and say, I am entitled to meat. I'm entitled to animal bodies. It is my right. I'm allowed to do it. Or he can actually challenge himself with the question, which then forces some genuine ponderance. Like it's actually a pretty difficult question. So, heck, even I now on this journey a year in, it is a very interesting question. It's a very complicated question. And I'm still debating it myself whether or not I could make the prescription for other people not to eat meat, right? In the same way that I would I don't make prescriptions in general. I think it's the wrong way to go about existence. But I would highly encourage people. I would say that it is wrong to be racist. I would say that it's wrong to be homophobic. I would say that it's wrong to be transphobic. Would I say it is wrong to eat animals? Would I say it's wrong to enjoy hot Cheetos? Would I say it's wrong to drink milk? That is, again, that's a much harder question, I think, even for me. So I'm very, I think, compassionate in this situation to understand. Now, I know some people might say, yes, Brittany, well, he's uncomfortable, though. Animals are dying. Sure, I understand. But I think, again, we have to go bigger and we have to go smaller. We have to go macro and micro. And on the macro, it is very hard, okay, to sort of challenge ourselves with these questions. Now, of course, Jet said, hey, you leave my hot Cheetos alone. Great news for hot Cheeto lovers, myself included. Great news. Takis just, it's a tester product, but they're testing a vegan option that is a competition for Cheetos. Great. I think we should all buy it. I think every vegan, every plant-based person, if I was in the US, I'd go buy 100 bags just to send the message that they should make more of these. Yes, we want more vegan products. Yes, no dairy, no animals were harmed in the process of this. Let's go, right? Like, let's fucking go. Like, that's how we, do activism with our dollar bills, is to say we want more of these. And so if I was in the US, I would definitely go and support it, because it's just a tester right now to see how it's going to take off, to see if it's going to work, right? I think that's great. And I say that as somebody who's plant-based, that hot Cheetos was kind of like my loophole, even though in Croatia we don't have them. If I was going to get hot Cheetos, I would have eaten them. Now I don't have to eat hot Cheetos. Now now there's no exception. See how easy that was? If you give me the plant-based options, I will choose them every time. And I understand that for a lot of vegans who have never touched hot Cheetos, or at least haven't in the years they've been vegan, I respect that as well, right? Mind you, I am not vegan. Like, mind you, I am not vegan. So there is a difference of expectation, right? Now, Ed might say, but Brittany, why don't you just go vegan? It would feel like a lie. That's why I'm not vegan. It would feel like I was lying to you. And because I'm not having the same embodied relationship with the word vegan as Ed is having. I'm just not having that same response, right? I'm doing my plant-based journey for ethical reasons. He's doing it for ethical reasons, but the why is different, right? Okay. Let's see. Chat said that's a hard question. The hard question is subjectively wrong or objectively wrong? It's always subjectively wrong. It's always subjectively wrong. There is no objective. Objective meaning outside the perception of human beings. Objective meaning like whether you like it or not. It would be very hard to make the claim that homophobia is objectively wrong. You could only ever make the claim that it is subjectively wrong, but being subjectively wrong does not change that it's wrong. People think the word subjective means it's up for debate. It's not up for debate in a country that believes that people have agency. It is not up for debate in a world that thinks people should be treated fairly. It's not up for debate in a world that is actually educated, right? It's only up for debate in bigoted societies. That's why bigotry debates racism. It's why bigotry debates homophobia or transphobia. It's why bigotry is like, what do we think of rape though? It's like, no, like people's bodies are not yours to take advantage of, right? But that only exists in a society that upholds the value of human dignity, which most of the world doesn't. 99% of the planet, I don't even know in what place the world truly upholds the dignity of any life. But that's why we have to have these conversations, because there is an illusion we live under that we care about life, that we care about the sanctity of people, right? And we know that's not true because children are never the center of these conversations. A society that truly values the dignity of life will always center children as the conversation, and they will always be the point of protection. Living children, the focus of those children, the dignity of those children growing up in a world where they are taken care of, where we as adults do everything in our power to protect children. Okay. And we're going to talk about children in a second, right? So when we have these conversations, philosophically speaking, it is only subjective. There is no objective. I don't think human beings have any data to show we have access to objective reality. Now, obviously there's not objective moral reality. Obviously there's objective reality that is tangible and we can agree exists outside of us, right? But moral reality is different. Like a ethical stance is different, right? That's why we come together to create something together. And that should be society that believes in this ethical framework, right? Chesed, is it ethical to consume dairy products under capitalism, though? Is that a real question? I can't tell. What's significant about dairy products versus any other product under capitalism? I can't tell if that's a joke or not. Let me know. Okay, back to the video for just a few minutes.
Unethical.
But I think it was a yes or no question after all.
Yeah, and I'm a politician, so please let me be that. We are looking into it.
What do you think?
I'm not the expert.
But what do you pay for it through your everyday?
So now he's asking, what do you think? What do you think as a person, as a human? What do you think? I do think a lot of us aren't actually able to answer these questions because of our jobs. Like, I really do think this is the dilemma sort of with these conversations. Is he in this position even allowed to answer this question? Are doctors, teachers, presidents, are they able to even speak for themselves? If you had the president of the United States, let's say when Joe Biden was president, he's a Catholic. So personally in his life, he's, I think, pro-life is how he always said it. But as president, he's pro-choice. If they ask him, yeah, but what do you believe? Right? It's going to send the message to conservatives like, see, even Joe Biden's pro-life, versus Joe Biden saying like the US government has no right to tell people to do their bodies. So I do think it's very important that people in positions of power are sort of like cautious about how they answer these questions because, again, you don't want to weaponize or empower bad people to weaponize it against marginalized folks. So you have to be kind of careful, right? Chat said, let's see. It is a real question because of factory farming. Oh, yeah. Okay. Now I see. And the agency taken from the female cows. Well, there's also the agency taken away from the male babies that are sent to slaughter, right? Yeah, obviously, factory farming is deeply unethical, right? Like it is deeply unethical. But the question is it unethical to drink milk? So this is the question this is the layers of philosophy that really frustrate people. But this is how you know there's no objective morality in a sense, because, drinking a glass of milk is different than factory farming, right? If I had the luxury of finding a way to drink some milk without it coming from a factory farm, does it now become ethical? Or let's say there are multiple ways. You said under what circumstances? Well, again, it's like this idea of like, can you never milk a cow? So now the question isn't, can I drink a glass of milk? The question is it unethical to milk a cow? So now new question, is it unethical to milk a cow? Are you an evil person for milking a cow? Now you have to answer that question. Because if it isn't unethical to milk a cow, that's not unethical to drink the milk. If it is unethical to milk or you could say it's unethical to milk the cow unless the milk is going to the baby. What if the teat of the cow was struggling to produce milk and the only way to get it to the calf was to milk the cow? Then you would milk the cow to get it to the calf. But what if the calf died and the milk was produced? Would you milk the cow to give it relief? And then what would you do with the leftover milk? Feed it back to the cow or drink the milk, right? Chet said, why are you entitled to the cow's body and milk? Great question, right? Why not? So now you asked a question, but you have to make sure you know why. So why aren't you entitled to drinking the cow's or having the cow's body or milk? That's the question. Why aren't we entitled? Right? Both questions have to be answered to come to the right answer. We have to answer why we are and why we're not. You can't just say, oh, why are we entitled? That's not actually the answer. So go deeper. Are we entitled to the cow's body? Right? Chet said, is the cow entitled to my body and milk? It depends on the circumstance. I would argue a bear is entitled to a human's body should it be starving in the woods, but only entitled in the sense that it's stronger and can kill me and it's a part of their nature. But I don't think, should I be able to talk to the bear and have a conversation, that I would recommend the bear then kill me, right? Like I would argue that the bear is entitled to, and any animal that I am facing in the woods is entitled to eating me, but also only through the circumstance of the nature in which we exist between each other. Again, would we share language? Should we share communication styles? Should we be able to communicate? Then maybe I'd start advocating that bears do not eat humans. But I think it's unethical to be upset that a shark or a bear kills a human, right? So, right, chat says the bear has a different consciousness, does it not? No, I don't think the consciousness that a bear or a shark has is different than a human consciousness, right? But I do think that language separation is really the issue, because if we could speak to animals, non-human animals, it would change the direction. It would change the relationship between each other, because now we could communicate. Actually, going back to what this gentleman said, we said about this gentleman speaking English, something I think that people don't understand is if you cannot speak to a human being, it is like you are very different. You have to be able to communicate, which is why I highly recommend for people to learn to communicate without language. Because if you do not, like, his words translated into English could mean very different things than what he means to convey, right? And I see this as somebody who, like, I dated somebody who English wasn't their first language, right? If I felt in any capacity that my use of language and my partner's use of language was not truly being understood or communicated, I would not have married this person, because it is so deeply easy to be misunderstood that having a language barrier can cause another layer. That's not to say that I, Brittany, do feel very confident I can understand people who don't speak English, but that's because I pay attention to body language. I listen to tonality. I pay attention to like what I know about people, but it's not to say that once we use language that things don't get confusing. It's why I think we can communicate with animals, right? Animals read our body language. We read off each other's energies. We're like sending signals to the dog that like I'm friendly. We do communicate with animals, but because of the difference in our language, in terms of verbal language, there is going to cause a miscommunication, which could cause a problem, right? So I think there's something here that causes that extra layer of confusion, right? Okay, let's see. I'm going to go up to chat. Let's see. Chat says, does the bear have ethics at all? Well, we don't know, but sort of, right? It has been documented that animals seem to have some sort of code of conduct that they can and do end up like taking care of babies that aren't theirs, or protecting young children, or not because of the threat to the home. They do seem to act within some sort of system. There seems to be they use tools, so there are some layers to this, right? Like there are some layers to this that I think add in the nuance, right? But again, like you have to, this is why ethics is so hard. This is why morals are so hard, because it's subjective. You have to then take every situation into deep consideration. You have to be in one way very compassionate to the way humans move, and in other ways be very black and white with the sense of like right and wrong, because humans, take an inch and they'll take a mile, right? So there's a lot of layers to this, right? Again, entitled is probably doing a lot of heavy lifting here as well. That's probably a big part of it too, right? Okay, let's see. Chat says, let's see. Chat says also then, sorry for this, but I mean this in a completely philosophical sense. Is it ethical for a human to lactate and for another human adult to drink it? Does a monetary transaction change it? Well, I think another way to think about it is like, have you ever seen those videos? And correct me if I'm thinking of this wrong, but those videos of mothers struggling on airplanes and flight attendants help nurse the babies, right? In one capacity, you could say, oh my gosh, this flight attendant sexually assaulted this child and made her suck on her breast. Or in another sense, you can say, oh my God, the community came together to feed this child who needed milk, right? Both things could be true, and we would never know except for the context at hand. We would never know if this flight attendant had ill intention and was looking for an excuse to have a child suck on her breast, or was the flight attendant actually just being a good person and reaching out and saying, I'm producing milk, let me nurse your baby, right? The dilemma we have is that we are scared of each other because we're scary and we don't know the intentions of people. But in an ideal society, it would be, and it has been done for many, many years, where women in the village fed the children, and these babies were not entitled to breast milk. They were entitled to breast milk. They were entitled to life, right? Is a mother who's producing milk going to deny a starving child because it isn't her child? Or is that baby now entitled to that breast milk the mother is producing, right? You could say I'm sure there is somebody in the world who has denied a crying baby food because she's like, I'm uncomfortable with that baby suckling my breast, versus us thinking, hello, the baby's hungry, feed the baby. But are we going to violate her consent if she feels violated having a baby that isn't hers, suckling her breast? Like, whose consent takes precedent? The child's consent to live, or the woman's consent to have her body not touched by a child that isn't hers, right? Very hard questions to answer, because ultimately we're dealing with people's traumas, their backgrounds, all of the problems. And then we're dealing with like this ideal picture. In this ideal picture, we feed the babies no matter what. Okay. But in reality, there are limitations to who is entitled to what and who is a bad person because they don't help, right? Like if the woman says, I am not comfortable, who are we to violate her consent by saying you must feed this child? And yet, should the woman withhold the milk from the baby as a way to take revenge on the baby or hate the baby? Then the woman is wrong, because it always comes back to the why. Okay, it always comes back to the why. Why is the mother denying the milk? Why is the mother denying the food? And is there a way, is it possible for the mother to get the milk into a cup and for us to feed it to the baby? Does it have to be direct contact? There's all of these things that have to play a role in it. And I think that's the problem we're having, is that we just think automatically, well, like feed the baby. I love that. Yes, feed the baby. And does this mother, like the cow, not deserve to consent to being milked? Does this woman, like the cow, not deserve to be asked? And that's really the question. Because I guarantee you, most people would think a woman who denied milk to a baby would be a deeply cruel person who would probably get death threats. Because the assumption is that she doesn't have agency of her body over at that point because she's now withholding food from a baby, right? Okay, a few more seconds of this video.
Choices.
Yeah,
also
but then I would ask him because he's the chef here. He buys a lot of meat.
But then also Peter's in government. And
Yeah,
he's the one who makes these decisions.
That's why you can't get a yes or no.
But does that not make a mockery of the whole system? That politicians who are representing these industries can't answer simple questions? If you can't even say yes or no, how can we trust you to legislate effectively?
It sounds good, right? And I think Ed should hold his politicians' feet to the fire. And I think it's sort of, he's not asking a politician now. So here's the dilemma. It sounds like a good argument. I think the crowd even claps. Yeah, see, the crowd claps. Again, are you asking him, the politician at work? Are you asking him, the man who goes home and masturbates to anime porn? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, who he is at home might have no bearing on what he does at work, right? But are you asking him, the vulnerable person who goes home and cries into his pillow watching Bridgerton? Or are you asking him, the man who's at work? That's the next part of the ethical quandary is when we ask people questions about ethics, are we asking them, the person who goes home at night? Or are we asking them, the teacher, them, the parent, them, the XYZ? Okay, I want to show you a video that I think is interesting. It says, inside world's biggest beef slaughter and processing factory. This is not a vegan video. This is a publicity video to, I literally like to show you how cool it is. It says, where skilled workers, advanced machinery, and decades of livestock expertise, come together to feed millions. It's like a good video. It's like this is like they're proud. Okay?
To global agriculture. In today's video, we invite you on a rare journey through the world of modern cattle farming and
That cow's alive.
beef production. From international transport and high-tech meat processing to robotic food preparation and daily life on a dairy farm.
They're like proud of this video. I'm gonna skip around a bit.
Check for signs of illness, ensure vaccinations are up to date, and verify identification tags. Only healthy animals are cleared for departure. These steps are not just formalities, they're essential safeguards for biosecurity and international livestock standards. Once approved, the cattle are calmly guided into specially designed loading areas. These zones are quiet, shaded, and slip-resistant to reduce stress. The animals are then moved into lightweight steel pens designed for air transport. These pens are not only secure, but built with ventilation in mind, allowing for fresh air circulation throughout the flight. Inside the cargo hold, the cattle are carefully spaced to allow free movement and access to water. Throughout the journey, attendants monitor their condition, ready to respond if any animal shows signs of discomfort or fatigue.
This video is so much, it is a little funny to me now that I'm plant-based, where I'm like, damn, they really thought they ate with that one. If the animals are thirsty, we give them water. If they're uncomfortable, we make room for them. And in 30 seconds, they'll also be slaughtered to death. It's like, it's a little funny. Not that, because they're about to be slaughtered, they should be made uncomfortable, right? I don't want us to also go to the other extreme where it's just like, well, they're going to die anyway, so why take care of them? Like, don't think like that either. But it is sort of like an ironic, like, you know, they're softly guided to their death. It is a little, you know.
This entire process, from inspection to arrival, reflects the high standards of today's livestock logistics. It's not just about moving animals from point A to point B. It's about ensuring they arrive healthy, calm, and ready for the next stage of their journey, whether for breeding.
Okay, so vegans have this meme of like the journey, and I don't know if this relates to this, but I wondered, because I said that in my video. I was like, I'm on this journey, and everyone's like, oh, journey. I was like, why are they so mad at me for saying journey? Apparently in vegan bubbles, it's really triggering because people always say like I'm on my own journey, but it is kind of true. Like vegans ask me, they're like, Brittany, would you say this about racism? And I'm like, yeah. Yeah, you were raised under white supremacy. You have to journey out of racism. for most people, right? Like, yeah, we're raised under homophobia and transphobic societies. You have to journey out of those systems. Like, I really think people don't understand you're not born free of your education choices. You're not born free of culture's influence on you. You're not born, like, you're heavily influenced by the world around you. And you have to unlearn, right? You have to unlearn what you've been taught. So yeah, like, you know, even if as a young kid, you were standing up to adults and fighting back, you still have to unlearn a lot of what you learned because you're just a product of your environment. So again, talking about free will and all of this stuff, yeah, it's kind of funny. Like, it is kind of funny when people, I guess I understand the upsettedness, but also, right? Chad says journey can be used to justify as justification at times. Oh, well, for sure. But that's the point of human beings. It is an explanation, but it might not be a justification. You know what I mean? But like also, it is also important that you recognize, because some people will be confused, like, why do people do this? Like, why do people do this? Do you actually want the answer, or do you just want to be upset? Because I hear you, but I'm actually interested in, like, why do people do this? And can we prevent it in new children? Because there is an explanation for why we do things.
Dairy or beef production, these cattle travel with care, precision, and respect. Once the cattle arrive at the processing facility, a highly controlled and
Okay, that cow's alive, bro. They just threw this cow like a piece of meat literally on this conveyor belt. He's moving.
automated operation takes over. The entire
Am I crazy? Is he dead or something? Or is he just literally being flopped around?
process is designed to ensure
Like, well, how is that nice? How is this nice? Look at this.
once the cattle arrive at the processing facility,
Okay,
a
that cannot be comfortable.
highly controlled and automated operation takes over. The entire process is designed to ensure safety, hygiene, and efficiency from start to finish. First, animals are guided through calm, low-stress lanes toward the processing
Oh,
area.
yeah, super. Yeah, okay. Just imagine this is your life. Imagine you are literally being thrown around on a conveyor belt and there's chains and they're like, this is a calm and peaceful experience. Like, girl, calm.
Here, strict humane handling protocols are followed to minimize discomfort. After stunning, the processing moves quickly. Each carcass is suspended and travels along an overhead conveyor through
So it's dead. He said carcass. So is it dead and it's just stunned or something? Is he dead? I don't get it.
various automated workstations. These stations perform precise tasks like hide
Oh, I guess he's dead. Okay, he's dead now.
removal, organ separation,
Just, you know.
and carcass splitting, all using high-tech equipment and robotics. Machines are programmed for accuracy, reducing human error, and improving food safety. Infrared sensors and scanners check the quality of each cut,
Damn, bro.
while automated blades adjust in real time to handle differences in size and shape. Every piece of meat is traced and labeled for full transparency in the supply
Yeah, the voice, chat says the voice is giving HR videos. It sounds exactly like the HR videos I had to watch at the grocery stores where they're like, when dealing with a customer, make sure you greet them with a smile. Make sure you always wear your gloves and do not touch the meat with raw hands. And I'm like, okay.
chain. The goal is clear: deliver consistent, high-quality beef while maintaining
Okay, you get the point. It is kind of a funny PR video, but also it is sort of, if you're a meat eater, you kind of want to know your meat is handled appropriately and everything is done well. But it is sort of interesting. Again, just a reminder, most of the world is consuming some variation of animal. So again, like, I don't need to take the high ground. Again, this philosophy channel is not so you can take the high ground. It's so you can radically accept that the world is still on a journey. You know what I mean? Like, you can sit here and be frustrated and kill yourself over the fact that people aren't getting it together, or you can accept that people can't get it together because they're also animals on a planet. You need to have as much patience for humans as you do for non-human animals, because we're the same. We're not different. We're the same. This idea that we're different, the reason you get more upset at human animals is because you expect better from them. I expect as much out of a person as I do out of a dog. I expect the same in spirit, not the same in being literal, as I don't expect the same out of any two people. I do not expect any two people to act the same, because no two people are the same. Okay? So you have to hold these contradictions in the palm of your hand. Let's talk about Tao Te Ching, paradoxical truths. Okay? Number 78, paradoxical truths. Nothing is gentler than water, yet nothing can withstand its force. Likewise, nothing compares to the Tao. By it, the weak defeat the strong, and the flexible conquer the rigid. Everyone knows that this is true. But how few put it into practice. Monks and priests are often the worst sinners. Police officers and lawmakers are often the worst criminals. Truth is often paradoxical. Okay? That is the point, right? The point is that you have to hold these contradicting truths in your hand so you don't become burdened by the world. You don't take on unnecessary stress or exist in unnecessary stagnation, right? Chat says, but, are they really on a journey, or are they saying that while staying stagnant? Stagnation is a part of the journey. That's the point. The journey does not imply movement. The journey only implies movement because you think a journey doesn't have stagnation. Journeys have stagnation. All journeys come to an end, right? A journey doesn't come to an end simply because you've died. It comes to an end because you've simply stopped, right? So all journeys have forms of stagnation. So the journey is not a guaranteed, like saying I'm on a journey does not guarantee an outcome. Just like going to college doesn't guarantee a job, or doing the right thing doesn't guarantee justice, or existing doesn't guarantee it. It is not guaranteed, right? Right? Chet said, if you stop, are you moving? If you pace in a circle, are you going anywhere? I mean, you're going somewhere, just not anywhere far. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're not accepting first and then moving forward. First, we accept people will die racist. People will die homophobic. People will die rapists. Then we go, how do we prevent these things? Because if you focus on an ideal version of humanity that doesn't exist, then you're not actually accepting humanity as an animal species. You're not accepting us for what we are. You want us to be different than what we are versus exactly what we are. You must first accept humanity for what it is, and then we can talk about how to have a deeper relationship with what is. Okay? You cannot ask people to be different than they are. You can only put down your own boundaries, which is why I don't make ultimatums with people nor society. Again, an ideal society in my mind is one that says, okay, you've now shot up this school. Now we will in turn act accordingly, right? But it is not our job to take it almost like personal, if you will. It is our job to say, okay, you've made this decision. Now we must make a decision, right? This is an ideal society, obviously. It doesn't exist. And we would then act within accordance to our values to treat this person. We would not torture them or be cruel to them, right? Because as if you die a racist, did you go on a deconstruction journey? Oh, I think you're confused. Hold on, I think you're lost. Hold on, I think you're lost. We're not talking about deconstruction yet. We haven't even talked about it yet. We're not talking about that yet. So guys, just so FYI, have I even said deconstruction yet today? I don't think we're there yet. We're not even talking about that yet. We are not even there. Right now, we are just experiencing accepting. We are just experiencing acceptance. This video today is first we accept, then we ask the question. So I just need us to accept it first, and then we get on. So we're not even at deconstruction yet, for sure. I see why you went there already, but I think we can't even get there until we first recognize something is wrong. So the question is, what is wrong? Right? You said, my mistake, I thought deconstruction was a part of the journey. It's a part of my journey. It's not a part of everyone's journey. It's a part of my journey. I don't know if it's a part of your journey. I don't know if it's part of Joe's journey or Brad's journey or Susan's journey. So that's the other part. There is no journey. I bring out zip paints. I bring it out. Okay. All of us have different paths. The journey implies something that doesn't exist. It's a construct. It's a frame that says there must be this great journey. There is no great journey. There's only language bubbles used to convey some sort of the journey. The journey is a made-up myth created by people to convey where they're going with their life. So when one group says the journey, they mean something different than another group says the journey. And this group says the journey. There is the journey of time, even though it's an illusion, of us aging, right? There's like growing old, right? But all of these words mean different things. So when I say a philosophical journey, when I say a deconstructed journey, these are two different journeys. You can have a philosophical journey that isn't a deconstruction journey. You can have a deconstruction journey that incorporates philosophy, and most likely will. You can have a journey out of religion, but not a journey out of eating meat. You can have a journey out of being a Republican or politics, but not a journey out of overwater consumption. You can have a journey out of, X, Y, Z. So the journey is specific. Frodo and Sam go on a journey, but it's just one journey. It's just taking the ring. You know what I'm saying? Like, they didn't go on any other journey. They didn't go on their gay discovery journey, though I honestly felt like they should have. So when we say journey, we're never speaking about one thing. We're always speaking about the context of the bubble, right? So we all are on a journey, but we're all on billions of different kinds of journeys, right? Okay, it makes sense. Chad said, I'm with you now. Thanks for breaking it down. Okay, good. Okay, so now that we're on the same page, here's a vegan journey into vegan activism. What are our thoughts on this? Let's see. This was recorded 8 years ago, so it's a bit dated, but just watch.
They say their cause is compassion for animals.
What's going on in there is an injustice.
Concern about animal welfare and a desire for a healthy lifestyle has seen a huge jump in the number of us going vegan, which in turn has led to a rise in those speaking out about animal rights.
What's going on in there is extreme. What's happening to these animals is extreme.
But when does activism become extremism?
Standing up against the animal holocaust.
And what threat is that message causing to Britain's farming industry?
When you're being called murderers and rapists, that's overstepping the mark there.
There's no doubt that veganism is one of the fastest growing lifestyles, with demand for vegan and vegetarian food increasing by 987% last year in Britain. Vegans don't eat or use any animal product or dairy. Most have a deep belief we shouldn't kill animals at all. Close to half of all the UK's vegans are aged 15 to 34, and it's a generation that's now taking up the fight for animal rights. A new group is the Save movement. There's 42 branches across the UK. They say they have a zero-tolerance approach to animal exploitation. They spend weekends waiting outside slaughterhouses, stopping trucks of animals before they're killed.
A lot of dedicated activists standing out in this weather to bear witness to animals. Obviously what's going on in there is an injustice.
They want to show you exactly what happened to the animal that ends up on your plate.
The first time I'd ever come, I'd prepared myself mentally for seeing pigs on trucks, and what I hadn't prepared myself for was the screams.
The group says that activism isn't violence and that they have a love-based approach.
Not everyone's like you and don't care about animals.
Oh, I do care about animals.
You care about animals, but you condemn them to a slaughterhouse when you eat them.
I will say, people get defensive when you accuse them. I mean, myself included, right? Like, you ever get asked a question that you know isn't safe to answer because they don't mean it good faith, but you would answer it if another person asked you this question because the other person means it good faith. And so they create a safe space to answer the question, right? Even if you're wrong, they give you a safe space to be wrong. These types of debates, in my mind, they don't give people safe spaces to actually challenge their beliefs, right? Which is why, by the way, out of all the vegans that contacted me, Elle was the only one I talked to because I knew Elle would give me a space to be wrong. I could just tell. Versus other people, I knew they weren't going to give me that space to be wrong. And that's why I chose Elle over anybody else. Like, I just knew. And again, because I am on this journey and I'm going to need like a... How do I say this? Like I can watch Elle be very black and white and passionate on her stream and still see that she's very patient and understanding with people. I hope to be that person where I can be very black and white on my own stream to my own audience. But when I'm dealing with people, I usually am very patient and kind with people. And that is why I chose Elle, because she and I feel like we're similar in that sense. We're pretty good with people. But that's the thing, is that I think this setup of, oh, you care about animals? Oh, you care about animals? Yes, people hold contradictory truths. Okay, they can hold contradictory truths. Human beings are consistently contradictory, right? We value children and we do all these horrible things to them. We value life and we do these horrible things. That's what really this stream is about, is that human beings will talk about, oh, I value freedom, I value a nonviolent society, but then the myth and romanticization of freedom comes at the expense of other people's lives, right? It is sort of ironic a little bit how they weaponize freedom and the violence that needs to occur to have it as sort of something romantic and to look forward to. And the oppressors weaponize it so the oppressed people never get to utilize it themselves without looking violent. And a big part of it is because the oppressed people are often the better people. If you are truly an oppressed class, you're probably more morally correct than the people who are oppressing you. But that's why oppressors want to adapt victim mentality, because they want to weaponize it. That's why they accuse you of weaponizing it, because that's what they're doing, right? And they go, we're victims too of what? And now you are a victim of the system you uphold. Both things can be true at the same time, but I think that's why oppressed people also struggle to do the same exact things their oppressors do to be liberated, right? If we all engage in capitalism in the same way billionaires have, so we're the billionaires, then now we've exploited people. If we kill hundreds of people, their children, their family members in order to win a war, how are we different, right? So it is, you know what I mean? That's what's hard about all of the things that we do. When is it okay? When is freedom worth killing someone's child? Because that's what it comes down to. Whether you kill a grown child or not, whether you kill a 45-year-old man, you are killing someone's child. So when does killing someone's child become ethical is always the question.
The protest started out peaceful, but it's not long into us filming till we see the lengths some of the protesters are willing to go to.
Yeah.
So a group of us decided to go in private entrance to see if the staff would allow us just to spend a few minutes with the pigs.
Get on private property, get off it.
It got really heated.
How dare you treat us like that?
One of the girls was just picked up and flung right at me. You could just hear the pigs screaming. I said, we just want to acknowledge the fact that the pigs existed, that they deserve some respect at the end of their lives.
But there's no need to push us.
The police came in and tried to calm it down.
This is private property. I respect your right to protest.
The footage quickly spread across social media within days. Whilst the movement has exploded in the past decade, the Vegan Society came up with the term veganism in 1944.
The main dish is made from nuts, whole cereals and soya, which combined are just as high in protein as meat and considerably cheaper.
They say they don't condone any illegal activity, including trespassing on property. And activists are up against an industry that makes billions.
Stop this. Hey, buddy.
Come on, get back to that line. If you get hurt here, I'm responsible.
Farming and meat organisations have met with counter-terrorism police in response to the growth of the movement. The National Pig Association tells this programme its members can't sleep, with activists allegedly turning up at farms and slaughterhouses at night. They called battling vegan activism one of their main challenges for 2018. Over 1 billion farm animals are killed each year in UK slaughterhouses. And the UK has one of the highest animal welfare standards in the world, with the Animal Welfare Act making it an offence to cause unnecessary suffering to any animal. Yet farmers tell us they're being subjected to intolerable abuse.
I don't take any issue with vegans, but what we do care about is when it turns militant.
Do you think the industry feels under threat by this?
People are feeling very threatened, but when you get people storming the mart or spraying graffiti like it's been happening, that's when individuals feel threatened, and that's really when it's not okay. When you've got people wondering, oh God, I hope my cows are going to be safe tonight. It is.
Okay, so I hope my cows are going to be safe tonight can sound very ironic to a vegan who's like, the same cows you're going to slaughter. So it is. I as a human, yes, how scary to have people show up on your private property. How scary to have people, feel like they're threatening you, right? I agree. Like it's a scary feeling, right? Because we're so easily scared. I mean, heck, if a person just stared at me long enough in public, I'd feel scared. Like, why the fuck are you staring at me, bro? You trying to fight me? Like, what is this? Now, of course, the question is, how extreme are we willing to go for the thing that we think is wrong? And this is a really difficult question to answer. If you really believe X, then why not Y? Or if you really believe X, then how could you not Y? Like, how could you not And, people say this to pro-lifers. They'll say, if you really thought babies were being slaughtered in that facility, you would go in and you would kill all the people there. But it's not a baby. And that's why you don't go in and do that. On the other hand, people might say, I know it's a baby being murdered in there, but I also think there's a way to protest that's reasonable. I would say, though it's the ending of a human life, because pregnancy means you're on the way to having a baby, it's a journey, okay? The ending of that life at a certain point makes very reasonable sense. And maybe the ending of that life is a devastating experience because it's the life of the parent involved, right? We make decisions of violence that are necessary, of killing that's necessary, ending of a life that's necessary, because situations get difficult. Now, the question is, when is it necessary? Well, this is the forever debate. Is it necessary to pick flowers if you're ending the life of a flower? I don't know. That's a great question. You know what I mean? Great question. We should ask it. Is it necessary to have an abortion? Yeah, probably. Like mostly, almost always. But is it also necessary to have sex? Definitely not. We will tell men it is not necessary to have sex, and they will say it is like it's very important that I have sex. And then we will tell women it's not necessary to have an abortion, and the women are like, I really need to have an abortion. Need and want change based off circumstance. Circumstance changes the need or want. That's why people look for freedom. It's why people want monetary gain. It's why people want some sort of access to choice, because if I have a choice, then I can make a different decision. But if you limit people, then they can only make so many decisions, including having safe sex. If you want to bring down the number of abortions, educate people on birth control. Okay? Like educate people on, I watched all these videos this morning of men being told they're going to have another baby, like the pregnancy stick, like the kids bring the pregnant, and the men's faces are like, oh no. You know what? At the end of the day, whether you like it or not, you should be more serious about having babies. Like the world is way too lax on having babies. Okay? We should be having, more of a conversation about having babies than anything else, but we're not. We don't focus it on the bringing of the person into existence because we don't even think about what we're doing. We just think about how cute they'll be when we dress them up, which I get. I absolutely think babies look adorable in clothes. I get it. I want to dress them up all cute like, okay? But it's more or less like, am I legally, yes, you should be free to make a baby. Am I ethically, morally making the right decision by making a baby? It's a very hard decision. You're not wrong for wanting a baby. You're not wrong for making a baby, unless you are, right? Unless you are, because the circumstances matter. Who is the baby? Who you having it with, right? Because who you're having a baby with could absolutely be unethical and immoral, bad for society, bad for you, right? Chat says, what is violence to you, Brittany? That's a good question. We should all probably answer that in chat. Violence to me is this is hard to say because I also think words can be violent. Violence to me is an action that creates a threat or a feeling of a threat or a perceived threat. So violence is something that can be perceived, something that can be experienced, and something that can be wished upon. So it's very contextual, but I do think like it is a form of violence to say certain words at a person. Okay, we'll talk about that in a second. Are words violent? Violence to me is also something that makes a person feel like their life is being threatened, unless you quickly clarify, oh my God, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to do that. I'm so sorry. Then you're dispelling the violence. Violence is also, exactly what we saw the other day with those men protesting with Walter Masterson. Like they were all engaging in forms of different violence by escalating. Escalation can be a form of violence, right? So violence can be multiple things, but violence is really the threat. It's the threat of is enough for me to say, why are we threatening people? Why are we threatening violence? Now, that's why I say, though, not all forms of violence are technically unethical or immoral. Some threats of violence are necessary, right? So violence is interesting because I would say, again, a baby getting pregnant can be a form of violence on the host. You could argue that a fetus now has become a threat of violence against the host, and we need to take that threat out so the host stays alive, the person, the human, right? If you just take it out, if you take it out of even the humanity of the person having the baby, you could just say, the baby now becomes, now the baby unknowingly though, and that's the other ironic part, we can unknowingly be threatening to people. We can unknowingly be scary to people. We know this in people who have very tall bodies or people with very big bodies. Often, especially male bodies, they'll be perceived as violent for just simply existing. Now, are they violent for simply existing? Or is the perception of them being violent enough? This is why we as a community need to do everything we can to de-escalate situations so everybody knows. Is a police officer simply wearing a uniform a threat of violence? I mean, depends on the context, but kinda. Your presence here adds an element of caution to the group, which forces us to think violence could occur. So kinda, yeah. You know, ICE agents showing up in US airports in the last 48 hours, it's a call to violence. It's basically a message of violence, right? It's a threat of violence. And so when we talk about what is violence, it's a really difficult conversation. But I think that's why if we lived in a good place, if we lived in a good world, we would do everything possible to reassure people we mean no threat, which is once again why we apologize for past aggressions, or we signal to the right communities, or we do our best to say, listen to me, I am not meaning to convey that, and I am so sorry. And then, you know, it's the reason why when I go to my conservative parents' home, I dress a certain way and I don't cuss. Because I know for them, it's very offensive. And it's basically like trying to fight. Like, I'm not trying to go to my mom and dad's house and fight with them. And yet I would say that they often want to pick battles and fights with me when I don't want to, which we'll talk about in the second with Taylor Frankie Paul, about how people force people into positions of violence because of the way that they talk, right? Okay. So, let's see. Chet said that's interesting. Is violence always contextual? And there's an idea of objective violence, if that makes sense. Yeah, I think it's, well, you know how some people say kinky sex is a form of violence? Maybe, sometimes, always, never. You know, I do think it's contextual. I think everything we engage in life is contextual. It has to be. Because if it isn't contextualized, it just is. It's like words don't mean anything until they do, because the context matters. Life doesn't mean anything unless it does. Looking at a person doesn't necessarily mean something, except it can, right? Like, you remember that prank that someone did of a blind girl eating ice cream and the men thought she was flirting with them? Have you guys seen that video? And she's licking her ice cream and the guys are like, they think she's looking at them, but the prank is like she's blind. She can't actually see them. And then they realize she's blind and feel super embarrassed. It's like, the context kind of matters. The girl's not looking at you, she's blind, but also the prank is. So it is a prank. So also the people pranking know, right? The people pranking also know. They know, they will assume she's flirting with them, especially licking an ice cream can be a very suggestive action, right? So again, like, what is violence is a very difficult conversation. Okay, moving on from that. Example, infamous 2-second scene from Louis Theroux, The Settlers. This is a settler. This is a Israeli Zionist talking. I'm going to show you 2 seconds because I don't want to get copyrighted.
There is no such thing as settler violence.
She says there's no such thing as settler violence. Israeli settler violence against Palestinians hits historic levels on occupied West Bank 3 months ago, Al Jazeera.
They're being attacked!
Since October 2023, the UN has recorded more than 3,000 Israeli settler attacks against Palestinians in the occupied West Bank. Arson, assault, and intimidation. These attacks may look random, but many Palestinians say they follow a pattern, saying they're strategic and driven by a clear goal, which is settlers using violence to forcibly expel Palestinians from their lands. This is the occupied West Bank. These are the Bedouin communities that were forced to leave their lands in the past 2 years because of settler attacks. Some displaced from their lands entirely, others partially. Many more face forcible expulsion. Their locations are often on the edges of towns and villages. Removing Palestinians from these areas means forcing them into already overcrowded population centers and keeping these cities disconnected from one another. Palestinians are almost never allowed to build in the place known as Area C, which is 60% of the occupied West Bank. The presence of these Bedouin communities protects undeveloped land from illegal Israeli settlement expansion. Palestinian experts tracking settler violence say attacks are more intense in the areas where Palestinians are being forcibly expelled.
They're creating a coercive and hostile environment for Palestinians through aggression. It goes beyond the Israeli settlement building. The true aim is to expel Palestinians. Now we have internally displaced Bedouins, but the Israeli plan is to transfer Palestinians abroad.
80-year-old Mohammed Kaabni and 27 other families were forced off the lands they had lived on for decades. Mohammed says it became too difficult to protect the children. Now they live on the outskirts of Al Mghayr village near Ramallah. They fled Israeli settler violence, but only to find it here again.
The situation is getting worse. We might be here today but expelled tomorrow. We expect demolition at any moment, and harassment by settlers isn't stopping. A settler threatened our sheep recently. He said this is my land.
For these families too, the pattern is clear. Settler attacks stop only when they leave. And that is exactly the aim of the Israeli occupation. Nida Ibrahim, Al Jazeera.
So, in one person's brain, there is no such thing as settler violence. But the reality is, it's right here. We can see it. And this is the cognitive disconnect we're all having in all layers of our existence. For vegans, the violence against non-human animals, obvious. For meat eaters, they think you're crazy for suggesting it. In some ways, the meat eaters are Zionists in this comparison, right? You could argue that your attitude towards feeling entitled to eating animals is similar to Israel's or Zionist entitlement to Palestinian land. What gives you the right to kill these people or take their land? Well, you might say it's a history. It's been there for thousands of years. We've always done this. Humans have always taken people's land. Humans have always killed animals. Humans have always done X, Y, Z. Okay, that's a pretty good call to history. It's always been this way. I guess it will always be this way. Or you could say, interesting. Let's talk about it. Maybe that's true. Maybe that's not true, right? That's interesting. Okay. Now, again, when we talk about what is violence, what is good, what is natural, all things are what are. The question is why? Okay. So like a form of violence to me that seems obvious is like, if I was hanging out in a cafe in Croatia and somebody just came up to me and started being like, I'd be like, yo, like I'd be like this. Like, okay, this language says I'm not trying to fight you. This language says I am. This changes communication styles, which is why I say it's not just about speaking the language, it's about reading body language. So all those people that I understand reading body language is a pseudoscience. It's also a communication tool. Both things are true. Okay. This universal hands up. Okay. This usually, especially if you're puffing out your chest, right? Now it's like, hey, why are you getting violent with me? Would be an appropriate response. Like, hey, why are you trying to pick a fight? Why are you trying to be violent with me? Right? So in those situations, there's something escalating. The escalation, the fear of putting me on edge, that is the thing that people do that I'm like, hey, what are you doing this for? Okay. There was a situation in Croatia that happened where I don't want to talk about it, but like it was really traumatizing. I should see a therapist over it, honestly. But basically like a threat of violence occurred. And it was like the situation was so complex and layered, but it was so triggering. It was like a very scary situation that I didn't understand. Like a part of me was like, damn, I'm really in the middle of this right now, aren't I? And like for just a second, I was like, oh shit. I felt so much adrenaline, so much fear, so much like awareness that like, oh my God, are we about to fight, bro? Like, am I about to fight somebody? And like, it was so scary. And now I think about all of these people who are being pushed out of their homes, all of these people who are having bombs thrown at them, all these people who can't even sleep through the night because of the scare of a bomb. And then we just sit here and take it for granted. Like, what are you going to do? What do you mean? What are you going to do? You're putting so much fear into these people's bodies. It will take 50 years to unlearn any of the trauma experienced, right? This small thing that happened to me not so long ago, or any other instances in my life that happened to me, like it's so in your body that it's such a real experience. But like some people might look at the situation and just say, like it is what it is. What are you going to do? It's something like depending on how you sit in a situation. We talk about power, right? Because Chad says violence to me is the threat of loss of power, whether the power is autonomy or otherwise. Well, that's the thing about power. Because in a situation where someone's threatening your life, if you have a gun, you're less afraid. Now I'm less afraid. I have the gun, you don't. In a situation where I'm not outnumbered 6-1, maybe it's 1-1, I feel a little bit more empowered, right? In a situation where a 5-year-old is fighting you, you're feeling pretty empowered, right? Unless you're a 5-year-old and the other one's a 2-year-old, then maybe you're less empowered, right? The question isn't just the violence, it's the context in which the violence is occurring. The question is also the threat of, am I going to make it out? Am I safe? Can make you feel more or less regulated or deregulated, so dysregulated. So when we're having these conversations, violence isn't just, a person hitting you. It can also be the threat of them hitting you. The threat of them hitting you can be just as violent, can feel just as scary. It is why we can't live in a society where people threaten to fight you. You cannot live in a society where people threaten to kill you, right? So when we saw Walter Masterson threaten to kill or find those guys who pepper sprayed his sister, he is now adding to the violence, not in a self-defense way, but in a I want to feel like a man way. Because how are killing the men who pepper sprayed your sister going to bring justice to the fact that they pepper sprayed her during a protest, right? So you could argue the men escalated, but now you're escalating further, right? Like, why are you doing this? Okay, now, here's the thing about settler violence and sort of the imagery that we see. This video is incredibly triggering, okay? It came out 4 hours ago. This father and his son were detained by Israeli soldiers. They were separated. And now the family is saying that the son came back to them with cigarette burns and wounds on his legs. They show you the wounds. It is graphic. I'm definitely getting demonetized for the stream, which I do every time I talk about anything happening in the world, obviously. So just trigger warning, okay? Here we go.
Jawad is a 2-year-old from Gaza. Doctors believe these burns have been caused by cigarettes and the wounds on his legs from a sharp object. Jawad was reunited with his family in Al-Maghazi refugee camp. Hours after witnesses say he and his father were detained by Israeli forces. His family says there was blood on his clothes.
When we first received him, we noticed blood on his pants. His mother examined his body and saw wounds. At first, we thought it might be from shrapnel, but when we got him to the hospital, doctors confirmed these are clear signs of abuse caused by cigarettes and a sharp object. The wound on his leg has both an entrance and an exit, and now you can see his condition.
On March 20th, Jawad was with his father, Osama Abu Nassar, in Al-Maghazi. Witnesses say they were detained shortly after approaching Israel's so-called yellow demarcation line.
This is the area where Osama Abu Nassar was last seen carrying his son. Israeli forces are deployed here. We rushed to reach him, but came under fire from tanks. He was detained by Israeli troops behind that hill with his child, while ground forces fired at us to push us back.
For hours, his family had no information about their whereabouts. 10 hours later, a call came from the Red Cross asking the family to collect their child. Jawad was returned alone. He was taken to Al-Aqsa Hospital where medical teams documented signs of abuse. Osama Abu Nassar is now in Israeli detention. Jawad remains another child in Gaza growing up in a reality where brutality arrives early and leaves a lasting impact. This is the medical report for Jawad. Doctors documented injuries around both knees, consistent with cigarette burns. The report also classifies this as a case of child abuse by unknown individuals. For families in Gaza, even the youngest are not shielded from Israeli army brutality. And this case highlights the urgent risks Gaza children face every day. Tariq Abu Azzoum.
If we lived in a society that cared about children, that made children the focus, the world would be a significantly different place. We don't. We see children, especially children, as extensions of their parents. So then we feel entitled to torturing them as a way to get back at the parents. We do not see children as their own agents. We see them as extensions, which is why people, men under patriarchy, often say, destroy the child, kill the lineage, kill the legacy, so they cannot come back. They cannot reproduce. Their children are seen, whether they're Jews or Muslims or Catholics or gays or trans, no matter what group you are, if you are being targeted, it is always your children they will come after. We do not live in a world globally that honors the sanctity of life or cares about children, and that includes especially from pro-lifers who claim so adamantly that they care about children. But explain it then, because your bigotry comes in the shape of torturing children, right? Even your own, right? If we lived in a world that cared about children as their own entity, then we could not turn a blind eye on these children suffering, but we can do it as long as they are the child of a Nazi, the child of a Jew, the child of a gay, the child of a black, the child of a the group here that I am dehumanizing, the group here that I put a the in front of, and the makes them an object. They are the object of our bigotry. Because otherwise, this imagery of starving children should be enough for grown men to put down their fucking guns. But it's not. If anything, it empowers people to pick up weapons. And what's worse is now you're forcing these parents, the parents of these children, to pick up weapons to defend their kids, and then you call them terrorists in the making. So now you put people in a position, this is the same thing with Lebanon and Iran, okay? You're bombing civilians, you're killing their kids, Iran, retaliates, and all of a sudden Iran is a terrorist, but the United States isn't a terrorist. You're all making the world a worse place by killing people's children. There is never a justification for starving and abusing children.
In Gaza, starvation has stalked the most vulnerable first. Children with pre-existing conditions waste away quickly because high-calorie foods and nutritional supplements have run out. Sama Matar's sons, Yusuf and Amir, have cerebral palsy and malnutrition.
قبل الحرب طبعا كان وضعهم الصحي ممتاز.
Before the war, their health was excellent.
كانت لهم
They were provided with special meals, fruits, vegetables, dairy products.
خاصة الفواكه، خضار، الألبان، شوربات الدجاج كنت أحطها في الفريزرات وأخزنها لهم.
I used to keep chicken soup in the freezer for them, as well as biscuits and cake.
البسكوت، الكيك، حاليا هذه الأشياء كلها انعدمت.
Now none of those things are available. Their health has deteriorated severely and they're suffering from severe malnutrition.
صحتهم بشكل كبير حاليا يعني بيعانوا من سوء تغذية حاد مش قادرة أوفر لهم.
I cannot meet any of their needs. Their health is constantly deteriorating.
أي من احتياجاتهم وصحتهم بتتدهور بشكل مستمر.
Ominia Mahra's children, Ode and Mohammed, suffer from a genetic nerve disorder. They also have malnutrition.
بعاني يعني إنهم
They have constant need for formula and constant need for diaper changes, constant diarrhea.
صعب كل شوي بدهم حليب، بدهم تغيير حفاضات يعني بضل معهم.
They get sick and don't sleep at night. They need sedatives.
سال وبضلهم عيانين وما بيناموش الليل، في بدهم علاجات مهدئات.
And none of which are even available to them.
موجود بالمرة عند الأطفال.
They cry constantly around the clock. Oops, oh my God.
بضلهم يصرخوا 24 ساعة.
Over the past month, 28 children have died of malnutrition-related causes, according to the Gaza Health Ministry, though it's not known how many have had other conditions.
Okay, this is violence. Now, you might say, well, nobody committed a violence, Brittany. They're just not eating. Denying people food is a form of violence. Okay, so again, the illusion sold in the US is that violence brings liberation, which I understand can be true in certain circumstances, but often violence really doesn't bring the liberation we think, because when in history has it ever worked? Are we liberated yet? We have had nothing but historical violence for thousands of years. Are we liberated yet? Has it worked yet? It might work temporarily as a cope, but has it truly liberated us? And that's what's difficult about it, because oppressors will weaponize this and say, yeah, guys, you shouldn't fight back. You shouldn't stand up for yourselves. The Black Panthers, boo. Black liberation groups, boo. Gay people, riots, the first Pride, boo. You guys are violent. And then they weaponize it against you. But the thing is when I speak, it applies to all people, not the oppressed alone. When they speak, it only applies to the oppressed. Only the oppressed cannot be violent. The oppressors, though, that's their right. And that's why we say this is a philosophy channel, because in a philosophical world, all are accountable. All are accountable. There is no story you can tell that makes you less accountable for the way the world is. All of us are accountable for the way that the world is. The world is a reflection of us as a whole. None of us get to tell a story that exempts us from the way that the world ended up. Okay? And again, we need to understand that there is a difference between us and the privacy of our homes where no one can hear us and no one can be impacted, though I think you could argue you could be impacted, so careful with this. And us as community members that are absolutely impacting others, which is why I am not exempt from the harm that I have caused through my content, and which is why I am trying to become a better person, which is why I'm trying to become less bad, which is why, yes, I will even go after adults who have crushes, because again, I understand that when grown-ups exhibit infatuation with other people, especially strangers they don't have access to, it can and often does turn into very dangerous and violent situations for people, especially women. So as much as we want to say, like, oh, it's not a big deal, it's harmless, it's innocent, you have to make sure you've done the work to see that that is true. It might be, but have you even asked yourself, or have you just said, oh, it's human, Brittany? That's just like, that's so human though. Yeah, but everything is human. Everything I'm showing you is very human. There is nothing you can show me that a human has done that isn't just human. That's why we do not just wash away the actions of people with, oh, that's just humans, or even that's just a bear or a dog. Okay, if a dog attacks you, you're allowed to kill it in self-defense. If a human attacks you, you can kill them in self-defense, but I hope you also mourn the death of the people trying to kill you because you had to end the human life or a non-human animal life. And there is something really tragic about that. There's something really devastating about ending a life, right? Or at least there should be. Okay, let's move on to, do you guys remember the story out of Paris, California? Fun fact, shout out to Paris, California. That's where I went skydiving multiple times in my life. 3 Turpin kids speak out after years of being abused by parents. You probably remember this story. Remember the parents who were keeping kids locked up in the house, and then those kids got adopted out to another family? Well, those adoptive family, that foster parents, they're now in jail for abusing the kids after. So here are a bunch of kids brought into the universe by 2 parents who tortured them, saved by police officers, given to foster parents who then continue to torture them. What a fucking existence. An existence of violence.
Story that shocked the nation. 13 children held captive in a house of horrors by their parents. They escaped, but 3 of the siblings now say their nightmare continued.
They are the 13 kids who were rescued from their parents in 2018. The House of Horrors case broke when 17-year-old Jordan Turpin escaped and called 911.
I just ran away from home.
Okay.
My 2 little sisters right now are chained up.
The kids were rescued after years of abuse at the hands of their Elvis-obsessed parents.
Won't you wear my ring?
Some had been starved and chained to furniture. The parents both pled guilty to charges of child abuse and torture. They were sentenced to 25 years to life in prison in California, and the children entered the state's foster care system. This is the street where Jordan escaped and called 911. You'd think that after everything they'd suffered, their new lives would be happy and fulfilling. But the children are coming forward to speak for the first time about the abuse they say they experienced again at the hands of their foster parents.
I mean, something bad did happen the first night I was there. Didn't know very much, but I did know that didn't feel right. It was like a nightmare.
3 of the Turpin kids are telling their heart-wrenching stories to Diane Sawyer in The Turpins, a new house of horrors. They are Julissa, Jolinda, and James.
They would do everything in their power, it seemed like, to try to break me.
Attorney Carly Sanchez is representing some of the Turpin children.
Some of my clients were sexually abused, they were physically abused, hit, had their hair pulled out. The emotional abuse that these children endured is horrific. They were told by their foster parents, I understand why your parents chained you up. I would have done the same thing.
One abusive foster parent was convicted of child abuse charges and sentenced to 8 years. Now the Turpin kids are trying to rebuild their lives.
Something good needs to come from this.
The Turpins, a new house of horror, airs on ABC.
So just to be clear, right? When I say the focus of the children will liberate the world, I'm saying if we focused on remembering how scary it must be to be a small child, how scary it must be to be so weak and to be so dependent on adults and this is what they do with you. I'm so happy to report that the work that my siblings are doing, the work that we're doing in our own family to break these generational curses comes and is centered around the children. Like I'm happy to report, I'm excited to report that we have really started to tackle hitting the children. Like that expectation of adults should hit kids is being deconstructed and hopefully eradicated, basically out of existence, hopefully very soon, if not, already there. And that came from people having uncomfortable conversations with people. That comes from us being like, we got to say something. And it's amazing what happens when you just say something. It really can be the difference between someone hitting their kids and then someone being like, oh shit, you're right. What am I doing? Now, maybe you have to have that conversation more than once, but I'm so proud of my siblings that have done the work, who've taken it upon themselves to show studies, to show documentaries, to be like, hey, I know you like have good intentions, you're good parents. And I think like if you want to be even better parents, here's all the studies on spanking and how it doesn't work. Like, here's all of the things. Like, it's about really getting people to understand, I know we were raised this way and I know you feel like you turned out pretty okay. And also, what if we could turn out a little bit better? Like, what parts of our childhood didn't you love? What part of our childhood was something you wouldn't want for your kids? And how do we make that different? And again, like, it's not just me bringing a generational curse breaker. It's my other siblings too, sitting there and then of course the siblings who are doing the work too. So give credit to everybody, right? The person who spoke up, the person who listened, and the person who changed. This is the process of doing the work. The process of doing the work is a process. It takes time, and sometimes you don't change until you're 5 kids in. Now, that is the most difficult part of radical acceptance, is saying you might not change your mind until we're 10 kids into existence. And that means all the kids who existed before, well, there you go, right? Like, that's a lot of kids who now need work. Like, even with Lebanon and Palestine and everything happening in Iran, like, you're not just killing people, which is devastating. You're also leaving people alive who for the next 50 years will have to need so much intensive care and therapy to deal with the amount of trauma you're inflicting upon people. The fact that Israeli soldiers committed suicide because of the atrocities they carried out in the name of their government on Palestinian people, the fact that U.S. soldiers kill themselves because of the atrocities they carried out in the name of the U.S. government, the fact that we as a community constantly have people pushed to suicide because of the world we raised them in, and we're still just not doing enough about it. Right? That's a part of the process, right? Chad says, if your siblings were hostile to the idea of change, how would you navigate that? I think with everybody, the same way I do even online, right? Like, look how hostile people got with me over having a crush, right? I said, hey guys, I think this may be a bad idea. And I think like it's kind of making the world a worse place. And everyone's like, what the fuck? Like, that's the problem. The moment you tell somebody, hey, I think you're doing a bad thing, they're going to get defensive. They're going to feel bad because you're like, but you can't just, you can't water down your words in all instances, especially not on my stream where people need to know where I stand, right? But yet when I talk to people, I try to use better language. I think, well, they're where they will hear me better, right? Because humans get defensive, even me, right? We all get defensive, okay? If people are hostile or defensive, I kind of do one of these. I'm just going to say my piece. I'm going to say what I think, take it or leave it, but I just got to say it. Okay? Contact me when you're ready to talk about it. But I try not to bring it up too much. Sometimes I will bring it up after like a year or a few months and say like, hey, have you had a chance to think about this thing? Or, hey, have you had a chance to, would you be willing to talk to me about it? Like, but most people, when they get defensive, I just kind of like, that's answer enough for me to say, like, you're not ready to have the conversation. But when you are, we can talk about it. So again, when I brought up to my parents a conversation about predators in the family, their response was, you're an atheist. What do you care about morals? You don't even care about morals. You're an atheist. Yeah. Okay. So obviously there's not a conversation to have here, but I love you. And when you're ready to have the convo, we can talk about it. But see how they're not actually having the convo? They go for the attack. I bring up something they did that I think like might be wrong or is wrong. And they go straight to, yeah, but what about you? What about me? Yeah, I hear you, but what about it? right? Something like that. The idea is that first you do have to check yourself though. Make sure you're not just trying to hold people accountable because you think you're better than other people, right? Make sure you have you're saying, hey, I noticed that it really helps for me to not eat meat, or hey, it's been really helpful for me to go to therapy, or hey, it's really been helpful. So make sure it's actually coming from a good place as well, right? Okay. This video and story has been going viral for the last month. Let's talk about the ethics and morals of this situation, because it's quite difficult, right? Okay. What would happen if the little boy accused of murdering his father is charged as an adult? You've probably heard the story. Stepfather gets a video game for the boy, 11 years old. He takes it away. I don't know why. And the boy shoots him dead. We don't know why.
Now that there's a closer look tonight, 11-year-old Clayton Dietz being charged with homicide as an adult. His lawyer trying to get that changed. Lily Sexton taking a look at some recent cases where
I will say the fact that society is willing to charge children as adults is already a flaw. We cannot charge children as adults ever because they're not adults. We can never charge children as adults. It makes no sense. And the fact that we're willing to do this is bullshit, right? That doesn't mean you can't charge them as children and that there aren't ways to make this better. But it's the fact that you're treating him like an adult when he hasn't even gone through puberty yet. What are we talking about? He's 11. We should be asking ourselves a lot of questions about what went wrong with the adults in his life. He's a product of his environment or psychology and or biological experience and or we don't know. There's no way an 11-year-old just picked up a gun and shot somebody dead, especially a father figure. And there isn't a bigger problem at hand here, right?
major crimes by kids were sent back to the juvenile justice system. So what are we learning about this case tonight and similar cases, Lily?
Pennsylvania is one of the states that would automatically put an 11-year-old in adult court if the charge is as serious as homicide. Now, it's rare, but there is a process that would allow that to change.
My goal is going to be to try and get him into juvenile court.
Attorney Dave Wilson, representing Clayton Dietz. The 11-year-old is currently charged as an adult, accused of shooting and killing his adopted father after his video game was taken as a form of punishment.
The primary thing to know about the...
Also, note to self, punishment doesn't work. We know, we've done so many studies on this. Prison doesn't work. Punishment doesn't work. It doesn't help anyone. Punishing your kid by taking away something they love makes no fucking sense. I know it's been trained into you. I know as a kid who had to stand in the corner, I understand, but it doesn't work. It just makes kids resent you and they don't understand the explanation. Like, what is the benefit here? What lesson am I learning about life here? Taking away your video games is not a good way to engage with children. And you can't kill your father because he took away your video game. But why did he even think he should kill his father? Where did that thought even come from? Where did he even know there was a gun in the house? How did he get control of a gun? Okay. Again, I'm 36 years old. I do not know where my dad keeps his guns. I could not tell you where my dad has his guns. I'm an adult. I'm sure I could figure it out. But I really genuinely, all my life, I never knew where my dad's guns were. And that was on purpose. On purpose, my dad never told the kids where the guns were. We weren't even allowed to know where he kept the guns. Because what the fuck do we need them for? What do we need them for?
Difference between the juvenile legal system and the criminal legal system is that they are two separate things. When the juvenile legal system was created, it was really designed to be about rehabilitation over punishment.
The difference between the outcomes are major. How are you holding up, Clayton? If he's moved to the juvenile system, Clayton may be ordered into rehabilitative treatment until age 21 at most, and then released. If he's charged as an adult, he could receive a life sentence. This will all come down to the decertification hearing.
They have to demonstrate that that's the right place for this kid, that they'll benefit from the treatment and rehabilitation that is offered in the juvenile court system. And so the burden is really on the child to demonstrate that.
This process has been successful in recent years. In April 2024, a 14-year-old was accused of shooting and killing a 12-year-old girl. At the time of the trial, we showed his face because there are less privacy protections in place when they're in the adult system. Court records show the child claimed he did not know the gun was loaded. In 2023, in Dauphin County, a 13-year-old was involved in a deadly shooting, but his bullets were not the ones that killed the victim. Then in Franklin County in 2020, a 13-year-old was accused of shooting and killing his 9-year-old brother, upset that he wouldn't play with him. All three of these cases were sent back to juvenile court.
And there's a presumption that just because...
How crazy is that? That's what I'm saying. Guys, this didn't just come out of nowhere. They didn't just pop into existence. This is preventable. The probability of this happening is going to go way low if you have good structure at home. Again, not to sound like a conservative, because I think there intuitionally correct on this, but this usually happens in conservative homes, gun violence, right? Is like, you're not raising your kids well. You need to raise your kids better. You need to raise yourselves better. But the truth is these parents kind of suck. I'm not saying that they deserve to die, of course, but I'm saying, like, as a person, listen, I babysat one of my kind of family friends, their kid, cute girl, okay? They were newly immigrated from Iraq. Cute kids, super cute kids. And the little girl goes, do you want to see my dad's toy? And I go, your dad's toy? What is it? And she goes and grabs a chair, puts it against the TV case, the big TV entertainment center, reaches over and grabs a fucking gun. And I was like, hello? And I was like, this isn't hello? And I called my dad. I told her, I took it. And I said, give me the gun. I took it from her. She's 5 years old, 4 or 5 years old. I called my dad. I say, hey, your buddy has a gun, not in a safe. I know he's newly immigrated, but we put our guns in safes here. My dad had to tell him. He had to sit down and say, hey, in America, we put our guns in safes. You can't just keep it somewhere. Your kids can't know where your guns are. And the dad apologized. The family apologized, like blah, blah, blah. But it was one of those things where people are stupid and people are ignorant and people are accustomed to different things everywhere. But people, they don't understand that kids see you. They don't genuinely know kids see what you do and where you put things. You think, oh, I'm going to put this gun on a high shelf. The kid will never reach it. The kid's like, I use chair. I push chair against wall. Boom. Okay. So when we have these conversations, the way to teach people is to sit them down and say, I love you. You cannot do this. And my dad's like, my daughter can't babysit your kids. Okay. I think I was like 19 at the time. Until you get this under control. So let's go buy something together. Like my dad basically said, let's go. I'll help you. Okay. We get it. Let's help you. Okay. And that's the thing is like, I sat there and in this girls, I was holding her little brother and I looked at the gun and I looked at her and I said, oh, damn, bro, I'm about to die. 4-year-old's about to kill me. And let me tell you, if you took this 4-year-old girl and put her in prison, I would have fucking been so mad. I would have haunted you from the grave. You don't take these kids who are in completely innocent situations and put them in prison. She didn't know. And the fact is, if she had been, the thing is like, she never even had a chance. And that would have just pissed me off, bro. That would have just pissed me off from the grave. If this little girl, and even her parents, to be honest, I really think parents are stupid. And I don't mean to say this because they shouldn't be, but there is something really stupid about being an adult. Adults might be, just as a collective, I'm so sorry. The world is a reflection of it. Y'all are so stupid. And we're so stupid because we just refuse to engage in any sort of education. And we're prideful. We don't admit we don't know. So without judgment, you're an idiot. Without judgment, you are so stupid for putting you in danger, your kid in danger, and me in danger. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're so dumb. Okay? And, you know, just hit them on the back of the head and keep going. We need to educate our population. We need to do gun safety. We need to make people know you don't know better. You think you know better, but you don't. And the fact is like that, I don't think the police should have been involved. I don't think that was the case where like the cops should have been involved. I'm glad we didn't call the cops. Go fuck yourselves, okay? I think that was a situation where community needs to educate one another and we fix the problem. See how we didn't need a fucking cop involved to fix our problem? Our communities don't always need cops. Cops ruin shit, okay? And then sometimes we need the government involved. But most of the time, with a strong community that listens and educates one another, we can handle it. So, you know, for all those people that maybe reflexively are like, did you call the police? Oh, the police on who? The police to do what? The police for what? You know, go fuck your police. You know what I'm saying? Like, absolutely not.
A person has engaged in, you know, an offense or been charged with homicide, that they automatically must require prosecution in the adult system. And it fails to really think about the circumstances of their age, their social surroundings, their family history.
As you heard, the Juvenile Law Center wants more cases like this to go to juvenile court. But at the same time, there are many families of victims who don't view that as justice. They want more harsh penalties for convicted killers. And that can only happen in the adult system.
They want revenge. They want revenge. A society that seeks revenge will never be a liberated society. Wanting people to suffer will never liberate your spirit. Period. And so I say to you, I ask you to do something incredibly difficult, which is not to advocate for violence against perpetrators, but to advocate for justice. Justice does not need to be in the form of violence. It can be, but it doesn't have to be. And it often is way too utilized, way too first response to a situation that didn't need to go that far. Okay? So again, I agree they should be in a facility. I agree they should have intervention. I agree. Even adult killers, even adult serial killers, they might not be safe enough to be in the public square, but they certainly should not be tortured because again, who is doing the torturing? Again, who is doing the torturing? Who is the human being who needs to volunteer to now wait upon their soul and their consciousness, the memories of torturing another human being for what? Justice? What is the justice involved here? Now we have two victims. Now we have the victim of getting into the mind of probably a man and convincing him the only way to be a real man is to torture another person. And now he has to sleep with all the memories of what he did to a person in the name of justice. Like, how is this justice, right? Make it make sense. Now this relates to... Actually, let me see where to go from here. Hold on. This relates to, I'm going to skip around. Actually, I had a different timeline going, but I'm going to skip to, I'm going to skip. Hold on. Give me a second. I have so many videos to show you. I'm going to skip to this one. This is 11 years ago. ISIS throws gay men off buildings. Just, take us down memory lane here. Patriarchy, men saying the only way to be men is to weaponize violence against other men. See how patriarchy kills men?
Concealed.
And just a reminder, this isn't Islam that's killing men. It's patriarchy. I know American racists will say, oh, it's Islam. It's not Islam. It's patriarchy. But foundationally, Islam is patriarchal. Foundationally, ISIS is patriarchal. Foundationally, this is patriarchy.
Bills dated March 2015 purport to show a man being thrown from a building. According to the last caption, he was also then stoned to death. His alleged crime, being gay. These images were posted by ISIS in its stronghold of Raqqa. This series as well, from January, show an older man seated in a chair and then tumbling to the ground. Also in January, these from ISIS in Mosul, 2 men murdered in the same manner.
Who or what creates the circumstance where these men are doing this to other men? Patriarchy, homophobia, bigotry. It is not simply just, American propaganda to say that this is Islam, because that is propaganda. It's to say that these are men. It's to say that these are men. These are men. I don't see a woman pushing him off that building. And if she does, who's she doing it for? The men. This is why women uphold patriarchy, because they are appealing to men. They're trying to win the favor of the man. This is why some conservative women are more ruthless than even conservative men, because in patriarchy, they'll never be as good enough as a man. So they have to almost perform better as a woman and more violent than a man to be considered even slightly equal, which they'll never reach.
In all the photographs, dozens of people are seen watching the killings, seemingly unfazed. Nor a gay Syrian man,
and children are there,
says that makes the atrocious act even more nauseating.
And their facial expressions are really scary because they are not even scared of what's going on. They may be a little bit excited or maybe happy to get rid of homosexuals in the city.
Syria. And this is why Americans need to fight and need to stand up for gay people, for LGBT people, because this Trump administration, it will soon come. Do not get it twisted that they will not go back to, just a horrible situation of targeting people, targeting minorities. They weaponize. That's why they're trying to make you afraid of Muslims, because they're trying to distract you from the fact that Christians are doing it too. It's patriarchy.
It was never a nation that accepted its lesbian, gay, bisexual, and trans community. The country's laws criminalize.
And so the conservatives will say to you, what do you care about Palestinians for if they're homophobic? That's like saying, what do you care about Americans for if they're homophobic? Americans really think they're less homophobic or transphobic. They really think that. America is such a fucking joke. The US is such a fucking joke. But the world, to be fair, globally really thinks this. The world is such a joke. You really think you're less homophobic? You're less, come on now, come on.
Homosexual acts, punishable by up to 3 years in prison. Since the revolution turned war, life for Syria's LGBT community has become even more dire.
It was not ISIS that forced Noor to leave Syria.
Not to mention the amount of gay people that Trump has sent back to countries, or the amount of people who fled to the U.S. for safety, and now Trump has arrested them through ICE and deported them to countries where they apparently died the moment they touched ground. You know what I mean? And this is what I'm saying about, violence is such an interesting idea because it is really it's so a part of our everyday life. Like, and this is why vegans, I do think, have some moral correctness in the sense that we so casually engage in violence every day and we don't even want to acknowledge it because it's so hard for us to process that we're violent people. How am I violent for enjoying a glass of milk? Well, and that starts the deconstruction process that we talked about at the beginning. Now, to start the deconstruction process, you must say, what is a glass of milk? It doesn't just exist in a vacuum. What is a glass of milk? Yesterday I was drinking a cup of oat milk, and I was sitting there enjoying my drink, my cup of oat milk, and I was thinking, oh man, I remember when I don't think I've ever even really purchased oat milk in my life, like maybe once or something. And I was sitting here like, man, I have been drinking oat milk, soy milk, exchange of both for a year. No dairy milk. I've had no dairy milk in a year. And I'm sitting here like drinking this thing. And I'm like, man, I remember when this was so far away from me. And that's what I'm saying. Me, right? This person who likes to think of herself as very introspective also knows she herself is a very flawed person. And the flaw in my person doesn't make me bad. It makes me imperfect. And it is now my job to be less bad, right? These men don't even think of themselves as bad. This is why I say you must first acknowledge you are bad, or at least are doing bad, in a way that doesn't get internalized as your consciousness. So here's the problem: growing up as a gay person in a conservative home, I thought I was a bad person because I was gay. So you must also deconstruct your badness. You can't just go around and be like, I'm so bad, I'm so bad. You must say, why are you bad? In the same way that you can't go around saying, I'm so good, why are you good? Now starts the introspective journey. Now starts the deconstruction journey. Why am I bad? Why am I good? Why do we think genociding a whole population is okay as long as they're homophobic? Oh, but I can't genocide Americans even though they're homophobic. So what America is saying, what conservatives are saying by that argument, is that now Iran and all of these countries have a right to kill Americans because they're homophobic? Or because they defended themselves? I don't even understand the argument, because there isn't one. There isn't an argument. In the same way, Israel has no argument to say, I'm bombing civilians in hopes to get Hamas. That's like saying, oh, we're going to shoot up American malls to kill Nazis. Of course, there's a Nazi shopping at an American mall right now. You can't then justify shooting up an American mall. Right? So, okay, now let's talk about this. Let's talk about, now as we continue, okay, right? Like, we've talked about this first half. We've explained violence. We've had all these examples. We've talked about veganism, all that stuff. Now we do start sort of an introspective deconstruction perspective on violence. Okay, now we know people violent. We know people commit violent acts. We know violence is a part of our everyday life, from the food we're eating, from the way that we just exist in the world. Violence is just a part of our makeup as a species. Okay, it seems to be universal in all animal kingdoms, so no big deal. Now we get into sort of the layers of the violence, and we talk about, are words violence? Can words cause violence? Depends on the words, depends on the context, right? And this is the thing, if a tree falls in a forest and no one is there to hear it, did it make a sound? No and yes. Yes, it made a sound, but does it have the impact? It could if somebody heard it. That's the thing about context. It matters. So here's a little short, are words violence? Here's an example to start the conversation.
A surprising number of our word.
Oops, hold on. I have to restart this because I just noticed my OBS restarted. Hold on. Let me just make sure we're back before we restart. Sorry about that. Okay, looks like we should be back. Everybody good? Are we back? Shoot. Oop. Okay, we're back. We're back. Okay, let's start that again.
Are words violent? A surprising number of Americans seem to think so. In a New Fire poll, 4 out of 5 Americans, 80%, agreed at least slightly with the idea that words can be violence. Nearly 1 in 2 Americans completely or mostly agreed with that idea. But this isn't right. Words, even very upsetting ones, aren't the same thing as violence. Just ask anyone who's been punched in the face. And suggesting otherwise causes a population already riddled with anxiety and depression to view the world as an even scarier place than it actually is. It also enables radicals to justify their political violence as self-defense. Americans need to remember what we teach little kids. Sticks and stones may break my bones, but words can never hurt me.
I don't know who this is, though he looks very familiar. Does anyone know who this is? It says the Fire Org. I don't remember who this is. But I will say, though philosophically, words held no meaning except in the context in which they are utilized. Words hold so much meaning that in the context they are utilized can absolutely be violent. And they can cause violence, and they can cause a person to also lose their mind. A person can use words to, that's what gaslighting is, right? It's using your words to convince you something wasn't real. It's deliberate. It's usually long-term relationships. So to be fair, the technical medical sense of the word, it's not to be so casually used the way that it is in the world, but a lie, just say a lie. A lie is words that can cause people to go crazy, right? A lie is a word that can be, a lie is words being used in a manipulative form to confuse you about the truth. So words absolutely do and can be violent, right? If you believe a lie someone tells you and then you go and commit a crime, let's say somebody comes to you and says, they commit a lie, they say this person hurt me, and then you go and seek some sort of justice and a false sense of justice, and you go and hurt that person in the name of the person they, and then it didn't happen. Like, words can cause violence. What if you are sitting and having a nice dinner with your family and someone comes and throws a slur at you? Like, that's a form of violence, right? Like, here I am minding my own business, I'm sitting with my family, and then you approach my table and you start accosting people, yelling at people, going off on people. That's a form of violence, right? I'll give you an example. This happened 5 years ago during lockdown. Video shows CEO racial rant against Asian American family. Example.
Charged verbal assault on an Asian family that was caught on camera. Since the COVID crisis began, many Asian Americans have been targeted by racial slurs and even physical attacks. And incidents like these are now at an all-time high. Here's CBS's Jeff Pegues.
You need to leave. The San Francisco tech CEO, who was caught on camera yelling racial slurs at an Asian American family on the 4th of July. Asian piece of shit. Oh my God. He is now apologizing. I was shocked. Raymond DeRosa and his family were celebrating his wife's birthday. Do you think his apology is sincere?
I do not.
Since the beginning of the coronavirus pandemic, there has been a sharp rise in attacks on Asian Americans across the country. In Midland, Texas in March, a hate crime attack there left a man and his 2-year-old with knife wounds across their faces.
Oh my God.
In April in New York, a man poured acid on an Asian American woman.
Jesus.
If you're from China, I need to know. There have been more than 2,000 reports in the U.S. of discrimination and harassment aimed at Asian Americans since March.
Some of that is driven by racist rhetoric from our elected officials.
Kung flu? Yeah. White House officials have repeatedly defended the president's statements. You just push me. Amid the growing threat of the coronavirus. Stupid. Okay. And an increasing number of incidents targeting Asian Americans. You just assaulted me.
To assign them guilt or to scapegoat them for a disease that they had nothing to do with is extremely problematic.
In March, the FBI sent a bulletin to law enforcement warning about the increased potential for hate crime attacks against Asian Americans because the coronavirus was spreading. Dora.
Jeff Pegues.
Insane, right? Just absolutely not acceptable. Words do hold power, and they can, in many ways, cause a lot of violence. An example of the violence that I actually want to talk about here that I think is very interesting is actually using Taylor from Mormon Wives. I remember watching this scene in the show and thinking to myself, she needs to get away from her family. She needs to get liberated into some feminist, intersectional feminist groups, that her family's words are violence against Taylor, that their words are causing her to go crazy. And I really think with everything coming out recently, one, I do not trust Dakota at all. And two, I don't trust her family. And I say this as somebody who has been in similar situations, that obviously victims of abuse can do horrible things. And I really think if she wasn't around these people, she wouldn't have done them. And that's the problem with environmental factors coming into play, that if you're in the wrong environment, you can do wrong things. But if we put people in good environments, they don't do wrong things, most likely. There's a probability, right, decrease that happens. And so I just want you to watch this scene and tell me what you think.
He goes, and Taylor, you're pretty much the only girl I'm seeing. I'm trashed him. You come over the next night, me, and then you go and you hang out with another girl, and then he comes the next night and me again.
Well, okay.
I wasn't lying to you about someone else.
Here's the thing, I'm gonna be...
So she's pointing out how Dakota was cheating and lying and basically like bullshitting her. And then she is in and off again, on again with Dakota, right? They have a kid together. It's just like, it's so messy. It's so messy, right? Her parents, I believe this is her stepdad, if I remember correctly. Look at what he says.
Blunt, freaking honest. Shit. He just told me that you guys had seen each other 3 times.
I don't know, Taylor.
Before all this. And then you're sitting there telling me that he came over and had sex with you? What does that say about you? I'm not pointing fingers. You guys.
That's what I'm saying. I was trash.
I know. I'm saying no.
I guess what I'm hearing is you deserve what you got because you like gave it up so easily. That's what I hear. And when you hear your parents say that, like, why were you expecting to be respected? It like hurts.
Just for context, even my parents have said things about rape, like if you play with fire, you're gonna get burned, or didn't we tell you not to go hang out with people? Didn't we warn you? What did you think was gonna happen? You can't be in that environment and maintain sanity. You can't. Even if they have good intentions, even if they don't mean it in the way that it is heard, you cannot be sane in that environment. You cannot go to people with your deepest vulnerabilities. And then look what Taylor does. Taylor always takes it upon herself. Taylor always blames herself. Taylor does think she's trash. Taylor always messes, like, I'm sorry, I read chat. Taylor always really, takes it, she internalizes it. Versus Dakota does not internalize it. None of the parents internalize it. None of the people in this situation will ever actually internalize the amount of burden that Taylor internalizes, right? And I don't know these people, so maybe I'm wrong, but I'll just say from a lived experience, the reason my therapist diagnosed me with BPD is because I grew up in the household I grew up in. She really thinks if I did not grow up with my homophobic parents, I never would have had BPD. She thinks it only was because I was a queer kid in a homophobic home and I listened and internalized to all of the homophobic language around me, all of the homophobic messaging around me, internalized it so young and thought, oh my gosh, I'm going to have to end my life because being gay is such a bad thing. Now imagine you're growing up in a world in this bubble where you're constantly being treated, and the parents take no responsibility, by the way, for how their kids turned out. Isn't that the irony? They take absolutely no responsibility for the impact of the Mormon religion, patriarchy, the fact that they trapped Taylor in this social bubble, the fact that Taylor's whole life and her money and her income comes from this bubble. What if Taylor left it all? Deconstructed from Mormonism, left this patriarchal bubble, and completely did a new life with her kids somewhere else. But she can't. And now she shares custody with an abuser. Now she shares custody and connection with her Mormon family, her bubbles, her friends, her work, everything around her. She's basically trapped. And I'm saying patriarchy traps you. Abuse traps you. Okay? I think Taylor was purposely trapped. I think people around her always try to trap her. And how can she even leave without being a bad mom, about being a bad daughter? People like Taylor can't leave without being seen as the bad guy. You must understand there's no situation in which Taylor can ever be free from this construct now, especially because she had children. And that's the shittiest part. She already has children with her former husband, who's also Mormon. So now there's another layer. You are trapped. That's why men baby trap you. That's why women can baby trap people. That's why people baby trap people, because now you're trapped. And that's why I say we need to promote safe sex, which, by the way, religious bubbles don't, because religious bubbles want you to be baby trapped. Religious bubbles don't give people the tools to stay on birth control. They don't give you the permission. Mormons are known for soaking. You're not supposed to have sex before marriage, so they just stick it in and lay there. Catholics are known for anal to avoid vaginal sex, right? Like, we literally trap our children in these constructs and then blame our children for engaging in these constructs. And that's what you just saw. So now, years later, okay, I know this horrible video is coming out where Taylor threw a chair and was basically being very violent in a situation. And I do agree that it's inappropriate. I don't agree that it necessarily proves she was the initial abuser, because I think this is Amber Heard and Johnny Depp all over again. If you first heard about Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, you would have said, oh my God, Amber Heard. And then if you saw the court case, you would have said, oh my God, Johnny Depp. And then if you revisit, you're like, oh my God, Amber Heard. You have to remember you are being manipulated by media. You have to remember you are being manipulated by marketing. You have to remember you do not know the inner workings of these situations. I would caution all of you from deciding you know exactly what's happening, given that this didn't just pop out of nowhere. This didn't just show up out of nowhere, right? You can be two things. I have seen people get so triggered and so frustrated and try to throw something at somebody else and miss and accidentally hit a kid. I've seen that happen in real life. And that's what happens in this video. By the looks of it, she goes to throw something at Dakota and it hits her daughter, right? How devastating is that? But I've seen that exact thing happen in real life. This person was being triggered. They were targeting this person. They were trying to make them angry. And this person got triggered. It doesn't justify it, but it explains why people who are in my mind, really ill-intentioned, why they do put people in situations, whether they even subconsciously know it or not, to upset you, to get triggered. Debate bros use this tactic too, by the way. It's a tactic men use even in debate, where they try to get you triggered so you look unhinged, so they look more reasonable than you do. They literally use this on YouTube collaboration. I've seen it happen. I've been a victim of it, where I'm like, are you trying to piss me off on purpose? Like, why are you asking this question? Okay, look, here's the video, trigger warning.
Yeah, look at you. Look.
This was 3 years ago.
Yeah, look. This is called physical abuse. Yeah. Yeah. See, Taylor, this is all you do. It's the only thing you know.
Also, just for context for patriarchal bubbles, because I think this matters, when women are taught that they'll never be strong enough to hit a man, and men are taught like not to hit a woman, but women will lash out physically to say like, you're not even that upset, bro. Like, you're not even that upset. And then to show how upset you are, you'll hit them. And they'll be like, oh my God, I can't believe you hit me. So it's like, how do I make it clear to you to stop? Stop doing what you're doing. Stop it. Like, leave me alone. And then they chase you. They follow you from bedroom to bedroom. So even when you try to get away, right? There's a lot of layers to this. Again, we don't know what's happening. We're not in the situation. I could be wrong, but what I'm viewing is there's something to the story we're missing. It is not, the whole situation cannot be expressed in this one video. There is violence happening, but again, not all violence is the same. And the question is, our goal is to never be violent, but violence can also come from words. Okay, it can also come from the fact that he's saying this is abuse, or what happened prior to the videotape turning on, or what happened prior. All of these things could matter, but look, at the end of the day, it could be that all of us are being manipulated by Taylor, and Taylor is this great puppet mastermind. But until she's away from her family, until she's away from Dakota, I don't know if we'll ever know the truth, because that family is incredibly abusive. Her family, whether they like it or not, whether they have good intentions or not, you cannot raise people in that environment and not feel completely triggered. Heck, I can't even talk to my parents on the phone because they will say the most ruthless and mean shit. Okay, because it's a part of their religion, it's a part of their politics, and I know they don't even mean it that way, but they think they're telling the truth. Like her stepdad did to her. What does it say about you that you're sleeping with Dakota? Sure, in a separate context, away from her abuser, girly, you're self-harming by sleeping with Dakota. But it should be, Taylor, we love you, you're self-harming. Instead, it's Taylor, you're a slut. These things are different, okay? The same way your conservative family reacts to you being assaulted. Oh, you've never even had anything bad happen to you. Name one thing bad you've ever had happen in your life. These are words I've heard from my conservative family. Name one thing you've ever had it happen. And I know that they don't understand how deeply cruel they are being right now. And that's why you guys don't understand it either, because you see it as like, oh, it's not that big of a deal. But how could you look at somebody who's been assaulted and say you've never had anything bad happen in your life? Name one thing that's ever happened to you. Not to mention all the other stuff, right? So that's the problem, right? Chet said it's never the whole situation, but if you do this rather than leave, I don't excuse it. I think if you have a child before you've really understood the consequence of it, you might be a bad person. I also think people are going to have babies without thinking about it. And so therefore, you're not that bad of a person. You have to acknowledge it exists, whether you like it or not, and then do something about it. You cannot sit here and say, oh, it's only Taylor's responsibility to leave, when you know psychologically we don't leave. If it was that easy, then why aren't men just getting jobs? If life is so easy, why don't you just go to a gym? What is this loneliness epidemic except an inability to process human psychology? Everything we do is a product of both things. It is very easy to know the answer and very hard to implement the solution. You have to understand you cannot possibly hold people to an impossible standard, and yet we must advocate for one that is better, right? So you have to understand, like, it's easy to see a situation, including a lonely incel man who has no social life, and be like, what a loser. When the reality is like, this was an abandoned child. This was an abused child who became an adult. That is the reality of most of these situations. 99% of these situations are preventable, but they can't be prevented in a society under patriarchy. You will always have incels. You will always have situations like this if you do not tackle patriarchy.
All I had to do was hurt me.
And by the way, if you go to therapy, what therapy will teach you is take responsibility for the bad you did and leave it at that. But it doesn't mean you're to blame 100%. Just because you admit to fault does not mean you are alone in this destruction. It just frees you from letting it go. Accept that you have done something wrong without bullying yourself, and then do something right about it. All of us. Admit you've done something wrong and be better. But you cannot do this if you blame. That's why I don't believe in blaming. I don't blame people. Because blaming, it takes away the responsibility. It takes away any chance of recovery.
Hon, you think this is okay?
It's not okay. Your daughter is right here.
So to be clear, in an ideal situation, Dakota would have taken the daughter and removed her from the situation. But given the situation, he turned on the phone and started recording and did not remove the child from the situation, right? Why didn't he remove the daughter from the situation? Would you say the same to Dakota? Both of them are wrong. Both of them failed their daughter. And yet there's something wrong here because this didn't just happen. Why didn't Dakota take the child and leave? Why didn't Taylor take the child and leave? Obviously, there's something more going on here. Obviously, because neither adult in this situation prioritized the child. Neither adult. So why not? That should beg us to go, okay, something is wrong here. What happened? Right?
Oh my gosh. Oh my. You are.
And now the child's been hit and the child is crying.
You're unbelievable. No, you. Stop.
Notice she is trying to hit Dakota. And then she said, you did this, right? And so when we have these conversations, we have to say to ourselves, again, no blaming, but why did this happen? Why did it even get to this point? And so now Taylor's Bachelor season's been canceled.
Season 22 of The Bachelorette canceled on ABC after The Secret Lives of Mormon Wives star Taylor Frankie Paul is seen on video obtained by TMZ throwing bar stools at her ex Dakota Mortensen during a brutal fight.
And chat says, oh, it looks like he moved closer to the daughter. It might have been, right? Maybe he moved closer to the daughter knowing Taylor was throwing stuff at him. Right? His instinct wasn't to protect the kid, though he could argue, oh, I was trying to cover the kid to shield them. Okay, but obviously, were you? And then that's the question. Like, there is a good reason why we're suspicious of Dakota, because those of us who have been watching the show know he has a pattern. Okay? We know that this didn't just happen. We know the circumstance of how they got together. We understand the pressure Taylor is under, and we understand that all of the things that have been happened didn't just happen in a vacuum. So again, we might be wrong, you might be wrong, but for people who have just only seen this video, you do not have enough information to understand what's happening. You don't. You could never have enough information. Now, you might say, well, in a vacuum, what I see is inappropriate. Okay, we agree. Great. Now what? Now what? Okay? Yes, we agree. Now what? What else do you see, though? What else do you see other than a woman screaming on the top of her lungs, okay, at a man? What else do you see, right? If you're just allowing yourself to see the woman, then you're not seeing the full picture. And I'm saying we need to see the full picture. And yes, if you're gender deconstructed, then you're going to do this regardless of the gender of the person. But if you're just a misogynist who's looking at an excuse to hate a woman, there you go. If you're just a misandrist who's looking at an excuse to hate a man, there you go. But again, misandry and misogyny are not opposites of each other. That's a little complicated right now, but just be reductive with me for a second. The point is like, you have to watch and understand the context and then see what leads a person to this situation. I guarantee you 99% facts. I think, in my opinion, that if Taylor wasn't raised in this bubble with this family, wasn't constantly triggered by Dakota and her family, wasn't dealing with substance abuse to get through it, she would never have done this. And I really think that she is under so much mental duress that she does things she doesn't mean to. And I think that that's the problem, is like, how can you even liberate yourself out of this unless you abandon everything that you were? She would have to fight for sole custody for kids and take them completely away from this bubble, which would be basically impossible, right? It would be basically impossible. So that's the problem. How can she leave without abandoning her kids? What a terrible position to be in. I just couldn't even imagine the amount of stress she must be under to say that if I had no kids, I could just leave. But how can she just leave? Right? How is she going to support herself? And by the way, Taylor is the reason any of these people even have jobs. Taylor is the reason Dakota even has anything going on, realistically. Or her parents are on TV, or they have a Hulu show. Taylor is the only reason all these Mormon moms became famous. She's the reason they got $50,000 deals. Without Taylor, none of this would have existed. That's the craziest part of this. So again, when we're having these conversations, imagine the amount of pressure she's under, that if Taylor goes under, what are all, like, it's not just her, right? Now she's abandoning the community. Now they hate Taylor. Now they're annoyed. Because let me tell you this right now, no one's going to watch Mormon Wives without Taylor. And if they are, it's never going to get the ratings. Taylor is the reason people watch that show. And this is the reason the TikToks went viral. Taylor has the je ne sais quoi. She has the thing that makes people want to watch. Everybody else is side characters. So I'm saying under that much pressure, it would be very hard to abandon, because they would be like, I hate you, Taylor. I can't believe you abandoned everybody. You took away our paychecks. You're ruining the show for us. Like, you guarantee you people have said that to Taylor. Guarantee you. So she's being exploited. And I'm saying that sucks. She's not even in the position to be free enough to leave. But again, I think violence is almost never necessary, right? It's almost never necessary. But I do think it's a reality of the human condition that we have to figure out why it happens.
In 2023, one of the stools appears to hit her daughter, Indy, who was 5 at the time.
Oh my gosh. Oh my. Let me.
Wait, chat says that sounds like the same excuse people say about male abusers. Well, he supports his family. He can't be that bad. When did I say? I didn't say anything like that. I didn't even say anything close to it. Men and women are not opposites of each other, but under patriarchy, things are treated differently. I'm not saying anything even slightly close to that. I don't know how you misheard that, except your own bias, which you need to deconstruct, which is fine. You're probably trained under patriarchy to hear what I said as an excuse instead of an explanation for why things escalate, right? I never said anything about, oh, she protects the family, she can't be abusive. I'm saying she's being exploited by her friends and family because they have been telling her, you're the only reason we have a show. And then she can't leave her family to go liberate herself because now she holds that burden. I'm saying that is a real reality of somebody in that position. Often women in a community who are told, I can't believe you're abandoning my community. I can't believe you're not keeping the family together. I can't believe you're not safe. Like, it happens in both communities. It happens in different ways. But there is something insidious about women in positions of caretaking in which they are often taken advantage of. That's what I'm pointing out, right? Different people, different category.
Go. Stop.
And she's obviously not sober, which I think plays a big role here, right? Apparently she was, I think, suffering from alcoholism at the time.
Dude, leave.
Which, by the way, Dakota is he was an addict when they met. And he said, I don't want to date somebody who does drugs or alcohol. And then he actively pursued her and then got her pregnant, actively pursued her. And she said, well, I want to be free. I'm leaving Mormonism. I'm deconstructing. I want to be free. And then he was like, well, I want to be a good Mormon boy. So this good Mormon boy who had his own past of issues, okay, came into this girl's life, and neither of them were healthy enough at the time to say we shouldn't date. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying we don't know the objective truth because we weren't there. We were not a fly on the wall. And obviously, something here is very wrong and twisted. Okay, so right now, here's the problem, okay? It's like this. And people are like, oh, I see the picture clearly. And I'm saying, you cannot possibly see the picture clearly. It's tangled up, okay? We have to figure out what actually happened. And I know this sounds crazy, but I'm going to relate it to what's happening in Israel with Palestine and everything else. It looks like one way. October 7th happened, and oh my gosh, it came out of nowhere. It did not come out of nowhere. It absolutely came from somewhere. And then what happens is they weaponize your ignorance against you, and they say, oh my God, look at this horrible thing that happened. We were just innocently standing here, and it just happened to us. Dakota is giving Israel. Okay? Dakota is giving Israel. And that's my official stance. And I'm saying I cannot trust it because given his track record in this whole situation, I do feel like he is doing something that I know people are going to latch on to, especially with this administration and especially with patriarchy rearing its head. Again, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Taylor is the complete most evil person who's ever existed. But given what I know, given the show from her family and from Dakota, that's my personal opinion. I'm open to being wrong, right? I'm open to being wrong, but not, mind you, I'm not just blaming or holding accountable Dakota. I'm also holding accountable her parents, right? So there's a lot of layers to this. Leave
me alone. Oh my God. You're done. Taylor!
About halfway through the attack, the camera goes black, but you can hear the violence continue.
You're done. Stop.
And she was screaming, you did this to me, right?
I did nothing.
And he said, I did nothing. This is your pain. See? So Dakota's never accountable. I did nothing. Dakota living in a la la land where he did absolutely nothing. Do you get what I'm saying? Oh, you did absolutely nothing with you never cheated on her. You never texted her friends. You never manipulated or lied to her. Okay, you didn't get her pregnant. None of that. Got it.
This is your own pain. You're doing this.
You're doing this to yourself. You're doing this to yourself.
To yourself. Stop. No.
This is so sad. I'm devastated for the kid. I'm devastated for everybody involved. But do not get it twisted. A person who's willing to say to a woman who he has mistreated so continuously, I did none of this. This is your pain. Are we being so serious? Okay? Are we being so serious?
Your daughter just got hit in the head with a metal chair. Because of you. No, you. Go and help your daughter. Now. Are you okay? Taylor!
Get away from my daughter! Get away! So now she's like, get away from my daughter, get away. Again, when we look at these situations, we're obviously seeing violence occur, but it's very easy to misunderstand the violence. Okay? Chat said, isn't this Darvo? A lot of people are bringing up the word Darvo, right? Let me get you the definition of Darvo because I don't want to mess it up here. Because again, I don't know if it's Darvo, right? I don't know if it's Darvo. Okay, let me see. It's a deny, attack, reverse victim, offender. So that's why people think that's what's happening, because Dakota knows he abused and lied to her at the beginning. He knows he did this throughout their relationship. So when he says like, I didn't do anything, and now he's twisting it to look like the victim. And trust me, I know a lot of people who do this, mostly men, to be honest, throughout my life. And this is my lived anecdotal experience. It doesn't speak for all people. Most of the people in my life who do this are men. Because men under patriarchy aren't allowed to be vulnerable. They're never allowed to be wrong. That's for fucking sure. And women take the brunt of the responsibility. Why do you think whole communities of single mothers carrying the back of their community get blamed for the way the sons are raised, not the fathers who abandoned them? Just think about the patriarchal system that blames mothers who stayed instead of fathers who left. Not that we want to blame anyone, but just think about that reality. That mothers who stay and work 3 jobs to put food on their table are bad parents than the fathers who left. That is what I'm saying. The patriarchy of it all feels very obvious to me that Dakota can do no wrong and only Taylor is ever wrong. Only Taylor is ever wrong. Is Dakota ever wrong in any situation? Even with her own family, they took Dakota's side over Taylor's. Nobody ever had Taylor's back. And I'm saying, isn't that interesting? And by the way, do not DM me. As usual, I talk about people for a living, but I don't want to talk to the actual people because God knows I'm not trying to get personally involved in your story. But if you are the person who is always being blamed, it's fine. It's either time to find a new community or make sure you're in the right. Because also, of course, you could be the bad guy. Now pause. You could be the bad guy. It could be you. You might be the problem. You must do the work to figure out if you're the problem. That is also true, okay? So I'm not saying you can't be the problem. I'm saying if you are the problem, you should do something about that, okay? That's why we go to therapy, right? Okay, here's an updated interview with Taylor. Her show's now been canceled, The Bachelor. Here we go.
Bachelorette, the breakout star of Mom Talk and The Secret Lives of Mormon Wives. Taylor Frankie Paul is with us. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
I want to hear all about your Bachelorette journey, but first I want to give you the opportunity to respond to recent headlines. About
Hold on, pause. Chet said he can be a cheater and she can still be the abuser. Okay, cheating is abuse. Cheating is abuse. That's the premise of this conversation. I guess she's traumatized, but she could have killed him with those chairs. Listen to me when I say this. He already abused her. The abuse already occurred at Dakota's hands first. She kept trying to get away. She kept breaking up with him. He kept chasing her. Taylor broke up with him multiple times after being abused by him, and he kept begging her back, begging her. And Taylor felt so guilted because she's still connected to him, right? She kept going back to a man who begged her to come back a billion times after abusing her initially. Then, as things go on, he escalates, she reacts. That's what I'm saying. You're missing the point that he already abused her at the beginning of the relationship. She was always the initial victim. Always. So if the initial victim is re-traumatized and re-abused by the abuser, do you get what I'm saying? I'm saying nobody left Taylor alone. He wouldn't leave Taylor alone. Okay. And then, of course, because they're co-parenting, it's a whole thing. But Taylor broke up with him multiple times. He always ends up doing the, but what if, ooh, but he already abused her. That's what I'm saying. And then I learned recently mutual abuse is not a thing, that though they can be mutually toxic, abuse is not. Usually it's always one way towards the other. And since we already know he started off the relationship with abuse, even though he doesn't count it as abuse, right? That's the problem. You're not letting him be the abuser because you've decided, oh, his actions are abuse. And I'm saying, had he never done those things, had he never been in Taylor's life, she never would have done those things. But he already had that reputation with multiple girls. He was already doing those things without Taylor. Taylor only did those things with Dakota. Thus, Dakota is the common denominator in all of the problems. It's Dakota. When Dakota's not there, no problems. When Dakota's there, problems.
The alleged domestic violence incident with your ex-boyfriend. What do you want to share with us about this?
Honestly, it's been a heavy time to see the headlines, especially during this time of The Bachelorette being released, and it's supposed to be a really exciting time. I'm a person that will always speak my truth, and that's what I'm known for, and so when the time is right, I will be. But right now, just trying to be in the present moment and focus on this. But the thing is my kids do come first. Mm-hmm. My kids come first, and so it's been like just a back and forth process, trying to be here in the present moment, worrying about, home and headlines. It's been stressful, to be honest.
We did reach out to Dakota, and we did not, for a statement, we did not get a response from him. Now we have reports that The Secret Lives of Mormon Wives has paused production on the next season. I know there's a season on right now, and then season 5 was in production. Reports say it's paused. Is that true?
Honestly, I don't call the shots with production, so as of now, I have gotten word that it also has been paused, but I do not call those shots. So as far as I know, it was, but I don't know for how long and why.
I know you're one of the executive producers on the show.
Yeah, I got told that this year.
Oh, you didn't know that?
I didn't know, and I was like, what does that mean? I was like, I think just because we share our lives and we produce our own, lives.
Yeah.
But I don't know if that necessarily what that means. Really.
And how do you envision your future on that show?
Hard to say now, right? Just because of everything going on. It's hard to see past this. I'm not going to lie. In this moment, it's just so heavy. When your life is broadcasted out there in these headlines, it's like the end of the world. Right. That's what it feels like. I'm not going to lie. But I will say I've been here before and I got through it and shared my story, my light. So I'm hoping that I can do that again.
Yeah, and you're about to share your journey with all of us.
Yeah.
On The Bachelorette, your journey looking for real love. What made you decide to do that in the midst of being one of the Mormon wives? It's taking on a lot.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Tell me about the decision to do it and why.
Well, for me, the girls had gotten the opportunity to do Dancing with the Stars, right?
Yeah.
And so I looked at that and I was like, well, if they can do it and they have kids and they are going out and chasing their dreams, like, why can't I? And so I was like, I want to do something.
I just want to say, because this might be confusing, because I know people are going to hear this as like Brittany's taking one side or another. Obviously, ideally, none of these things would exist. There wouldn't be a show called Mormon Wives. We wouldn't be watching it. There wouldn't be Dancing with the Stars because it's bullshit. It's all made under capitalism for consumption. It's not helping the universe. It's not helping the planet. It's faux liberalism, faux liberation. It's faux feminism. Oh my God, I'm a mom who works and does Dancing with the Stars. Like, this is obviously not an ideal society. This is a capitalistic one. This is a patriarchal one. This is the way that women out of conservatism seek liberation, which is like to go on Dancing with the Stars. Like, you know what I mean? It's the most like eye-rolling process, but it is like their option. Like, this is the option they have. And that's a struggle when the option should actually be leaving Mormonism, leaving abusive relationships, when not talking to your abusive family, right? Like, the real liberation should come from cutting these people out of your life. But she can't do that. That's not even a possibility in these people's world. Like, this, everyone lives in a bubble for real. And Taylor is in this bubble. And there's just like, there's almost no chance of her popping it. You must understand this, right? So now imagine you're in this bubble. This is your whole world and you only have so many options. What would you do? It's very stressful. I tell you this right now as somebody who left her Catholic bubble, as somebody who does not currently talk to her parents until they're ready to have real conversations. It is very difficult to cut off all your loved ones because they won't face themselves, and then to be called the party pooper, or, oh my God, you're so dramatic, or like, what even happened to you in your childhood? Like, what was even so hard? Or like, okay, but what did they even do to you personally? Or it's like, people are in denial because it's easier to pretend something bad didn't happen so we can keep getting together every Sunday instead of saying, can we talk about this so we can get past it, please? So I understand, right? When you see this situation, you're going to start judging her because you just think, oh, why doesn't she leave? Yeah, I would love for Taylor to leave. That would be great. But I know how hard it is. I know because I'm the girl who leaves. And I know that I, to this day, get blamed for not sticking around and, quote, staying with the family or making it so uncomfortable. Or the fact that, like, I didn't go to one of my best siblings' weddings, because there was trauma in the family happening. And I was like, I'm not going to this wedding, bro. And everyone's like, I can't believe you're doing this. Like, I can't believe you're not coming to the wedding. Just put your shit aside for one day. That's how they get you. Just put your shit aside for one day. You mean the shit where there was like bigotry and predatory behavior? That's what they want. That's what families want you to do. That's why I say, like, you know, going home to see your family is all well and good until the pedophile gets invited to dinner. And then you're just supposed to ignore it for the dinner to get through it. I'm telling you right now, the indication, like the unhealthiness of this bubble isn't crazy. It's like crazy. It's insane. And the probability of it, think about the Mormon wife whose husband was like cheating by looking up like gay porn or something, or like being on Hinge or Grindr or whatever it was. Like, think about the people who were cheating on dating apps. Like, these people have problems and they were abused. He came out with his assault story, his child abuse story. Like, think about the way these people are suffering, and then remember that the Mormon bubble gives them no reprieve. That this bubble they're in gives them no actual way to liberate themselves from their abuse. Remember, they come from religious backgrounds, right? Where like abuse is also a part of suffering, and suffering is a part of the glory of God, right? Because do you think it's possible for her bubble to deconstruct? Well, not the Mormon bubble, because they would have to eradicate Mormonism, just like with Islam or Christianity. Like, obviously, eradicating patriarchal religions through people's liberation would be the goal, but we have to accept that it's not going to happen. Because patriarchy as a system is so prevalent, especially with this administration the way it is now. Like, this administration is so eager to maintain patriarchy that it would just take so much work. Like, billions of people believe in it, guys. Like, billions and billions of people uphold patriarchy every day. And women are trapped in cycles of also promoting it. Like, I mean, I hate to say it, but you know, the other day when I talked about having crushes as a part of patriarchy and people reacted pretty poorly to that, I'll just go on to say, I'm sorry, but like, I continue to see this objectification of like, oh my God, like this woman is making him so nervous. Oh my God, he's so nervous around this woman. That's all patriarchy. If you don't know what I'm talking about, I can talk about it in a second. But like, even watching like progressives and progressive circles, I roll my eyes so hard. You are amplifying objectification and sexualization of women's presence in men's lives. You think it's a part of empowerment, and it's not. You are not empowering women by saying, oh my God, look how nervous she's making him. That's not empowerment. That is continuing to sexualize women's bodies as an intimidating force for making a man blush. Congratulations. It's everywhere, even in progressive bubbles. We can't escape the patriarchy until you remember, hello? This is not liberation. So yeah, do I think the Mormon bubble and Taylor is going to struggle to deconstruct? Yeah, especially if the progressives are struggling. You know, and I get it, myself included. We've all been there, right?
That I want to do in that sense. So for me, dating as a mom of three is extremely difficult. So I was like, okay, so I get to go out, get away from my toxic cycle here in Utah, go date.
See, get out of my toxic cycle in Utah, because Utah itself, the Mormon bubble itself, is the toxic cycle.
And then also have my kids come out and visit me. That to me seemed like, why not, right?
And I will say, not to be so strict, but in an ideal world, she probably wouldn't be actively dating. She probably wouldn't be on TV shows. She probably actually would just have a job where she's like with her kids, but she's like a celebrity and she's on TV. Like, ideally in a regular person's life, okay, we would choose to be with our kids. We wouldn't go away. Same with, I'm sorry, being a truck driver or a military person, spending 8 months away from your kids is crazy. But people do it every day and call it real life. I don't know, guys. Funny that you bring kids into the universe and then abandon them for 8 months out of the year. You know what I'm saying? Chad says, okay, she knows it's toxic. Oh, Taylor is very self-aware. Just to keep in mind, Taylor is so self-aware, but she doesn't have the ability to pop the bubble yet, but she's incredibly self-aware. She just also doesn't have the next tool, because you can be self-aware, but you also have to be introspective, extrospective, and you have to be ready to abandon the world you knew. to make a new one. And I don't think she's safe enough to do that yet. But she does know there's something fucked up happening. The problem is she blames herself. You're not going to get anywhere if you keep blaming yourself.
I will say, you don't realize how, like we were talking about a little bit, but just like how it can be exhausting too.
Versus Dakota goes, I did nothing wrong. This isn't me. I didn't do this. Taylor will say, I know I did this. I know I did this. Very victim typical. If you don't know about abuse victims, very typical for the abuse victim to say, it's my fault, it's my fault, it's my fault. Very typical for the abuser to say, it is your fault. That is the typical pattern. That's why a lot of us are looking at the situation like, oh, we know what this is. Because it's always this way with the abuser. The abuser will never actually take full responsibility. They'll always make it clear that it was you. And then the victim will take too much of the responsibility. More than just what they did wrong. They'll take on what the abuser did wrong. They'll say, I was wrong. My father raped me because I wore shorts in the kitchen. I was wrong. My grandfather touched me because late at night I would come out and get a glass of water when I knew it was inappropriate hours of the day. I was wrong. And then women will do that. They'll push that narrative. They'll push the narrative even further, right? Actually, let me give you a good example of how this happens in Bubbles, and they'll call it modesty. I saw this TikTok this morning. It really just brings it home. I wasn't planning on showing you, but I will. I'm sorry. Let me show it to you, okay? First of all, we know this man can be trusted because his username is Bear D. Luffy. Okay, I think he's a gay bear, which is why he called Bear D. Luffy. Okay, we love him. Listen to this horrifying story he tells about one of
y'all tell me if I'm tripping.
One of his oldest friends possibly ending a friendship with him over a boyfriend. Listen to this convo.
So I'm pretty sure I just ended a 15-year friendship. So homegirl messaged me. She says, hey, I'm gonna get you away from the hotel for a little bit. I'm gonna come pick you up. You're gonna come chill with me and the kids. When boyfriend get off, you can grab some pizza. We're gonna have a movie night. I said, okay, wonderful. Sounds great. Picks me up. I meet her children, teenager, about 14, 15 young lady, and the toddler's a little boy. So we all chilling, we vibing.
Okay, I love that a few of you have already seen this video because this is the kind of video that I saw this morning and I was like, Like, this is the problem with modesty culture. This is the problem with like religious patriarchal culture. And look at it. Look at it.
In their rooms doing whatever, little toddler just running around the house doing, what little toddlers do. And me and her just catching up. We had a couple like little mimosa things or whatever, delicious, having a great time. So a boyfriend calls and he says, hey, yada, yada, yada. I got the pizza. I'm on my way home. I'll be home in 10 minutes. She said, all right, bet. Let me get the kids dressed. He said, okay, cool. I'll see y'all soon. So that instantly caught my attention. I'm like, oh, what, we all going somewhere? She was like, no, he just like them to be dressed when he come home. Hello? So instant red flag, like flying up in my head. And I'm like, So she getting a little boy dress. Mind you, he just running around in a pamper. She getting a little boy dress. And she told the girl to go in and put some clothes on.
Just mind you that he is also a man, I assume, and in the house, I assume, with the children. And he's the friend, and they're not dating, but the man she's dating, okay, right?
Mind you, this little girl had some shorts on that came just right above her knee, nothing crazy, and a t-shirt, like something a child would wear to the mall, with some Crocs on.
Okay, just imagine it. Shorts just above the knee and a t-shirt with Crocs. Okay, normal.
Like, wait, he wanted them to get dressed because he coming home? She said, yeah, he don't believe that kids should be showing skin around him. They need to have some modesty. I said, friend, that's a red flag. Number one, this is a toddler. A little boy at that. What kind of skin? I said, and she was fine. She was like, no, don't do that, girl. I know what you're trying to say, but it's nothing like that. It's just all about modesty. I said, no, this is way beyond modesty, honey. This girl come out the room and go, Mom, is good. And she got sweatpants on and a long sleeve sweatshirt. Mind you, it's hot as hell today in Florida. It ain't cold.
Okay, just process this information because this all goes back to Taylor Frankie, right? Wait, Frankie Paul? No, Frankie Paul. Oh my God, not Frankie. No, Taylor Frankie Paul. Okay, this goes back to Taylor, even though it doesn't sound like it's connected, but it is. It's this weaponization of patriarchal religions that blame. So now the children are responsible for the boyfriend's thoughts, right? So now the kids are in an unsafe environment in which they are now trained to believe that around mom's boyfriend, I have to be more modest than modest because he's here and he's seeing me? What level of protection are they going to feel if around their, Bear D. Luffy here, they don't have to dress up? Oh, but they have to dress up around mom's boyfriend? What are we signaling? Now, I grew up Assyrian, okay? We're Assyrian. We grew up with your brothers and your father are home, be modest. What the fuck? And now you have to wonder, like, wait, why? Now, to be fair, and I'm going to say to be fair, I did know of families in which there was overlap with the daughters maybe wearing more revealing clothes, whatever the fuck that means, and the father's abusing them. But I really got to get you to understand, it's not the clothes. They would abuse women in full burqas. They do. You think women in burqas don't get raped? Men will rape sheep. They will rape dead bodies. Men raised under patriarchy who are entitled will rape children in Pampers. It doesn't matter. So you trying to protect your kids by what they're wearing instead of raising your sons to see the body as neutral is the problem. You should not be raising boys in schools to be distracted by girls' shoulders. You should not be raising children to be distracted by human body. We should be seeing the human body for what it is. It's a vessel. Okay? It's just this thing we exist in. It takes a long time, but you can do it. You can learn to deconstruct it. You can learn to see the body as neutral. You can do this. You can have a deeper relationship with your biological experience. Okay? And this is really hard because this is so beyond where people are at. I mean, I know people who stopped going to the beach because bikinis got too revealing. It's like, girl, okay, relax. I know people who won't go to malls because of the Victoria's Secret ads in the malls. Okay, this is the problem, is you are training your brain to see bodies and to freak out. You are training them. It's so funny that the same people who will watch beheading videos on the internet and be like, I don't even get grossed out about it, will see a woman in lingerie and they're like, what? It's like, I think we have our priorities switched. I feel like it should be the opposite, maybe. You know what I mean? What are you doing? It's like these same boys who will watch violent videos of people getting their bodies, you know what I mean? Will be like, oh yeah, God forbid a woman show up in a bikini. Jesus Christ.
And the house was on 75. It ain't cold in the house. She goes, yeah, that's perfect. I said, friend, do you not hear yourself? Do you not honestly hear the words that are coming out your mouth? What she had on was fine. She is in her home. She was comfortable. She had no reason to go that's just the rules of the house. Mind you, he don't live there. He don't pay a single bill there. She said he got his own apartment. She handles all her bills. He handles all his bills. But he got rules at her house for her kids to have clothes on when he show up. So y'all know me. I can't hold my peace. All right. First thing I said was, all right. She go, what? I said, I'm going to go ahead and get back to the hotel. She said, what you mean? You leaving? What, we ain't had pizza yet. I said, I don't like this, friend. I don't like that you be mad with me, but something ain't right with this man you with. And I can't, for the life of me, I can't be fake. I cannot be fake. And I can't sit up here with this man sitting here cackling, kikiing, knowing he called you to warn you when he coming home so your children can have clothes on. Well, how you gonna get home? Because I picked you up, baby. I already handled that. A friend got me an Uber on the way. It's gonna be here in 3 minutes. Because the moment them words came out her mouth, baby, I instantly started messaging folks. Can you get me back to my hotel? Stop putting your kids in danger, and then when something happened, God forbid, y'all talking about it was no motherfucking signs. If a man comes to your house and you gotta tell your children to make sure they're properly dressed, he don't need to be in your fucking house.
I do really believe this. I really believe, again, when we talk about the world focusing on the safety of children, and we then have to raise children to turn into adults that value the safety of children. And so I really believe, after hanging out with a lot of nudist communities, after being at a lot of family-friendly nudist events, I will just tell you, there is a way to raise people not afraid of the body. There are ways to do it. And by the way, if you can deconstruct this, you will also deconstruct fat phobia, feeling bad about what you look like. Like so many things are tied into you feeling ashamed of your body. If you can really deconstruct this, if you can really introspect and extrospect on this, if you can really go to therapy and realize like, oh, they're making me feel ashamed of my body. They're blaming me for existing in my body. They're blaming me and weaponizing my body. They're using this as a reason to discriminate, to kidnap, to act entitled to my body. And this happens with men as well, by the way. Like it's all connected to racism and bigotry and homophobia and transphobia. It's all connected, you know? So if you can really realize that this is happening, you can really change the world, and then you can change your life. Like your life will be impacted for the better. So again, I'm glad this video came across my feed. I didn't intend to show it to you, but it all connects really. Taylor and Dakota didn't happen in a vacuum. They're products of their environments, right? And Dakota's problems are a product of something. You know, I think they could do a whole deep dive on Dakota in particular and realize there's a lot underneath that surface, right? But I think ultimately it's really hard because, again, like friendships come and go. But when it comes to children, it's really hard to convey to parents, like, you are putting your kids in danger. And you know what's even more difficult is like, I struggle so deeply because when I was younger, I remember my parents being very active about keeping me away from certain people. Like I remember I was at a get together and this old man I didn't know, he came over and he hugged me. I was probably like 11, I think, I don't know. He came up and he hugged me and I was like, I don't know who you are. Like, who is this? And my mom, she came out of nowhere like a ninja, bro. She came out of nowhere and she separated us and she goes, don't let that man touch you. And I said, who is that man? And she told me and I was like, oh, and she was like, don't touch him. Because she was like, I don't have control over who comes to the get-togethers. I mean, these are large get-togethers with like, 300 people or whatever. And she was like, I don't have control over who comes, don't touch that man. And I sat there but because he wasn't in my mother's inner circle, she was able to protect us against and keep us and warn us, like, don't let that person touch you. But then when it happened in the family, when it happened close to us, she couldn't do it. She couldn't protect the kids. She couldn't choose them because she kept imagining the predators as children. She kept empathizing with the fact that they were neglected. She couldn't own up to the fact that she contributed to that neglect. There was so much more into that, even the parts in which she wasn't fully responsible. I mean, there were actions taken by men that my mom was not responsible for, that she couldn't even hold them to because she felt like it still reflected bad on her, which is also the problem, that men's bad actions are a reflection of the women in their lives instead of just being the men themselves. It's both. Yes, it's a reflection of this woman for being with this man. And also she's not responsible for his thoughts. She's responsible from keeping his eyes and his body away from her children. And the problem is, like, women are told, they're trained under patriarchy to ignore the signs because then men will say, nobody cares about us. We're just trying to keep kids safe. And I've told my brothers the same thing because my brothers have said similar things because that's how we're raised to speak, is that, oh, these girls aren't being modest. Like, what if there's a bad man around? Instead of learning that no matter who's around, a bad man will take advantage. A good man will not take advantage. A bad one will. So as long as there's good men around, it shouldn't matter. Okay. And I say this, I would pull my little girls, my little boys aside and say, I love that you're expressing yourself. I also will say, please, God, don't take nudes of yourself and put them on the internet. I love you. I know you've just got your very first phone. You need to not take nudes of yourself. Thank you. Like, keep it, wait till you're 18. You do not want pictures of yourself on the internet. So there's also a part of that where we need to tell our kids, I love that you're expressing yourself. Please keep your clothes on. Okay. Just until you're 18 and then you do whatever you want. But also, like, so I think there's a problem here where we want to guide our children, not control our children. We want to pick partners who already share our values instead of making amends in our life like she does. The rules of her home change for the guy she's dating. We want to believe that if we're in an abusive relationship, that we will know how to stand up for ourselves and we'll know to leave. Except what do you do when that abusive relationship is the product of also being raised in a home that tells women they're subservient to men? What happens when that abusive environment also makes you feel guilty for being free, for expressing yourself, for being a feminist? Because remember, a lot of these Mormon wives voted for Trump. Remember that a lot of these women on this show voted for Trump. They voted for a rapist. They're MAGA. So there's a whole other layer to this that's even bigger. It's not just their personal relationship, it's their politics. And that's why when people say, oh, politics doesn't matter, politics is a reflection of your values. You're saying I'm willing to vote for a rapist if he makes my taxes lower. That's what's being said here. So, okay, we don't have to finish any of that content, but just to make it clear, when we look at the situation in the world and we think about violence and what it is, violence is more than just hitting. It's more than just words. It's more than just, it's so much. And it comes from us not thinking about the impacts of what we're doing in the world. All of us not thinking about it. And I know that's exhausting. I know it's exhausting to feel like I'm doing so much as it is. I'm working so hard as it is. I'm so tired as it is. And also, I mean, don't even get me started on the violence of pregnancy. I think pregnancy is a violent experience. And I think it's the most beautiful, amazing, just wonderful experience a person could go through. And I think it's one of the most like, oh my God, like it is it's both things. Life is both things. I mean, just coming into life itself is what an experience. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? I want us to be willing to hold both truths in our hands, to say to ourselves that we're all these things and more than just these things. Okay? Now, hold on. Let me see here. Did I X out one of the videos I was going to show you? Hold on. Pause. Stay pause. Hold on. Give me a second. I did. I X'd it out. Hold on.
Want to turn to...
Shh. Give me a second to find it. Un momento, por favor. Hold on. La, 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 la. Hold on. Exit out. Let's move on to this next section. Actually, should we take a little bit of a break too? Actually, this is a good point. Let me pause. Let's take a little bit of a break and then I'll come back and I'll show you this video because that will give me time to also find it again because I lost it. Oh my God, what happened? Why did this happen to me? La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. How did this happen? Give me a second. I'll be right back. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la.
Okay, I'm back. All right, let's pause Elvin's music. 1, 2, 3. Okay, I found the video. How are you guys doing? Everything good so far? Are we enjoying the videos so far? I know they're a bit much. Okay. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. Okay. Okay. Let's talk about oppression and politics, violence, political violence. Okay. So for this section, I want to talk about oppression, Tao Te Ching, number 75. When taxes are excessive, the people starve. When officials are overbearing, the people rebel. When governments make life miserable, the people wish for death. Oppressive measures never achieve their intended results. This is the cycle of humanity, especially under patriarchy. It is a constant game of oppressor. This is also capitalism mixed involved. That's why they go so well together. Patriarchy, right, allows there to be held within society an automatic inherent belief that genders alone dictate differences. Men are not opposite of women. Women are not opposite of men. But under patriarchy, men are inherently better, right? Wrong. Okay, wrong. But that's what they believe, right? There's this inherent belief. We see this with the Louis Theroux Manosphere documentary, right? Justin Waller says, name one thing a woman has made. Name one thing in society that women made. This is a inherent belief of patriarchy, that women never contributed or made society, which we know is literally not true. Okay, so what the oppressor does is it weaponizes an authentic desire for equality and the authentic desire for fairness. And it tells you your desire for fairness is wrong and doesn't work within a civilized society. Because in a civilized society, like the one we have now, rules are established for a reason. White men take dominance. Heterosexual relationships are the goal. Other groups and other people, nature has shown you they've done nothing. You hear this about Black people. They'll say, name one thing Black people have done. Name one good thing Black communities created. This is a tool of white supremacy. There are white people who believe that Black people, no matter where they've come from in the world, have never contributed to anything. This is why under a weird, benevolent racism, sort of Asians get some sort of like, oh, but at least Asians are smart. At least Jews are rich. At least, but what do the Blacks have? First of all, who? And second of all, like, this is the narrative coming out of, you know, the apartheids in Africa, right? Where Elon is from. Elon Musk believing like, oh, I'm just an African like anybody else, except his family directly has ties to white supremacy. And so there's this idea that is really, it really is believed that white people created civilization. And this is a belief that the Americans especially uphold. And this is why you have to deconstruct, dismantle these things, because they're not helping anybody and they come at the expense of everybody. This is why when BLM was starting and white people just could not get behind Black people, their sons too would suffer at the hands of cops. Their daughters too would suffer at the hands of cops. Police brutality hurts everybody at a disproportional rate, obviously hurts Black people. And if only white people had come together with Black people, we could all equally hate on cops together, because God knows who likes a traffic cop. You know what I mean? Like, who doesn't fucking hate the police giving you a ticket for going 10 over? You know what I mean? He's like, bro, relax, bro. I'm on the freeway, bro. Relax, okay? Like, who doesn't feel a great injustice when being pulled over, right? But you couldn't get behind Black people, Black communities. So you decided to throw everyone under the bus, even your own people, because God forbid you ever team up with people darker than you, right? So when we have these conversations, and I try to say I'm trying to mitigate violence and harm, what I'm really trying to say is, as a whole, I'm trying not to allow violence to be my first solution, because that seems to be the exact tactic of the white man. But I'm not just holding myself in that regard. I'm saying it seems to be, without making a prescription, it would better all of civilization, all species, to engage in less violence. Not non-violence. I'm not a pacifist. I don't believe that. I do believe violence plays a role in a healthy world. I just think it's not the role that everyone thinks it does. So then when people say, they go, well, what about liberation, Brittany? What about people who seek to liberate people who are being oppressed? Because the oppressor does weaponize it. The oppressor says, oh, yes, violence is the act of the animal, and people who engage in violence are animals, except when I engage in violence, I'm a hero, I'm a liberator, I'm Captain America. So when black and brown, gay and trans engage in violence, it's because they're animals. But when we engage in violence, it's because we're liberators. This is a narrative. The narrative is what's false. The violence is what's true. The violence is what's true because it's occurring. The narrative is what's wrong because it's encouraging the violence. Does that make sense? Does that follow? Do you guys know what I mean? Okay. I would like to tackle what's wrong so we can mitigate the reality of the violence. And so if we take apart the narrative, then the violence should follow and be less than. So when I say aim for a world that's less violent, I'm saying aim for a world where the narrative by the oppressor doesn't have power because we know it's wrong. Does that help better clarify? I'll give an example. Here's Andrewism. You've probably heard him. He's a content creator. You probably know his work. He has a video called Nonviolence, A Path to Freedom, ? Check out the first few minutes of this one.
Nonviolence is ineffective. Let's examine the movements of two of the most popular nonviolent activists of world history, Gandhi and MLK.
Pause. This goes back to what we talked about Taylor just a second ago, right? I said the relationship started with abuse. He cheated on Taylor. Allegedly, Martin Luther also cheated on his wife. Allegedly, the person who had the affair even wrote about it. Okay. Allegedly, Gandhi, after the death of his wife, would sleep with young people, especially women, naked to challenge his temptation over being around naked, beautiful people. Men will utilize other people's bodies, minds, hearts, time at the expense of others. And there's something violent about it. There's something violent in Gandhi's ability to do celibacy tests with vulnerable people. Even though he's not being violent, just the fact that he, in his position of power, asked young people to get into bed with him and sleep naked as a way to test him is putting them in violence way. Because what if he gave into that temptation? What's that look like? Does it look like touching them? Having sex with them? Raping them? What are you testing? What's the temptation you're even testing? Right? With Martin Luther, obviously, they'll do anything to try to discredit him as a person. So we don't want to certainly do that. But I think he discredited himself in many ways for the way that he engaged in patriarchy. Right? So when we even uphold these people in the myth that they were nonviolent, we also disregard that Martin Luther wasn't exactly nonviolent. He believed in reasonable violence because violence can be reasonable. Right? We know this. I think that's true. But the myth is, the digestible myth for white people is that they didn't want violence. But the reality is that violence still occurred, whether we like it or not, right? Okay.
In both cases, upon further examination, you'll see that history is heavily manipulated to paint all victories for humanity as a result of uniform dedication to pacifism, rather than the reality of diverse tactics used in conjunction. In the fight for Indian independence from British rule, the common narrative is that Gandhi built a massive, non-violent movement that engaged in protest, hunger strikes, and civil disobedience to jam up the gears of British imperialism. Sure, there may have been a massacre here and there, and perhaps one or two riots, but the Indian independence movement is an exemplar of peace. Right? Wrong. British colonial power was severely weakened by both world wars, plus the militant struggles of Arabs and Jews in Palestine. Violence is what weakened the empire, and the fear of violence from the Indians and other colonial holdings was a major factor that led to the acceleration of independence from colonial rule.
Okay, pause. Obviously, they're showing us a bunch of generally men. Men are in the photos. You know, what's interesting is, you know how women, they have, what's her name? Rose. What's that? What? Oh my God, I've been so outside the propaganda. I don't remember her name. Roxy? What's that girl's name that they use as propaganda to encourage women to fight the war? Instead of women saying, hey, how about we don't go to war? And also, how about, Rosie the Riveter, is that it? How about we do better things? It's like this idea of how do we get women to say they supported the war? In patriarchy, they'll say women can't do what men can do. And yet when women show up, guys, what I'm trying to say is women are more than capable of going to war. We're more than capable of genociding a population. Thank you. Okay? Women can also genocide. Hopefully they don't. And under patriarchy, they're never really given the opportunity to. But okay. Like, that's the thing. We don't want women to prove they can genocide. But that's what patriarchy wants. That's what I thought when I was little and I had internalized misogyny. I thought I was strong because I was like, I could fight a war. I could press a button. I could nuclear war a population if I had to, right? I could do things, because I thought that's what it was the goal. And then I realized, wait, what the fuck? I don't want to kill people. I don't want to hurt people. Wait, why am I being praised for this? So it's not to say that violence can't liberate. Oh my God. It's not to say violence can't liberate you temporarily. It's to say, are we liberated yet, though? Like, are we liberated yet currently? Where did all the violence get us to? Are you happy? Do you like the world? Did you do it? That's what I'm saying. Did we do it? Okay, so it's not working. Or is it working and I'm just impatient? Do I have to wait? Do I have to let them cook for a while more? You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm asking. I'm saying, you guys keep saying violence is going to work. Okay, did it work yet? Now, of course, a big part of it not working is violence alone can't be the answer. So then how do we discern when to be violent? Well, we need the wisdom. We need the wisdom to know when violence is the answer. And that includes something small and something big. Okay, do I need to kill the spider in my house right now? Do I need to kill the moth? I need to make a good decision about whether or not this is the time to put rat traps in my house or maybe a time to coax them outside. Okay? So when we have these conversations, we need to, on every level, ask ourselves, is this the moment? Because especially in America, which is so uniquely violent, we think it's always the first answer. I'm going to fight you. I'm going to beat you. I'm going to go for you. Don't catch me outside. What'd she say on Dr. Phil? Catch me outside. You know what I mean? The first display of power is violence. An entitlement over women, a form of violence going back to the TikTok we just watched, right? The man saying, I'm in your house. It's your rules. You have to do what I say in order for me to be in your presence. I had to learn that as a person. I had to learn. Because when my religious parents used to come to my house, I used to take down my work of art, my especially gay work of art, because I didn't want to offend them and they wouldn't come over if I didn't. But that's honestly like a kind of violence. That's a type of violence. It's a type of violence that says, I don't even want to see gay people. I don't even want to see. My brother called me the other day and he calls my art porn. He goes, is there porn on your walls? I was like, no, it's just a naked girl. It's art. He goes, it's porn. He just calls it porn. He's like, hey, there's porn on your walls, bro. And I was like, it's just nipples, relax. So now I don't do that, but I especially do it with love. I don't do it out of resentment or rebelliousness. I just say, hey, sounds like that's something you got to work on. When you're done working on it, you can come over, but I'm not going to take it down anymore. Right? And that's the thing. I try to be respectful. I do try to, because I understand people are suffering. Now, I don't show him the art. If it's going to bother him, I'll turn my camera. Why? Because I'm not a fucking asshole. Okay? I'm not a fucking asshole. And it would be asshole for me to, okay? That would be fucked up. In the same way, genuinely, I try to take into consideration the vegan people in my audience, but I'm not, I'm not going to stop watching videos because I think people should see it, but I understand it might be upsetting, so I'll warn you. People are upset it's real that they're upset. Whether or not they should be upset, I don't know. You have to deconstruct it. You have to look into it. You have to be introspective. I don't think he should be upset at the paintings, but in order for him not to be upset at the paintings, he would have to deconstruct his religion. He's not about to do that. So I'm not about to. In the same way, I wouldn't show up at that Nazi rally and cook pork in front of Muslims. Do I think it's silly? Sure, but genuinely, I don't know any Muslims who also would be offended at pork unless you were trying to be mean about it. Do you get what I'm saying? It would be rude for me to shove it in their face. In the same way, it would be rude for me to shove my art in their face. it would not be rude for me to say I'm not taking my art down if you come over. But it would be rude if I shoved it in people's face. Yes? Okay? So do we understand the differences here? That as a community, we also have to make sure we're not pushing things in people's faces. And also as a community, we have to know the difference between someone pushing you and them just existing in your space, which are two different things. Okay.
And while Gandhi's resistance movement was of importance, it was only one of several forms of popular resistance. Revolutionaries like Chandrasekhar Azad and Bhagat Singh won mass support for their armed struggle against British, Indian, and international capitalism. And they, among others, are still admired in India today. While Gandhi was well respected, he actually lost a lot of support for his leadership when he tried to call off the movement after the 1922 riot. So much so that when he was arrested by the British afterwards, nobody even protested. History remembers Gandhi above all the others because he was palatable, not because he represented all of India's feelings at the time. Plus, we have to question whether independence was really a victory, in India as in other colonized nations. The British had a heavy hand in dictating what independence would look like for India. They partitioned India and Pakistan, fanned the flames of religious and ethnic tensions, and ensured dependence on foreign aid for decades to come. Poverty and inequality abound as foreign corporations continue to pillage India. Now with the
Okay, I just want to pause here. When is violence a move of liberation? How do you know you're liberating people? Like those two boys who were watching ISIS videos and decided to throw the makeshift bomb in front of Zoran's house. They threw it at the white nationalists. Was that a form of protest that made sense? Is killing a Nazi good? Or is subduing a Nazi better? Is it better to kill a Nazi or to subdue a Nazi? What is more ethical? What is more moral? What is better for the world? Okay. It's like this idea that I was watching a TV show clip and he goes, why do you think violence is an answer? He goes, I don't know, bub. Like we took down the Nazis using violence, right? We waited 5 years to get involved though, like America. And we also were more than happy to let shit go down until it was interesting to us. So, you can say we came in as heroes, but really we came in as business people. That's why, there's a layer to this that's really gross, a layer to this that isn't about justice. Now, how do you participate in your own life and contribute to this false sense of justice? That's the next question. That's the responsibility part. How do I engage in a belief? How do I uphold beliefs? How do I exist in a world that contributes to things like this? Okay. So that's the question, is how do I, and then how is that going to reflect the collective, the us, right? So when we're having these conversations, it is really difficult to say what is more ethical? So right now the US is backing Israel and Israel is bombing Lebanon. Okay. The US is going after Iran. Israel is genociding Palestine. Where is the liberation in this form of violence? Who is it going to help? Now, how many of you, when you imagine liberation violence, imagine being pushed into the corner and fighting back? Okay. Okay, we're going to move on from that. I want to show you this. Let me show you this. I'm going to whiplash you a bit, okay? Look at this story out of Moscow. You probably know this story. It's a bit old.
It's a case that has shocked Russia. 3 teenage sisters from Moscow are facing potentially long jail sentences after being charged for the brutal murder of their abusive father. Maria, Angelina, and Kristina Khachaturian have admitted to stabbing and beating to death 57-year-old Mikhail Khachaturian in July 2018. Investigators found that the sisters had suffered years of frequent beatings and sexual abuse by the man.
We thought we'd turn the tide after forensic examination showed that the girls lived in a situation where they saw no other solution than killing their father.
Девушки жили в обстановке, когда не видели другого выхода, кроме как расправиться таким образом с отцом.
Besides, the examinations have shown they were sexually and psychologically abused.
Более того, экспертизы показали, что было сексуальное насилие, было психологическое насилие, психическое. И, собственно, мы полагали, что все это вкупе дает нам право надеяться на то, что дело будет переквалифицировано.
We thought this would give us reasons to expect the requalification of the case.
The sisters, who were 17, 18, and 19 at the time, attacked their father as he slept in a chair in the family's apartment. This June, prosecutors charged them with premeditated murder and put them under house arrest pending trial.
Следователями Следственного комитета России.
What do you guys think about that? What do you think about that? So obviously the girls are pushed into a corner and it's pretty bad and they don't know what to do. So we can understand how horrifying the case is, right? And yes, I agree. No sympathy for the man. And yet, Chad says, if you were the investigator, would it be ethical to fudge up analysis so these girls get away with it? The dilemma is there's no evidence that these girls would be healthy enough to exist in society. There's no evidence, because that's the decision they made, that they could ever be safe for you. You don't know what they're going to do now. That's the problem with living in a world where, like, imagine you're on a date with one of these girls and they're like, oh yeah, I murdered my father because he raped me. That would be a very hard, would you want them to babysit your kids? You know what I mean? Like, hold up. Like, you know what I mean? Was there no other way? Like, no other way we could get out of this situation? Now, what's devastating is their father even put them in that situation. That's what's even more devastating, is that their father even put them in a situation to have this situation occur, right? So what's difficult is, though we can understand where the girls are coming from, and I definitely think with the right of evaluations or some sort of intervention, we could talk about whether or not they could get out of this, but they should never have been in that situation to begin with. Sometimes I think we have to accept that it's too late for a lot of people, but only because it will be hard for them to get help. But it's not too late for kids. And I think we need intervention no matter how old somebody is for this reason, right? Now, somebody said, Ryan Z, Gypsy Rose. Ooh, speaking of which, yes, I feel the same way about these girls as I do those two boys who threw the bomb into the crowd. The parents failed them. The adults failed them. Their lives are now thrown away because of the position adults put them in. Because ultimately, two boys shouldn't be watching ISIS videos on the internet and getting radicalized enough to make a bomb. Now their lives are gone. They're going to be in prison forever. These three girls, young teenagers, had their whole life ahead of them gone. The adults are more responsible than any of these kids who committed these crimes. The adults are the most responsible because they could have prevented this. Copyrighted. So all of this to say, I was not a fan of Gypsy when the story first came out, and people were like, that's so fucked up, Brittany. Can you see she was forced to do it? So just a reminder, she colluded with her then boyfriend to stab her mother to death, basically. It was horrible. And do I think this was preventable? Yes. Do I think that this is a hero story? No. Do I think this is a clear-cut victimized story? No. Do I think her mother is in any way redeemable? No. Do I think that Gypsy was a victim? Yes. Like, all of these things can be true, but I really struggle with the way that the internet decided she was like this great hero. And this is the devastation that we all have to face. And this is why it's so hard to do the right thing, right? Because it didn't even start, like Gypsy never had a chance because her mother never had a chance. Her mother was also a victim from her mother. Like, she almost never had a chance. And I know people, listen, a lot of stuff is happening on the internet right now where people are like, I don't get why young people have this thing or young people do this thing. I didn't do this thing. Great. Love that for you. Right? Like, I love that for you. A lot of us didn't do a lot of things, but that's not going to change the fact that, like, people will do things, right? I get it. I know in your head, you're like, I've never done this. So why would you do this? Because we're not the same person. And that's for everything. That's the answer for everything. Why are some families racist and some families not? Why are some families homophobic and some families aren't? Because they're not the same people. The question is, do we agree as a society that we shouldn't be? And the answer is no. No, the world doesn't believe that. Okay, especially amongst minority communities, we are all very divided right now. A lot of minority communities, a lot of Black and brown communities, a lot of Arab communities, they're more than happy to be transphobic and homophobic. They're more than happy to say they want to be bisexual men. They're more than happy to uphold patriarchal religions. So instead of playing the who's more woke game or who's more this game, play the do we agree on the direction we're heading? Because this is the true line in the sand. Do we agree that future children should not have to grow up this way? Okay, let's figure out that. Because right now we're too stuck on the what you did wrong instead of, okay, what are we aiming for? Because again, we're too busy talking about this, which I think is important, but like, what are we aiming for? What's the goal for our children? Is the goal, like going back to that TikTok, to raise our kids in an environment where they can wear shorts without it being a threat to their... To this day, by the way, I am 36 years old. If I cannot wear shorts above the knee to my parents' house, I'm a grown up. So it's not like, oh, I want to protect the kids. I'm not a kid anymore. So why can't I wear shorts above the knee? To this day. To this day. Okay? So we want to raise kids where they're not going to feel, we want to raise adults where they're not going to feel like their life is now being threatened because they're wearing something above the knee. Okay, so this is the aim for the future. Now, I want to show you this because I think it's really interesting. Okay, hold on. Let me make sure I got the order correct of all my videos I want to show you. Okay, look at this. Let's go back to greater politics, liberation, community efforts. This is France, Tone 24 English. So I actually went overseas for this little story because I was curious how they would cover it. You probably know the story out of Philadelphia. You probably know this story. Do you know the story about when Philadelphia was bombed by the authorities? You probably do. Let's watch it together, though, for those who don't know. United States.
It is something of a forgotten story, 30 years before Black Lives Matter. Story of police violence in the US, confrontation, repression, destruction that got severely out of hand. It culminated on the 13th of May 1985 in Philadelphia when the police dropped explosives from a helicopter at a house in the middle of the city. Those inside were activists in a revolutionary movement called MOVE, which took root in the early 1970s. MOVE, founded by a certain Vincent Leopard, who changed his name to John Africa, the group's followers doing the same, all having the surname Africa. They were, and still are, mostly African Americans at the time, all living under one roof. Now, relations with their neighbours had been very strained, to the point where the police moved in to evict them. An armed standoff and firefight ensued, including the dropping of the explosives onto the house. 11 people inside, including children, killed. The resulting fire destroying more than 60 other surrounding homes. Well, since then, the story has disappeared into the history books. None of those responsible at the time brought to justice. So, more than 30 years later, our correspondents have found new witnesses and spoken to those caught up in what happened. Well, Fanny Allard, Mathieu Mabin and Keteran Gorgestani revisit Philadelphia for France 24.
At 5:30 this morning, warrants were to be served on the MOVE members. 20 minutes later, gunfire erupted.
You know, everybody's running into each other. Orders are being screamed.
This is one of the retired police officers. Okay, so just so you know who he is.
First 5 minutes, it was complete chaos.
At this point, people are starting to panic. They're starting to run. A policeman taking an armed position.
Chat says my mom's best friend lived there when this happened. Sad. Damn. There you go. See? Recent history, recent connection. This is just that people are alive today. You'll see interviews.
The artillery that they came out there with, that's the artillery of war. But they came at us with that.
This is Romana, Africa, MOVE member.
And we had not committed any crime at all.
The police shot so many bullets.
This is a journalist, Lynn.
That they had to go up to another section of the city where the police gun range was to get more bullets.
So we have new videotape of the episode that apparently ended the MOVE situation tonight. The dropping of an incendiary device, 5:27 p.m. State police helicopter drops it. There is the explosion.
Jesus Christ. Look at that again. Look at that. Isn't this insane? And it could happen again. Do not get it twisted. They might be sending ICE agents to kidnap you off streets, but they might also just start throwing bombs. How insane is this?
Incendiary device, 5:27 p.m. State police helicopter drops it. There is the explosion.
As I headed toward my friend's house, he was coming up the street as I was walking down.
This is Mike Africa Jr., MOVE member.
And he said, they dropped the bomb on MOVE. And my first reaction was disbelief. I said, no, they didn't.
the whole block looked like we were in a war zone, you know? It was terrible.
When they went to attack our family May 13th, they made sure they had that bomb, and they made sure that the house burnt.
So this is Janine Africa, member of the Move 9.
To the ground, because they did not want one person to come out alive.
It was one of those days that you don't really like to relive. You don't wish, and you wish it never happens again. That's how everybody felt.
I think the reason the firemen didn't put the fire out, for the same reason the police didn't stop shooting. I think the police commissioner wanted to kill everybody in there.
I mean, obviously 60 houses burned down. So you bomb one house and 60 go down, right? Isn't that the number we heard? Is this the form of violence that is ethical or moral? How do you justify this form of violence? How do you justify? Look at the cleanup. Look at the cost. Look at the loss of life.
The early 70s saw the rise of an organization known as MOVE, a revolutionary group led by John Africa, combining various ideologies, including anarchism, black liberation, environmentalism, and animal rights.
Okay, hold on. Ooh, interesting combination.
Including anarchism, black liberation, environmentalism, and animal rights.
Okay.
Mike Africa Jr. is a child of MOVE. He was born 42 years ago behind these bars.
Right now we're at House of Correction. This is the jail that I was born in. Well, my mother was pregnant at a time when the police raided our house and they arrested my parents and they put them in jail while she was pregnant. I came back to this jail maybe 2 or 3 years ago to see it. And it looked very familiar, even though I had never been here that I remember.
In August of 1978, MOVE engaged in a standoff after then Mayor Frank Rizzo ordered the group to be removed from their communal home. Residents refused to leave, leading to a confrontation with the police. One police officer died, shot in the head. All 9 members of the group were blamed for that death. Among them, Mike Jr.'s parents.
How that cop died, people still don't know. Many people believe it was MOVE. Many people believe it was friendly fire. I don't know. But what I know is my parents spent 40 years in prison for something that they didn't do.
$40 years. 40 years.
Dubbed the Move 9, they were all convicted of third-degree murder and sentenced for up to 100 years in prison. All maintained their innocence. Mike Jr.'s parents were eventually freed in 2018 after a long legal battle.
Wow.
I've been working to get my parents out of prison since I was a teenager. At least 25, 27 years. Yeah, and you never give up, you know. As long as there's breath in their bodies, as long as there's breath in my body, then, you know, I got to keep on trying to get them out of there.
In the early 80s, MOVE relocated to a quiet, largely middle-class African-American residence on Osage Avenue. From there, they continued their fight for justice for the Move 9. Reporter Lynn Washington covered MOVE from the start.
Okay, now, this is just 9 people, right? This is just a group of people. Now imagine the billions of people unjustly imprisoned or unjustly framed or unjustly. And look, maybe we need more details. What were they doing in that home? Sounds like they're a bunch of vegan hippies hanging out, honestly. Like, you better give me another reason to dislike this group, because right now I'm not hearing it. Maybe I missed something, but it sounds like they're all just kind of hanging out and trying to do right by their people. And it sounds like the police escalated with violence, right? So that's the problem. Is like, what were they doing? Maybe I missed something. Okay. I think it's also just, it's important for us to recognize that one person's life, it matters. And it's amplified by millions in some places of people suffering. One person, 9 people, 40 years, bro. That's why I say I don't believe in punishment. I don't believe in punishment. I don't think it works. And also, where's the justice? Like, where's the justice in the punishment? Where was the justice? And what about the justice for the people who lost their homes? Right? And I get it. The neighbors were complaining, but why were they complaining? Was there something wrong? Were they just racist? Was it a white neighborhood? There's so many layers. I have so many questions. Can somebody answer them? Okay. Maybe they're just uncomfortable with how many people live in the house. One time, I was dating a woman. Okay, listen, we're in our early 20s. Her father's super racist. Okay. And I kept trying to like, you should get out of your racist house. Listen, do not save white people. Listen, okay. Just don't shame me for this. Listen, I am that TikTok. Listen, okay. He, him, lesbians are also correct. That was from yesterday's stream. If you know, you know. Okay. And one time she goes to me, she goes, oh, the house next door, they're an Asian family. I'm like, oh, dope. Cool, bro. And she was like, they have like so many cars. I wonder how many families live in the house. And I was like, what if they have like 6 kids? She's like, what do you mean? I was like, we have 10 kids. And every time I come home to Sundays to my parents' house, there's like 10 cars in the driveway. And she was like, what do you mean? I was like, if they have 5 adult children, there's going to be 7 cars at the house because the parents each have a car and the kids each have a car. And she goes, oh, yeah, I never thought about that. That's right. And I was like, so don't you think like you're probably parroting some conservative talking point from your dad because he watches Fox News all day? And she was like, I guess I didn't think about it that way. And I was like, I know. I was like, but just like, even if there was 3 families living in that house, it's fine. Like, and I just gave my own family as an example. Like, if grandma and grandpa are living there, and auntie and uncle, and I was like, my grandparents and my uncle's family live together. So like, there's like 7 people, 8 people in the house. Like, you just give examples. But when people are raised with a certain perspective, they can't help but think like, oh, there's something negative about this. There's something negative. Is it negative? You know what I mean? Jess said, but did the neighbors know the law enforcement would handle it violently? Probably. They were probably racist. Like, that's the problem. They were probably racist. They're probably racist white people who hated a house full of black people living next to them. Yeah, they probably like, you know, they probably didn't give a fuck. Maybe. We're just assuming it was the 70s. People were really fucking racist. You know what I mean? But let's see.
He remembers how the group protested day and night in the neighborhood.
They felt if they put enough pressure on their neighbors, then the neighbors in turn will put pressure on city officials, and then those city officials would effectuate the release of their 9 incarcerated
Okay, let's see.
members from the 1978 incident. On top of the house, there was a public address system. So MOVE would harangue their neighbors, you know, any hours of the day. I mean, Christmas in 1984, they did a harangue for 24 hours straight. Because MOVE was doing this, there was ancillary disruptions in that there were a lot of news media always around. There was a heavy police presence always around. There were onlookers, so it was just chaos on this particular block.
Yeah, but who's making it more chaotic? The police.
Months, neighbors repeatedly complained to the city about the group's behavior, to no avail.
If our government agencies
Okay,
who
let's
are
see.
paid by our tax dollars are unable to guarantee and enforce those rights for us, then we as citizens also have the right to do that ourselves.
On May 13, 1985, Wilson Goode, Philadelphia's first African-American mayor, gave the order to deploy 500 officers to evict MOVE members. 13 people were in the communal home on that fateful day, including 6 children. The standoff lasted for hours before the police finally dropped a bomb on the house.
Jesus Christ.
The building went up in flames and the fire quickly spread to the whole block, destroying more than 60 houses and leaving hundreds homeless.
Oh, great job, stupid. Hundreds homeless? Like, do you know what I'm saying? Violence cannot solve problems like this. This is not a violence solves problem situation. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, great. 100 people homeless, 60 buildings down, 11 people plus dead, children included. Great, good job.
There, standing
Good job,
there,
police.
it's obvious they couldn't survive that explosion.
Of the 13.
And look, it looks like their neighbors might have been people of color or a mixed neighborhood. I don't know. But that's the point too. Like, where are all these families? Who are these? Who's going to house these families?
MOVE members present that day, only 2 survived, a child and a woman, Ramona.
Damn, only 2 survived?
Of the 13 MOVE members present that day, only 2 survived, a child and a woman, Ramona Africa, the only survivor still alive today. The 71.
Wow, is that damaged? I don't mean to pick at her body, but is this a scar from the bombing? Is that what that's from? If not, we love her regardless. But you know, I was just asking.
Year-old still lives in Philadelphia with members of the Africa family. Janine and Jeanette Africa were part of the Move 9. They were in jail at the time of the bombing, but both lost a child in the attack.
Ugh! Oh! You know what I'm saying? You killed kids, bro. You killed kids? For what? This is what I'm saying. For what? What did you kill kids for?
We tried to come out of the house when we realized it was on fire. Out the back of the house, it was cops all around there, and they shot at us, to try to keep us from coming out. And that's why 11 people died.
Oh, I believe that. I 100% believe it. What a tactic. No, I don't believe the police officers for a second. I believe that. You hear look how disgusting that is. They kept them from leaving, from escaping, which happens. People have recorded situations where this shit happens.
That house was murdered in that house, and only 2 of us survived.
You know how we found out about our family being murdered? We were all in prison at the time, and we were in a restricted housing unit. That's where you're isolated. The officers that run the prison came to our cell door one by one, opened the door, said, "Sue, your son Tommaso is dead." Shut the door. Went down the line like that. Nobody from the city ever contacted us to say there was a bombing and your son was murdered. What do you want done with his remains? Nothing. To this day, I don't even know where my son's remains was supposed to be sent to or done with.
Ramona served 7 years in jail on rioting and conspiracy charges. In 1996, the city of Philadelphia paid her $500,000 in damages for pain and suffering. But despite 2 grand jury investigations and a civil suit, no one was ever criminally charged for the bombing.
They did not arrest anybody, none of the cops, none of the officials. Nobody was ever held accountable, charged for.
I heard that Breonna Taylor, they want to throw out the possibility of holding the cops accountable for killing her. Have you guys heard any updates? I heard about it a couple of days ago, and I'm just like, bro, come on, bro. Like, get it together. This is what I'm saying. You cannot have a justice system that does not seek justice for victims. You cannot just kill people. You cannot say, because I'm uniform, I am entitled to killing you. You cannot say, because I am the one who works for the government, I am entitled to killing you. This is the form of violence I'm talking about that will get us nowhere. This form of violence will never liberate us. ICE kidnapping families off the street will never liberate you, right? So when I say violence is not a liberator, I'm really meaning to dismantle the narrative from conservatives, especially, who say violence is the only way we protect our kids, right? Fathers who hit their children and say, "I'm doing this for your own good." They really believe this was a belief I heard you hear it on YouTube videos too. A lot of conservative fathers believe that if I beat my children, they will listen to me when there's an emergency. So they think I will beat my child. I will spank my child. Okay. And this is like the kind of beating that wouldn't necessarily warrant a CPS call, but it would warrant a, hey, breaking generational curses conversation. Because again, we don't want to get the police involved in every fucking situation. Okay. We want to be able to, as a community, stop forms of violence that are culturally ingrained in us without needing to call the cops in every single situation. We don't want to trust the police like this. Okay. So, they believe that if the child is fearful of their voice, that if they need to tell them like, hey, stop what you're doing, the kid will stop and believe them and then be saved. I know it sounds crazy, but instead of just, listen, I really believe you don't need to hit kids. I really believe like you being an authority comes from a place of safety and protection, that they will listen to you because they know you're there to protect them instead of listening to you because they're afraid you might hit them, right? The people don't trust cops. They're afraid of cops. That's why we stop and listen. We don't respect them. Okay. I don't know. I've never met a conservative that respected a fucking cop until BLM. And then all of a sudden, now y'all are like, love pork all of a sudden, but you've never eaten it before. And that's what I'm saying. What the fuck is wrong with you? You never fucking respected cops before. And now all the fucking sudden, okay, kind of crazy, honestly, kind of crazy. And it's because you just like, you will not deconstruct, you will not do the work, you will not introspect. And so you will promote a form of weaponized violence by the state that you claim you want small government to be used against citizens. A bomb, bro? They bombed a neighborhood. Can you imagine you're just sitting down and watching TV and minding your business and a bomb hits your house? Well, welcome to Lebanon. Welcome to what happened in Iran with those schoolgirls. Yeah, welcome to the reality of everywhere else. Don't worry, we're going to talk about 9/11 in a second.
Murdering our family, and trust me, it is murder. It wasn't an accident. The one thing that
An accident? Oh my God, is somebody sitting here being like, oh, it's an accident? I didn't mean to. Oh, actually, I bet she said that because I did pre-watch some of this to prepare, and I think the white cop is about to justify it. Hold on, let's see.
Found out the firemen were told not to put the fire out, and no one was shooting at them like they was trying to claim. They just was ordered not to put the fire out.
36 years later, Philadelphia police have a very different take on the...
You know why I believe this? Okay, yeah, the Philly police are about to fucking be racist. Listen to this. Do you guys remember? Who remembers? Because I was, obviously I don't really watch a lot of conservatives. Even now, it's mostly just to check in, obviously, to see what's going on, to see what my parents are watching. But realistically, like, I used to watch a lot more because I used to be, like, really in the know. And now I'm a little rusty. Okay, I admit it. I can't keep up with everything. Okay. But remember the time when conservatives were ranting and talking about fire insurance and how firefighters were watching people's houses burn down in real time because they didn't pay for fire insurance? Do you guys remember this? And in conservative bubbles, I remember arguing with people. I was a liberal by this point, most likely, if I remember correctly, obviously, because even when I was a conservative, I was arguing with conservatives, right? But I was a conservative. I admit it. I voted for McCain and Palin. I'm disgusted with myself. Disgusted. Okay. I remember arguing with conservatives, like, who cares if they pay their fire bill? Don't firefighters get paid by our taxes? And they're like, no, they get paid by fire insurance in certain places. And I was like, well, who fucking cares? Like, save the house. Like, who cares if they paid their bill? Save the house. And they're like, what do you mean? They didn't pay their bill. And I was like, I don't care. It would be unethical and immoral for you to stand by and let someone's house burn down when you have the tools to save it. You, as a person, or evil for letting this house burn down because they didn't pay a bill. Who cares if they paid the bill? And this was a crazy, crazy argument I had to go back and forth with people on. I wish I could, maybe I could even bring it up. Hold on. Let me see if there's a video just showing you. Because it was just an insane, like, watching the footage. Let's see. Hello? Oops, hold on. I clicked too many buttons. Brittany, good job spelling. Firefighters stand by while house burns insurance. See if something comes up. Nothing so far. Oh, I wish it was such an old story. It was such an old story, but it really was a conversation people were having a while ago. Like, should people, let me see if I could just Google an article. Should people be rescued even if, oh, here, no pay, no spray. Firefighters let home burn. Go fuck yourselves for doubting me. Not that anyone was, but I just know somebody in chat was like, Brady's making this up. No pay, no spray. Firefighters let a home burn. Firefighters in rural Tennessee let a home burn to the ground because the homeowner hadn't paid a $75 fee. Firefighters in rural Tennessee let a home burn to the ground. Okay, let's see. They could have at least saved it if they put water on it, but they didn't do it. The fire started when Kranique's grandson was burning trash near the family home. As it grew out of control, he called 911, but the department nearby did not respond. He said we wasn't on their list, he said. Kranique, who lives outside the city limits, admits he forgot to pay the annual $75 fee. The county does not have a countrywide firefighter service, but South Fulton offers fire coverage to rural residents for a fee. He says he told the operator he would pay whatever it was necessary to have the fire out. His offer wasn't accepted. The fire fee policy dates back 20 years or so. Anybody that's not inside the city limits of South Fulton, it's a service we offer. Either they accept it or they don't. Bullshit! That's what I'm saying. Bullshit. Okay? How fucked up is that, bro? How do you live with yourself? How do you live with yourself? How do you sleep at night, bro? That's what I'm saying. How gross is this? Is this justice? This is gross. What bullshit, bro? $75 fucking dollars? Who fucking cares? I don't care if it was $50,000. Who fucking cares? Put out the fire. So stupid. Okay? So truly, with peace and love, there's a lot of reasons to be angry, but I tell you, please be angry for the world and not at the world. If you're angry at the world, you will become a school shooter. If you're angry for the world, you will be an activist. You will help feed people. You will do whatever it takes to be there for your community. Ridiculous.
Events. In this police veteran.
Yes, that is violence. Okay, wait. Here we go. Are you ready? That is a form of violence. Not putting out a fire on someone's home when you have a fire truck is a form of violence. You didn't start the fire, but you let it continue. That is a form of violence. Taking away someone's home is a form of violence. Not helping your neighbor when you could have, that's crazy.
Association, everyone remembers MOVE. On the wall, a picture of their colleague killed during the 1978 confrontation. Charlie Esposito was on duty on May 13, 1985. He insists MOVE members were armed.
Trust me, they were shooting at the firemen. I don't have no reason to lie. It's, 35 years later? There's no reason that I have to lie to you right now.
So were there guns on the case? Did they find weapons in the bombing? And aren't Americans, don't they have the Second Amendment right? Aren't they allowed to have weapons? And if a bunch of armed people with weapons came to your front door and was shooting at you, do you not have a right to shoot them back? Hold on, I have a lot of questions.
Mean anything either way, but I'm telling you they were shooting at the firemen. And the fire's burning away and the firemen trying to get in there to put it out. So then the fire commissioner pulled his people back. He says, I'm not going to have anybody shot just because they're trying to put the fire out.
Was the city right to bomb its own citizens?
No!
Was the show of force proportionate? Esposito is not sure.
Personally, I don't know. I might have thought a little bit longer about doing that. See, once they started shooting, it changed the whole atmosphere, the whole thing. But, taking the fact there was a lot of children in there, it would have to be a dire situation for me to do that. I'm not saying they were wrong, because it was really getting out of hand. People were running around, people were being shot. So you just couldn't say,
Who were the people? You know what I'm saying? Like, who? I need more details. This could have been handled better.
Wait a minute, and we'll think it over. It was right then and there, you had to do what you had to do. As far as I'm concerned, they were wrong. They were wrong right from the beginning for what they did to the neighborhood.
What did they do? Can I get a story? Am I missing something? What did they do?
Today, it's hard to imagine the extent of the destruction on Osage Avenue. This small sign is the only physical reminder of the tragedy.
Wow, on May 13th, 1985, at 6221 Osage Avenue, an armed conflict occurred between the Philly Police Department and MOVE members. Wow, look at this. A helicopter dropped a bomb on MOVE's house. Okay, what did they do?
But residents like Tyree Johnson haven't forgotten. He already lived here in 1985 and saw the whole street go up in flames.
Wow.
Every house from the very corner all the way down to 6252. And the only one that was standing, that looked intact, was 54. The whole neighborhood suffered.
The 61 houses that burned down were eventually rebuilt by the city, but were left largely empty for nearly 15 years. A sign of how much the neighborhood suffered in the aftermath of the bombing.
Damn.
The neighbors blamed themselves for this whole thing. I mean, all they did was complain. And then, what they had, all these kids dead. They had their ability.
Oh, I didn't think about that. So the neighbors couldn't figure it out amongst themselves, which begs the question, why not? Right? I have a lot of questions about that. Maybe it was I don't know what kind of neighborhood it was. Was it an all-black neighborhood? Were they confused? Were there conversations? Did they want to more assimilate and there was a problem with the rebellious? Because, Black communities want to assimilate too. It's not like having a rebellious vegan group of people together wasn't going to cause problems, right? Like, having a pro-African group is, it's going to cause conflict. And also it's going to cause conflict because of, but what caused the neighbors to call the cops? And I think maybe this is why our communities generally stopped calling the cops as well, because we just found out it hurts our friends in our communities more than helps them, because probably of situations like this. I assume there was some probably inspiration for that belief. That's a pretty wide known belief amongst progressive people, especially our pro-Black communities, is like, don't call the police. And maybe this is a part of it, right? Because I bet they probably did feel really bad. That's so sad. They probably they probably had an idea of what would happen, but I would love to know more about the story in that sense.
And their livelihoods disrupted. A whole, 3 rows of houses gone. a city government that just didn't know how to handle it. What are we here? What, about 35 years now, and it still moves in the headlines and things like that. It's a problem that doesn't seem to be going away at all.
Today, MOVE lives on through people like Mike Africa Jr. From his studio in North Philadelphia, he hosts a weekly podcast.
On the Move is here to disrupt the system and spark a global revolutionary change that changes what we need. In the words of John Africa, the power of truth is final. It's important to remind people about the history of Move, to remind people that this happened so that you can prevent this from happening to other people. There needs to be things in place where the police can't just go drop a bomb on somebody. Are there any laws in place that protects that? And are the police going to follow that law? And if they don't follow that law, we need to delete qualified immunity from the book so that they can't be prosecuted for when they break that law.
Definitely.
Right? So there's steps that need to be taken, and it's a long walk.
Raised by other female members of the group, Mike Jr. embodies MOVE's new generation, fighting to make African American voices heard and defend their rights.
We've never been able to get justice, never. And that's not just because we're MOVE people. We've never been able to get justice. We as black people have never been able to get justice, not from this system. You can say that MOVE people were crazy, whatever you want to say, whatever type of derogatory thing, whatever type of true thing about MOVE people acting in some kind of ill-mannered behavior, right? But man, nothing justifies dropping a bomb on people.
A year ago, the Philadelphia City Council formally apologized for the bombing, acknowledging the immeasurable and enduring harm it caused and calling for an annual day of remembrance. But while the MOVE bombing lives on through Philadelphia residents, it remains largely forgotten in the national collective memory.
So this is the idea, right? So now what people are going to say is like, oh, we have to justify it because of the way they were living. And he's saying it doesn't matter. Even if some of the things you're saying about them were true, nothing justified bombing a house full of kids and adults, right? And that's the point. Why do we justify it? Because we decided we don't like these people, right? And this is the whole idea of like, there is no justification of genocide. There is no, we're protecting our land. There is no excuse. You cannot do this to people, especially in large quantities and large numbers, right? And so it's just like, it's so devastating. You know, it's just such a devastating situation. And again, talking about violence, like, is this justified violence? I certainly don't think so. But I don't think a lot of our solutions when it comes to violence are ever justified. I think we're really bad at discerning when to be violent. Which is why I think people get really sensitive around veganism or plant-based eating. They get really sensitive around the romanticization of hunting as well. Like, imagine, I was watching Dr. K talk to Dr. John Deloney, and they were doing this collaboration in which they were dads sharing dad stories. And Dr. Don goes, I'm really worried about my kid getting a cell phone and being on he has a cell phone, but not like a data phone, like a phone with the internet. His smartphone. He goes, I'm really concerned about my kid getting a smartphone. And Dr. K goes, do you go hunting with your kid? He goes, oh yeah, I gave him a gun when he was 5. And I was like, so you'll give a kid a gun at 5, supervised, but not a cell phone or a smartphone. And this is, there's some good reasoning to this, believe it or not. I do think both could be good in different ways, but I think it's interesting how casual we are with guns and hunting and killing things. And we don't think about using the same amount of discipline in our phones. Like, it's interesting that you're like, I could teach a kid to kill something with dignity, but I can't teach a kid to Google with dignity. Because they're like, oh, kids will get curious. So kids will get curious with Google, but not with guns. It's interesting the way we kind of like, it's not all or nothing either. There is a nuance here, but it is interesting, isn't it? Like the way we justify certain things in our heads, okay? Chad says the career context for Deloney is important. You mean that he's a conservative? Or that he's a Christian? Obviously, if you don't know that already, that's what he is, in case you guys don't know. But I mean, yeah, that's conservatives. Like, he's a conservative. That's normal. And conservative bubbles is what I'm trying to say, right? Our relationship with violence is interesting. The glorification. And also, like, again, I don't think it's wrong that people want to have guns, right? I just think it's important to recognize the people who have the guns and the relationship to violence is important. Like, domestic violence goes way up when there's a gun, right? That's why they are not supposed to have guns after being convicted, fingers crossed, in some places. Okay, hold on. Before I lose my train of thought, So the conversation I want to have around this is what justice is found through violence. So the oppressor uses the myth of justice, the narrative of justice to commit violence. We're doing it to protect you. The oppressed use justice or use violence as a form of justice to liberate, but where did it get them? Have we ever on either side been liberated through violence? I think the answer is no. I don't think you can give me an example in which we liberated anyone through violence, even if we understand that violence is necessary. Like the first Pride was a protest, right? That's why Pride is a protest. It's a form of violence, I suppose. But, you know, throwing a brick through a window or something. But when we talk about actually getting us to the next part of our journey, maybe our evolutionary social journey, where is the violence in this? So here's some videos I want to show you about ICE. And I want to show you sort of like recent videos that happened. Well, not recent, like 4 months ago, this was shown. Actually, the video is a little bit even older than that, but this was from 4 months ago. It's from October. So mother, kid running up to the door.
This is video of a mother we're not identifying because she hasn't been charged with any crimes. She can be seen on the Learning Nest's Ring doorbell footage with 2 children and another adult waiting for the door to open. She's saying in Spanish, I'm not sure if they're official and I imagine they are ICE. Fatima Escareno is the Learning Nest's owner.
She was being followed by ICE. She was like, I don't know what to do. I just need help. I think that I need to just hand you over my child. In the meantime, she was saying goodbye to her child. She was just kissing him and just telling him, just never forget that I love you so much.
Other parents like Bill Brower, also at drop-off, caught the tail end of that goodbye.
We had some gentlemen come up to the school and grabbed a mother during drop-off. You know, pretty fast, pretty concerning.
After that, Escareno says the same agents returned. The timestamp on that Ring video is 4 minutes after the mom rang the doorbell. In the video, the agent can be heard saying she's probably and mouthing what seems to be the word illegal.
She's probably.
Escareno says a teacher who is a woman of color was behind the door this time.
She didn't know what to do, if she should open the door or not. So she was also kind of like getting advice and calling me like, hey, there's an officer here that wants to come in.
The same video shows the agent saying rain check and leaving. Escareno says she took that to mean they might come back and decided to close the preschool today.
My skin is darker. I obviously look Hispanic. Am I in danger? So getting those kind of questions is very difficult for me especially because I can't say, no, you're not in danger.
Okay, right now, Joan Grain, how Panda Express is tuberculosis. Uh-oh. We're going to ignore that. God knows, Panda Express. Okay, here we go. So now I want to show you. Okay, so first, okay, hold on. My spoons are dwindling a bit. I'm trying to focus here. Okay, I should have grabbed a chocolate. Listen. Conservatives will say this form of violence is here to protect you. And I say, what form of violence in this context has now protected me? ICE is now in U.S. airports. That just happened in the last 24 hours. How is this protecting people? When Katrina happened, okay, the governor basically gave free rein for people to protect themselves against looters. These looters were literally people whose homes had been destroyed, whose neighborhoods were flooded, whose children needed formula, whose people needed fresh shoes and clothes. Okay, but just look at how the news covered this story.
Tonight, an I-Team exclusive, new video and information on the men who claim to have set up vigilante patrols in Algiers Point. Did the West Bank turn into the Wild West in the days following Hurricane Katrina?
Let's go to WDSU News Channel 6 reporter Travers Mackel with the I-Team investigation you'll see only on 6. Travers?
Well, Norman, we talked to the victim of a vigilante shooting as well as neighbors over here in Algiers Point. Many of them tell us that in the days following Hurricane Katrina, some men felt compelled to take matters into their own hands. Algiers Point was a mess after Hurricane Katrina hit the area. You can see in this home video, trees were down, power out, but no flooding. Kathy Carmack never evacuated. She stayed in her home on Belleville Street the entire time. Here she is, sitting on her porch in home video taken before power was restored to the city.
It was horrific. To me, it was.
Kathy says, making matters worse, the local militia who set up shop to defend the area.
Well, you hear gunshots. You see them running down, running down Belleville Street with their rifles and their guns after somebody. I mean, it was like a 24/7 parole by them because there was nobody here at the time. There wasn't any army, police, or anything.
One of the men Kathy says patrolled the point, this man, Paul Gleason.
By the way, you guys know how much I dislike Leo Skepi. When the LA fires happened, Leo Skepi, I know he's young, but he has, again, we make young people way famous. You know what I mean? He was warning people that they were going to get raped. He was like, the police aren't coming to save you. He's like, this is when people get violent. He's like, looters are going to come to your houses. He was literally saying the most disgusting things about LA residents. And by the way, they came together and donated items. They came together and housed people. Like LA really showed up for each other during the fires. And he had the audacity to get on a microphone on his big ass platform and tell people that in a big tragedy, this is when people attack. Sure, a very small group of people, but generally speaking, people tend to come together. People tend to actually come together, funny enough, and that's what happened in Katrina, okay? Police and military were so late in getting to Katrina that a lot of the people rescued were because of neighbors. So this mentality, this bullshit pressed by white supremacy, believes that when minority communities are hit by tragedy, they turn on each other. Because that isn't exactly what happens. If anything, people come together.
Her neighbor, who spoke out 12 days after the storm hit.
Did you have any problems with looters?
Not anymore.
Not anymore. But you did.
They're all dead.
What happened?
We shot them.
How many people did you shoot?
38.
38 people. What did you do with the bodies? Did you take them to?
Gave them to the Coast Guard.
With a cup of red wine in one hand and riding a tractor from Blaine Kern's Mardi Gras world, Gleason told his story to Esteban Balog and Michael Orsini, two cops from Pennsylvania who came to New Orleans to help provide security after the storm.
I got a sense that he wanted to tell somebody his activities. This is what happened. This is how bad it was. The emotion that he was talking with was, it was live or die, and I had to do what I had to do.
Oh, I tried to shoot to put them down. We didn't try to shoot to kill.
Oh, okay. So did you kill
a number of them?
How many did you kill roughly?
Who cares? Who cares? Matter.
Yeah, I hear you.
It doesn't matter. They chose to die. They chose to commit suicide. They opened up on us, so we fired back.
It makes me sick. It makes me sick to my stomach to even. You know.
He says shot after Hurricane Katrina. This is Donnell.
Hear that guy talking about how many people they shot, killed, and, you know.
One man shot in the days after Hurricane Katrina is Donnell Harrington. He shows the scars from a gunshot wound to the back. Harrington says he was in Algiers Point a few days after the storm when a vigilante fired at him with a shotgun.
We was just walking through the neighborhood.
Do you have any problem with looters?
Harrington says he was not looting.
This is an old footage. I don't know if this is the same man in the documentary, because in the documentary, he's obviously old now. So I don't know if this is the same man. But the man featured in the documentary said he was also just walking through a neighborhood and he got shot by people who felt they were given permission. You know what I mean? So I don't know if this is the same man because he's so young here. I can't tell. But this did happen. Like, people felt emboldened. And that's what's so devastating. Also, chat says, usually looters aren't from the area that was affected. I just want to say, I cannot tell if you're a conservative or not, like, or if you're like one of those people. I can't tell where you're coming from. I don't know your intentions, but I just want to say for my audience that when talking about Katrina, when talking about LA fires, looters are not the problem. Looters are not important. I don't fucking care if they're stealing. I don't fucking care about anything. What I care about is the 99% of people there are suffering and they need help. And the victims that were taking stuff from the stores that were flooded, they needed clothes. They needed baby formula. All these videos of them with clothes, it's because they were sitting and soaking water. Their clothes were soaked with water. Their clothes were literally soaking in swamp water. They needed new clothes. So again, I don't want to push any narratives that looters. That's a dog whistle word as far as I'm concerned, okay? I don't like people going after the looters because they're not even the problem. The problem is people need help. Okay? People are always going to take advantage of a situation, but a majority of those people were just suffering.
Or causing any problems.
You know, that was just an opportunity for them to, to do just what they did, for their own personal reasons.
Definitely.
Harrington couldn't say for sure if Gleason was the man who shot him.
The only thing I remember him saying is a bunch of, racial slangs, using the N-word and
just, you know.
After being shot, Harrington went for help and ended up at West Jefferson Medical Center.
Basically, most of the individuals that stayed back, they all felt the same way, that they will protect their property with any force necessary.
Kathy points to signs like this made by Gleason.
Where he had big board signs that you'll be shot if you cross this path and things like that.
So we asked her, could her neighbor, Paul Gleason, kill?
If he was drunk, yeah. Because that made him feel like, God, I hate to say that. But, yeah, I think that's just me personally. Me personally, yes, I do. I do.
Wait, what? I was reading chat.
Kill.
If he was drunk, yeah. Because that made him feel like, God, I hate to say that. But,
what? It made him feel what? Empowered?
Could
What?
her neighbor, Paul Gleason, kill?
If he was drunk.
Oh, kill.
Yeah. Because that made him feel like, God, I hate to say that. But, yeah, I think that's just me personally. Me personally, yes, I do.
So you're probably wondering what happened to Paul Gleason. Well, you can hear clearly in that tape he has an accent. He said he's Irish. We talked to his ex-wife. She told us in the weeks after Hurricane Katrina, after an altercation over here in Algiers Point, Paul Gleason was deported back to the United Kingdom. His ex-wife also told us she doesn't believe much of what he said. She says her ex-husband, Paul Gleason, had a very wild imagination. For now, we're on your side live in Algiers.
What? Okay, hold on. Chat says, as in they aren't worth mentioning in the same conversation. First time I've been mistaken for a conservative. I don't know you, right? So when we're talking about looters, the first thing conservatives do is use looters as a justification for violence against citizens. So any text message on chat, because I can't hear your tone, that sounds like it's making looters sound like evil people, because looting doesn't justify killing them. You can't kill looters. You can't kill people for stealing stuff. Do you get what I'm saying? I'm saying the reason I'm cautious is because all of this is being weaponized against citizens, and that's why I wasn't sure. That's why I asked, right? So even though you might have good intentions, sometimes when I'm talking about minority people and the people go, actually, I just wanted to let you know, it sounds like you're almost not understanding the dog whistle of the word looter, which makes me go like, are you conservative or are you like a liberal who doesn't know yet? Which I get, I've been there myself, where you say something that's just like, it sounds innocent, but if it's not prefaced correctly, it sounds like you're saying something else, right? Which is my caution, right? Okay, especially since I'm bringing up topics that who knows what audience it might invite in. Though I think we're doing pretty good today, honestly. I think a good turnout today. Okay, another example. This is from CNN's collection, girls. Okay, this is CNN. It's just called Katrina Looting. Literally on their CNN page, okay? Katrina Looting. That's all it says. All you're looking at are people coming out of stores with shoes and food and diapers and shit. And for the record, the branding of this is really fucked up. Calling them looters is giving you a justification in your head to hate them, instead of calling them desperate people in desperate situations and no one came to help. Do you know what I'm saying? They literally, guys, imagine you ever had wet shoes on before? Have you ever had wet shoes on before? Right? Do you get it? Okay, go into the store and get clean, dry shoes. The store's already flooded. They're not going to sell it again. Do you think they're going to go onto Amazon and sell the shoes? Or do you think maybe they literally all had wet shoes on and they needed fresh shoes? You know what I'm saying? Chet says, as I recall, I understand you as saying the people were looting. That was the context. Habibi, stop. I'm not talking. Okay. This is the point where you go, oh, I hear you, Brittany. Now I understand why you were commenting. Stop justifying yourself. I'm not coming at you, right? Just say, oh, thank you for letting me know. I didn't know that you were double checking. I'm glad I confirm. You're doing this thing where you're defending yourself, which makes me go, so you are a conservative or you are a liberal. Because if you were progressive, you would just say, oh, yeah, I hear you, girl. I know looting is definitely used to like weaponize language against minority communities. That's it. That's all I'm saying. Is like, I know you're probably being autistic or something right now. I get it. I'm autistic and you're probably just like latching onto this idea that Brittany is coming for me. I'm just clarifying so my audience feels safe that we're on the same page and I don't accidentally have a secret conservative in the chat who's like dog whistling the word looting. That's all. That's all we're doing. Right? See how language is hard and tone is hard and I can't hear your tone. So that's why I clarified. Now I've given you permission to no longer identify or need to defend yourself. I'm giving you a way out. But if you keep bringing attention to yourself, it's going to look bad. Okay? Yeah, chat said looters black versus scavengers white. Exactly. Exactly. You know how white people love to dream about the zombie apocalypse? They love all the zombie movies because they want to fuck shit up and take food from places. But then when a real zombie apocalypse happens, they're like, looters, looters. How about survivalists? How about fucking this whole community is about to survive the zombie apocalypse? How about some points? How about some credit? You know, how about some gold stars? How about gold stars for being there for your community and being able to get food and supplies for the babies who need it? Babies were sitting in their own dirty diapers for 5 to 7 days, bro. Like, hello? Have you ever sat in a poopy diaper for 7 days? Have you ever even done it for 1 day? Doesn't sound nice. Okay? Uh-oh. Oh, look, the long-awaited military that took its sweet time coming up. Took them forever to come and supply people with food. It took them literally. And then when the military first showed up in Katrina, guys, they showed up with guns. They showed up with guns. It took a sergeant showing up, a black man, to show up to tell them, put your fucking guns down and stop pointing guns at people who need help. How crazy is that? They came with guns to people who had been flooded. Okay, ready? Trigger warning. 911 calls from Hurricane Katrina. This shit is oof.
Mark Strassman now with some of the people who made those calls and those who answered.
When the levees burst, 911 calls poured in with the floodwater.
102. I need someone out here, ma'am. I'm going to die in this attic.
This one from 2544 DeBriel Street.
The water is steady rising in the attic, ma'am. And I'm going to drown in the attic. And
oh, no.
I'm 37 years old.
Operator Paula Massey took that call. Now retired, she's still living in New Orleans.
What's it like to hear that?
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard and it brings back memories. And it was nothing that I can do to help the lady get out of her attic.
Katrina's winds and water were too dangerous to send emergency crews.
You just wonder what happened. What was the end result?
We tracked her down. She's alive, living in Texas.
Great. Great.
What could you hear in people's voices?
Fear. Terror.
Operator Tina Berry Doyle spent 12 hours on the phone that night.
Could you imagine getting a call where someone is saying that they're trapped, there's no way out, and just stay on the phone with me because I know this is it.
And how did you handle that?
I prayed. It's kind of hard to talk about. I really thought somebody was coming.
Sontel Rush called 911 from this home in the city's lower 9th Ward. From that same attic, we played for her that call for help.
I'm stuck in an egg, and me and my little sister and my mama, and they got water in the whole house.
By the second night, I just was like, we gonna die in here.
An uncle rescued them after 3 days without food or water. Lakeview was also underwater. Sue Daniel called 911 from her attic.
My mother and I, we stranded in the attic, and she's a diabetic.
I realized after I got off the phone that I was going to be the help.
Daniel put her 79-year-old diabetic mother on an air mattress and swam for safety across this road to the roof of this shed.
And how long did you spend on that roof?
26 hours. We were there overnight.
You hear it over and over on these 911 calls. People were on their own.
Pray for me, huh? Oh, sir, I will pray. I will have to pray for everybody, even myself.
A man named John.
So just like process that information that this is who they were calling looters. This is who people were bragging about shooting. Like, how does that not just... Violence will not liberate people. It might temporarily feel like liberation, but when your first response to struggle is violence, when your first response to people in need is violence, it will not help a community. If somebody calls you for help and your first thought is, if they might, I might need to bring a gun, if your first thought, seeing people who've been flooded and are on hard times, taking stuff from a grocery store. I get it. The world is very stressful. We get it. Being robbed really sucks. I understand having an invader in your home is scary. I also understand that all of this is a reflection of us as a whole. Look at us telling people to have a better life when our president is up here a convicted rapist. Look at us lecturing people who grew up in, with none of the resources, complaining that they stole a $10 chicken sandwich when you're sitting here throwing away $50 worth of caviar because it wasn't to your liking. Like, look at us living in a world that's so gluttonous, so just overindulgent, and the people are sitting here and they can't pay for groceries this week. Like, the world is suffering because it's us as a whole. Same thing with your life. Like, we look at our lives and we think, why isn't it better? We have to do the work to get the tools to make it better. That's why community efforts are so important. That's why community work is so important. And community work looks different in different ways, girls. Like I said, you can break generational curses family to family members. It's a big deal. That's your community. You can do it by volunteering. You can do it by taking a walk with your family members and picking up trash. You can do it by, when you know it's Thanksgiving, you're going to make a lot of food. You can take a plate to somebody, maybe you have an apartment building with a couple of young people, are out on their own for the first time and take them some dinner. I'm sure that would really help them. Or maybe some disabled people or elderly people, they're going to struggle to cook this week and take them some food. There's just so many things you can do for people, right? That isn't even, the big stuff. I know people might get overwhelmed with I don't know how to, join a community center or bring people together. Don't do the big stuff. Do the small stuff. The small stuff is everything. Your neighbor comes to you and asks if you have sugar. Give them some sugar. You know what I mean? Like, be the neighbor that someone can be like, hey, do you have some, be the neighbor if possible. Right? So again, when I say violence is not a part of liberation, what I mean to say is that violence is sometimes necessary, but it will not liberate you. It will only give you a temporary relief. And then especially with the way that the government weaponizes violence against its own citizens, it's just ridiculous. And then on top of that, too, there's a multi-layered part of this that's really difficult. Like, the part of our brains that really, we're really engaging with a very special amount of violence within us. Like, there's just a very... special is a weird word. Hold on, I'm getting tired. There is a very specific part of our brain that revels in the violence, calls it justice, and expresses it as a point of pride. And I think it heavily is influenced by patriarchy. One of the examples I want to show you that kind of plays into all of this is 9/11 videos. This is our last point of the day. I'm getting tired myself. I'm sure you're getting tired. Trigger warning. Especially if you didn't grow up watching these videos, especially if you weren't alive at the time, and trigger warning for those who were alive and maybe even there. Okay, ready? Just some clips.
On September 11th, 2001, America's worst nightmare became a reality. Terrorists attacked sites in New York City, Pennsylvania, and Washington, D.C.
And the people who knocked these buildings down will hear all of us soon.
You hear that call for violence?
We'll hear all of us soon.
So now it's terrorists bombed the building or flew a plane into the building instead of men. See how terrorist isn't identifying the group? Anyone's a terrorist. Terrorist is a political word, right? Oh, they're a group I hate, they're terrorists, versus acknowledging that men did this and patriarchy encouraged it and the West encouraged it and all these things happened. Like, it didn't happen in a vacuum. 9/11 didn't just happen because one day, Bin Laden woke up and was like, I'm going to fuck up New York. then Washington and all that stuff. I'm going to just fuck up America. Shit happened prior. Shit is happening now. And I'm saying if you wanted to stop, we would all have to get our shit together as a collective, because America, I think like 73% of Americans were behind this. Even my family, who was a Syrian from Iraq, a lot of Iraqis were overpromised. A lot of the US government said, we're going to come liberate you. We're going to save you from Saddam. And they put in another 50 Saddams, right? That's always how America works, huh? Remember, Saddam was our friend at some point, because that's how America is. They overpromise to the local population. The local population falls for it. And then they come in and decimate the local population.
The attacks sparked a 10-year battle which came to be known as the War on Terror. Led by full-time U.S. military soldiers, a coalition of international forces assumed primary responsibility for engaging a largely unseen enemy.
Exactly. And now Renee Good is said to be a terrorist by the government. Exactly. Now they've decided Renee Good is a terrorist. The fuck? Scott with the super chat says, I'm hoping you're all going to hold the Trumpstein class accountable for what they've done. My neighbors and communities aren't going to do it. Wait, I'm hoping y'all are going to hold the Trumpstein class accountable for what they've done. My neighbors and community aren't going to do it. Thank you for the super chat. I think I'm a little confused. Who's y'all? And what do you mean your communities and neighbors aren't going to do it? Like you're conservative. Are you in a conservative place? Because my conservative family too, they're like, oh, there must have been a reason. He probably was like a double agent, or maybe like Trump wasn't really in it, but you know, he was there. Like, is that what you mean? Like the conservative neighbors and stuff? Or do you mean, like, what do you mean? I thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it.
The coalition was supported by National Guard and Reserve units from every state in the Union, including Iowa, which, in July of 2010, mobilized more than 3,000 soldiers who served in the largest single deployment of the state's troops since World War II.
Okay, now, let me show you this. Okay, again, trigger warning. So I think this one I have to mute for copyright music, I think, or maybe not. Seriously, trigger warning, guys. The Twin Towers is on fire. There's just it's really bad. Okay, so just it's a person. This is a person hanging on the Twin Tower. Just imagine how scary that is. So the building's on fire. The metal is burning you. You're suffocating. You can't breathe. You leap out a window. You have this idea that maybe I can hold on. That's why people were jumping. They knew they weren't going to get rescued, and they didn't want to, you know, burn to death.
Very far. Oh, being lowered. There we go. See that thing falling? That's man. See him? Yes. You got him?
This cannot be the answer. This cannot be the answer. Men felt entitled to driving a plane into buildings that unnecessarily killed all those children who were in daycare in the Twin Towers. All of those people for something the American government did. Israel, Trump is killing people right now. Okay? Is killing people right now because of something they quote the leaders are doing. We should put all these leaders in their own little country to fight it out, apparently. But at the end of the day, I would love to dismantle and deconstruct the patriarchal influence that these men are all buying into, the greed and the gluttony. Okay? It's so devastating to think about the amount of unnecessary violence in the world, the devastation every single one of these people must have felt in that moment, the devastation this human must have felt as they are clinging to life only to fall, to slide to their death, bro, right in front of us. What they must have been thinking, what they must have been feeling, all the New Yorkers surrounding the building, all the people who saw it happen, all the people covered in dust instantly, whoosh. Real people, real lives, real impacts. The firefighters not getting compensated for the amount of cancer and long-term illnesses they suffered from. Jon Stewart had to fight New York City to pay for these firefighters' health insurance because the government abandoned, basically, first responders. It's so dystopian to kind of see the results of it, but it is just a reminder too. And the reason I want Americans to understand, like, your 9/11 is happening every fucking day because of Americans. We do this to people all the time. It's so serious. It's so fucking serious. Israel is doing it right now to Lebanon. We are doing it to Iran. Like, we are doing this every day to people, and you are backing it. You were supporting it. And then you wonder why bin Laden had support. You wonder why these regimes have support. You wonder why these men have her support. They are supporting it the way you supported this. We're supporting it. And I'm saying we cannot keep supporting it. The patriarchy, men's violence, this training we've convinced young boys. These two young boys who made that makeshift bomb. Like, this is not the answer for our boys to be brainwashed by violent men, to be convinced the only way to be a man is to cause more violence. Okay, watch this.
I just remember looking up, thinking, how bad is it up there that the better option is to jump?
And then we saw the people jumping. We saw what we thought was debris, and we realized it was people jumping.
I think that's really nice that he hugged her. Okay, I'm gonna pause it because of the music. People jumping. Firefighters watching people hit the ground. So he's reacting to a person hitting the ground. The music gets copyrighted right now. God. Really sad. Okay, I'm gonna forward a little bit to get past the copyright. Look at this. Wait, look at this. Look at people hanging out the window, people waving, asking for help. That's it. They're going to die. They're not going to make it. You see it. They know it. We know it. And all we can do is watch. All we can literally do is watch. There is someone falling, jumping. It's devastating. I'm going to forward it. Trying to get past this song. Now, look at this, though. 6,700 U.S. casualties in Iraq and Afghanistan. Okay. Over 2,900 died from 9/11 attacks, it says. Like, was this worth it, bro? Look at these families. Look at these innocent families. Look at these fucking kids. Over an estimated 1 million Iraqi and Afghani casualties due to U.S. invasion and occupation. Was it worth it? Is this your fucking, is this your justice, bro? Is this the terrorist you're so eager to get to? Who's this in chat? Says, I think she's really missing a point that all this violence was preventable, but the Israelis and the Americans will not stop killing unless someone stops them. Now, how do you stop them? Do you think it will stop with them? Like, so you're telling me, like, okay, let's say you wipe out America. Let's do it. Israel and America, gone, wiped out. Everybody's dead. Now what? You're saying there will never be another war? There will never be another form of violence? All of a sudden, women are going to get their rights and gay people are going to get married and everyone's going to live in La La Land? Or do you think every time we keep going back to violence is the answer, it just repeats another cycle we've done a billion times? When has violence liberated a people and it stayed permanent? When has violence been the answer? When has it really changed? And I'm saying you can keep doing it because you're going to do it, right? Because it's the only answer you have. You don't have another choice because it's the only way you see the world. And that's what I'm saying. Human beings will always be this way because they are not willing to change. The world is a reflection of us as a whole. And because the people in power and the people who support them won't do the work because it's fucking hard, the world is always going to be this way. But you still have to advocate for the right answer. And the right answer is that violence will not liberate us. It will temporarily give us a Band-Aid. You will temporarily feel better. I can understand why you're going to do it. I can explain it, but it's not the answer. Just like it wasn't the answer for the US to invade Iraq and kill all these people. Like it wasn't the answer to be so angry over 9/11. We justified murdering all of these innocent people. But that's what they do, right? They allow you to be angry. They weaponize your anger. And then in the moment of weakness, they convince you to support killing innocent children and women and men. Okay, that's what they do. And I'm saying the they is us. There is no secret they, it's us. We convinced ourselves it was justifiable, right? And I say this as an Assyrian person whose family in Iraq was, there was a division in the family, but for the ones who supported it, thought it was going to liberate their people. They thought their family was going to be liberated, that the US was going to come in and liberate them. And now it's a deep regret that they ever supported it. I wish they had learned, though. I wish my father, who says I regret supporting the Iraq war, would not support Trump now. But here he is repeating a cycle. Here he is repeating the cycle. And I'm just saying it will still happen. I'm just telling you, life will keep going. Nothing will actually get solved here. Right? But I'm just saying, okay? Right? Let's see, she's usually reasonable on stuff, but I don't know what got into her. Like, she mainly maintains that we listen to Iranians, then want intervention. It's ignorant for us to think we know better. Are you talking about me? Who are you talking about? Wait, are we talking about me? Are you guys talking about somebody else in chat? Who are you talking about? What's happening? Did you guys lose track of the conversation? Who are you talking about? I'm not talking about anybody. I'm talking about humans in general. I'm talking about patriarchy, bro. Oh, it's another conversation? Okay, I thought you guys were talking about me, and I was like, oh my God, I'm so confused. What happened? Okay, never mind. Oh, okay. I thought you guys were talking about me. I was so confused. Okay, my bad. Let's go back to this very devastating video.
There was a young man who would come in and say to the vice president, the plane is 50 miles out. The plane is 30 miles out. And when it got down to the plane is 10 miles out, the young man also said to the vice president, do the orders still stand? And the vice president turned and whipped his neck around and said, of course the orders still stand. Have you heard anything to the contrary? Well, at the time I didn't know what all that meant. And
the flight you're referring to is the
flight that came into the Pentagon.
Yeah.
So yeah, just a reminder, there were 3 planes, Pentagon, a field. I forget where the field was located. They made a movie on it, right? And then because the people attacked and the plane got diverted. And then the one in the Trade Center, devastating.
Military response.
Coming across an article in a Canadian paper, the Jersey widows learned it had been a routine for NORAD, the military apparatus in charge
I'm gonna pause this. Okay, let's look through some of these videos together. Just like I'm curious. Okay, this is what I want to see too. World reactions about 9/11, right? It says looking back at worldwide reactions to 9/11. I'm so curious about this.
Ja, guten Tag, meine Damen und Herren, zu einer kurzen Sonderausgabe der Zeit im Bild. Angesichts der Ereignisse in New York bleiben wir auf Sendung. In New York sind 2 Flieger in die 2 Türme des World Trade Center geflogen, haben dort riesige Löcher hineingerissen.
We don't have translations.
Sie können die Bilder von CNN jetzt sehen. Neben mir sitzt Eugen Freund, unser früherer Washington-Korrespondent, der mit mir diese Bilder kommentiert.
Die Bilder an, da sehen Sie im rechten Bild dran.
Discuss education. I do want to thank the folks here at
Und er dankt jetzt den Leuten, die gekommen sind.
Nå har vi blitt løpende orientert under møtet vi nå har vært på. Nå skal jeg opp på
I have so much, like, I do like watching time, like, it's almost like a time capsule, huh? To watch these people, like, have reactions. Do you guys remember where you were? Right? I didn't see, I pressed CC, but it doesn't look like the captions are translating fast enough or at all. I remember exactly where I was on 9/11. I remember exactly what we did. And it's so crazy. Like, it really is just like people reacting. But that's what's happening now. Like, I think that's what's so devastating. Like, it's happening right now. Like, we're doing it to people right now. We're doing it to Lebanon right now. We're doing it to Iran right now. Like, we're doing it right now. It's just Americans do have this idea because we're so privileged. I know it's really hard because Americans really suffer. Like, there are really pockets of America that are so deeply suffering. But compared to the rest of the world, and in comparison to the rest of the world, like, we're so privileged that the idea of somebody doing that to us is like, we really do take it harder. It's weird, like, privileged people almost suffer greater because they had the audacity to think it wouldn't happen to them. But the suffering is not meant to be compared. It's just meant to be ironic, sort of. Like, you're so privileged that when something bad happens to you, it really feels like the end of your world. But then the reality is like, all people, even privileged ones, will suffer when their children die. You know what I mean? Like, that's the hardest part about being a person. That's why philosophically, I found a lot of, personally, like, peace in the radical acceptance, because, you know, all people suffer. It's just we suffer in different ways, but all people suffer. There is a suffering people feel. And the universal suffering is the battle within the self, right? That's the most universal suffering, is the battle between us and ourselves, introspection. And then, of course, there's the battle between us and our place in the world and other people, and that's our extrospection. And so I am, like, devastated. Like, I can hold at one part of my brain an understanding of privilege and how it's playing a role, and another part of my brain that's devastated that anyone's experiencing it. You know? It's like, man, like, there really is a conception in America that, like, they don't suffer the way we suffer, but they are suffering exactly the same. The reason America propaganda makes you look at people from different countries as foreigners instead of people is because, like, if they're foreigners, they're strange to us. We don't understand them. They're too confusing. And so when they die, it's different. When their kids die, it's different. But, you know, people aren't foreigners. They're just people from a different place. Like, it's very important that you, in your own head, filter out the word foreigner and try to make it a little bit more like people. Even though legally, fun fact, I am a foreigner. In Croatia, when I go to the immigration line, I get in the foreigner line. And I've never done that before, obviously. And when I'm there, it's just, like, so interesting, you know? And there is judgment. Like, I know people say, like, oh, every country I go to doesn't have judgment. But I feel the judgment. There is a judgment. And I get it. Like, I am a foreigner. But I don't think I think it's bullshit. But I think it's basically true everywhere. I don't think there's a place in the world that doesn't have some people who look down on foreigners because they want to believe they're better than other people. And that's why I think the world is a reflection of us as a whole. I don't think racism, I don't think homophobia or transphobia, I don't think bigotry can uphold itself at the level it does without all of us participating. And yet we can be victims of the system. Women uphold patriarchy and they're victims of it. Men uphold patriarchy and they're victims of it. There are different types of victimization, but it is a form of victimization. Even convincing your young men to come out of high school, to become violent, to pick up guns, to kill, quote, Arabs, is a victimization of the patriarchy. Even though the victims of imperialism and colonization and white supremacy will be Iraqis, the victims of patriarchy will be the boys convinced they have to pick up guns to kill in the name of America. The victims of these boys who are listening to these grown men in other countries talk about bombing civilians. Like, that's the problem with patriarchy. It's that it's everywhere. and it's against each other, and who dies except everybody else. It's really devastating. It's like so significantly devastating. I can't even impress upon you enough how important it is to raise your kids with a sense of understanding out of love and wisdom. Because again, like my new commentary video next week is going to be about Gen Z parents and are they any better, than boomer parents? And, not really. Like, kind of, but not really. Like, they really are just kids having kids. You know what I mean? And, the problems are there.
After a while, because it was
see.
Liberty is falling down. It's buckling.
Horrible. You don't feel safe going anywhere. So I'm just glad I want to get out of this area now. So
You feel unsafe here now?
yeah.
Look, we've just been told to clear out of this area. We're not sure why, but such is the level of fear and panic that as soon as that order was given, everyone just hightailed it out of here. Excuse me, do you know what's going on?
The Liberty is falling down. It's buckling and it's coming down.
Did you see it?
No, but it's right there. But we live right there.
Right on the block, and we just heard people shrieking and running down the block.
What do you got in here?
My entire life, I just packed it.
You're just getting out of here. Yeah.
Well, I just need a few things right now. My place is covered in trash. The problem is a lot of these people have seen flying body parts. They've seen people jumping from windows, people running from the exhaust. I've been in it 12 hours, like the day of, just photographing. I was right on the side of the day of, just because it was amazing.
Actually, okay, chat says people really think in other countries people suffer differently. I'll take it a step further. Conservatives, some Christian bubbles, they think gay people suffer differently. This is actually a part of white supremacy as well. They think black people don't feel pain or they suffer differently. This is why, okay, tying this all into veganism and animal life, human beings literally still believe like certain animals don't feel pain. So they feel entitled to hurting them because they think they don't feel it. Yeah, like that's what's so interesting about human beings. They, collective groups, like whole groups of people, literally think like trans and gay people, as an example, their pain is self-inflicted. And if they just weren't those things, they wouldn't suffer as much. And even when they do suffer, it's from God. Or there was a belief that black women were, correct me if I'm wrong, guys, there was a belief that specifically black women didn't feel pain the same way white women did. And so they were hurt at a greater rate through medical, quote, research or anything otherwise, because they thought they were like better at holding pain. It's like, yeah, like that stuff is so real as far as I understand it. And the historical context still lives on today with black mothers, single mothers suffering because, you know, of everything that's happened with white supremacy, especially. But this idea that they are the caregivers, the community bringers, the foundation to the community, and still blamed for everything that goes wrong in the community, even though they're the ones who, you know what I mean, maintain it. So it's like, you can never win under white supremacy. You'll never win under homophobia. You'll never win under transphobia. You can never do enough for your pain to matter. You know what I mean? And that's what it is. Like, you will never do enough. Like, and this is what they're doing with West Asian countries or Middle Eastern countries or countries that look Arab or countries that look Muslim. No matter how much you suffer, no matter how much footage comes out, no matter how much footage you see of Sudan or anything else, they will not conceptualize that your children, it's the same. They will, forgive me, they will see a white child who's 3 years old drowning in a pool and the whole neighborhood will mourn like fucking 9/11 personally happened to their family. But they will see a whole school of Iranian girls killed and they'll be like, damn, that sucks, bro. it's really hard. Now, a part of it is proximity. We're so far from Iran, we can't feel it. But when it happens in your own neighborhood, and I understand psychologically speaking, you're gonna feel it harder when something happens in your neighborhood. Okay. And I also understand psychologically speaking, I think I was, a little damaged as a kid, maybe, because like I would read stories about strangers and cry, which also, has a disadvantage because this is why I had to go to therapy, because in some ways, because I was so sensitive to everybody's stories, I was also sensitive to predator stories. So predators would come and be like, oh my God, I didn't mean to, bro. I was raised in a fucked up house and like shit went down and I didn't mean to. And I'm like, yeah, bro, oh my God, you didn't mean to. And then I'd feel really devastated. So you have to be very careful, right? That you work on a balance of every story is devastating, even a predator story. And yet we have to do something about it. Listen to me when I say I can cry for an incel. Oh, give me a boy who feels like he's ugly and I will cry for him. Give me a boy who's so angry at the world and he's just like, the world fucking hates me for just existing. And I'm like, oh, that's so sad. And then you realize, okay, hey girl, but you can't make the rest of us suffer because you're suffering. That's the problem, right? We don't get to make other people suffer because we're suffering, but it will be weaponized against you as well. And this is the part about abuse that's so difficult. And this is why I say, please ground yourself and get yourself to a safer environment. Listen to me when I say this. There are 8 billion people on this planet, and all of us have very different opinions about what healthy looks like, which is why I promote a very specific sense of healthy. I want you to be grounded, and I don't want you to be like tricked, lied to, or gaslit by the people in your life that your suffering isn't real. And I need you to understand you can't hurt people because you're suffering. But I don't want the conservatives or the abusers to weaponize your suffering and say like, oh, well, when you're angry, you yell at me. Okay, but I'm yelling at you because you poisoned my coffee. Do you get what I'm saying? And I'm saying, yes, I shouldn't have yelled at you, but you shouldn't have also poisoned my coffee. And they'll be like, oh, but you yelled. Yeah, but you see how they're different? You see how they're different? And that's the thing is like people refuse to see the differences, and that's the problem. You have to see the nuance. You have to see the difference. You have to see why it's different. It doesn't justify it, but it explains how then we react. Because reaction should be reasonable. It shouldn't be overblown. Okay? And right now we're overblowing our pain like we did with 9/11. And we're saying we are so hurt now we deserve to kill. And I'm saying, overblowing pain. You can't. Absolutely not. Okay? Absolutely not. So you have to make sure. Now, again, I am never going to. My little YouTube channel is never going to be the reason 8 billion people decide to fucking stop being violent. But it might be the reason 1 or 2 of you do. It might be the reason 1 or 2 of you decide to harm reduce in some capacity. It might be the reason 1 or 2 of you decide to go plant-based. It might be, and I'm not making a prescription, but I'm just saying nothing changes until we change. Nothing changes until we change. Nothing changes until we change. And if we're not going to change, then fuck, the world isn't going to either. And then you have to accept it. You have to accept that 99% of people will never change. And even if you change, you're going to die anyways. Fuck. Even if you change, you're still going to die, bro. And then what? What was the point of even bothering changing? You might as well double down and stay stagnant, right? Wrong. Wrong. Just because you're going to die anyways, you are still valuable. You still deserve to die well. You still deserve to die good. You still deserve to die knowing you did the work. You get to die without regret. And you deserve that. You get to have that. This is why we say even things we do alone in our home where no one can see us, yes, maybe in some context it doesn't matter, but in others, you could be hurting yourself. Even if no one ever knows, even if no one ever hears it, even if nobody ever sees your scars, you know you're hurting yourself. And that's why I say you deserve to have a healthy relationship with not only yourself, but everybody outside of yourself, your family, your friends, your work environments. But first and foremost, you deserve to have a healthy relationship with you. It really is important. So start there, start small. Start with the one person you have control over, you. And let that, Just as perhaps radical acceptance allows one to pursue it, radical acceptance allows us to pursue all things, especially liberation. Like I said, my spirit is liberated. Okay, Brittany is liberated. My body, my gender, the perception of who I am in a person living under this system might not feel as liberated because I'm at the mercy of my community. Go fuck yourselves, huh? Look at you fucking making my life a fucking live in hell. Not you guys. You guys are great. But you go fuck yourself, okay? Look at me. I'm turning into a New Yorker. But like, you know what I mean? Like, look at me being at the fucking mercy of a bunch of fucking losers who won't get their shit together and stop eating their boogers. I fucking, Jesus Christ. Okay? But I'm liberated. So just know when I'm at home, just know my spirit is liberated, girl. Okay? But, you know, that's how I want you to liberate your spirit and also roll your eyes so hard you give yourself a headache because of the way your neighbors are making your life a fucking piece of just, what? Okay, we're ending stream. I'm tired. I'm losing my spoons. Okay, with that said, any questions, comments, anything? Let me know. Let me know. Any thoughts? Yeah. I think the parenting video is going to be so eye-opening, you know, because you know, young people hold such wisdom. It's new wisdom. It's like naive wisdom. And yet they're so easily formed so quickly that they're going to raise their kids just as fucked up as their parents did, you know? Ugh. Doesn't that just like kill you? Because like young people, they really know something, but old people know something too. And we need to exchange those ideas. Okay? We need to do that. Listen to me when I say this. I see my siblings growing. Every day I get new updates from my siblings and I go, okay, it's working. But let me tell you this, they're not all going to make it. They're not all going to make it. And you know what's worse yet? I don't think my parents are going to make it. I think they're going to die bigoted people. And there's something really devastating about that. But there's also something so reassuring about it as well. There's something about freeing yourself from knowing you really can't save the world as a single person. But man, you really can inspire your community. And that's what I see with my siblings. Maybe my parents, it's too late for them. Even though I don't ever think it's really too late for anyone. But it is not too late to be the auntie, the uncle, the adult in the room. It is not too late because kids are watching all of us. They're watching you guys. They're watching you when you're on public transit together. They're watching you when you're in the mall. Listen, my niece is like 5 years old and she will tell me, Auntie Brittany, I saw this girl today. Auntie Brittany, I saw this person today. She's 5 years old and she told me what you're wearing, what your hair looked like. She had a judgment of you. Like she has opinions about you. So if she is paying attention to you, then every other 5-year-old that you take for granted, I remember I was talking to my partner about this. We were looking back on when we realized our parents were idiots. We're like, mom and dad are liars. Wait, the adults in my life are stupid. And then you realize kids are judging you. They are judging you. Holy shit. My nieces and nephews probably think I'm so stupid, bro. And I'm like, they're judging you. And that's the point. Respectfully, you know, of course, respectfully. But kids will look at you and be like, you don't know shit, do you? I think about that every day. I'm haunted. I'm like, oh no, they're watching me. They're watching us. They're watching the way we talk about people. They're watching the way we mention ethnicities and genders, and they're paying attention. So make sure when you talk about people in front of kids, you watch your mouth. Okay? Myself included, even on stream. I'll get better. Okay, I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you for being here. I really appreciate it so much. Thank you for your optimism, positivity in the comments too, guys. I see you. I'm reading the comments. I appreciate you. Okay, I'm going to go. Bye. Bye.